have the guts anymore. Hit me like a truck and I fell to the floor. You don't give anymore. I couldn't feel the hit and run if you settled the score. I think I wanna punch you. I really, really want to. You're talking at me like I know what you mean. I made a mistake. Could you give me something to respond to? You don't have the guts anymore. You were playing with your guns, so I ran in the door. What's your best side? Give me anyone else. Feel your back, but you can't get over yourself. 80% your function. So can we skip the introductions? The only time that I'm the girl of your dreams is when you face another white boy with a concussion. Everybody's dead and it's all my fault. Everybody's dead and it's all my fault. Everybody's dead and it's all my fault. Everybody's dead and it's all my fault.
I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. W. Hey, I never care what the others do. I'm in the penthouse enjoying the upper view. Don't ever think that your lady is stuck with you. She pull up on me and tell me I'm lovable. Don't do the cap, never been gullible. I've been a plug and I'm unpluggable. Been undefeated, feel like a month or two. Call me.com, that's www. Really feeling myself. This ain't the place to approach me. I ain't never been on a shelf. I save that space for the trophies. I'm running to it, we get it and laugh. We catch a dub and we running it back. I'm like a boxer that's training to fight, cause I wake up and punching to get to the bag. I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. I'm world. Yeah, prices keep on going world. Y'all still need to get your world. Nothing left to say, I'm world. Ay, look at the drip, I'm looking colorful. I took a chick, kiss her in front of you. We got the win, that is a W. I ain't your twin, but I've been W. Said it before, I say it again and again. The way that I work is incredible. Do all the talking you want, I don't want to hear it. Whatever you say is incredible. Me and the losers are just not relatable. Don't call my phone cause I'm still unavailable. I've been the greatest and still undebatable. Breaking the records and make them unbreakable. Blazing the spot, mad clean. Hate it or not, game 7, game tie, vaccine. I'm taking a shot, I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. I'm world. Yeah, prices keep on going world. Y'all still need to get your world. Nothing left to say, I'm world.
Tornante y amenaza, necesita volar. La estrella que tan lejos y le gusta gozar, que le gusta brillar, me ayuda a olvidar que este mundo tiene miedo, saben vacilar. Me dijeron que tú sabes qué hacer, que tú tienes el cerebro y tú sabes mantener, que tú no tienes miedo de tener todo poder. Me da que necesito para llegar a otro nivel. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cohete, vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces vende tu cohete, la estrella quiero ver. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cohete, vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces vende tu cohete, better rock it like I said. Cogete, better rock it like I said. Better rock it like I said.
remember the time I was feeling the same. Now I got new life and I'm free from the chains. So let's fly, let's all fly away. Look to the sky, look at that place where your dreams hitting another level. Never felt so free by the end of the day. That's all I pray. No karma, my future, go harder. I feel righteous, it's like armor. Cause I'm done with the devil in Prada. See my design, kind of different type of guy. Standing life, all the time. Riding out to 50 up the time. Take it higher just to free the mind, oh pray. No karma, my future, go harder. I feel righteous, it's like armor. Cause I'm done with the devil in Prada. My future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, 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 no karma. You've been on my mind.
We saw the Alpha bracket deliver last week, but this week it's all about the Omega bracket. 16 more teams will take the stage at the biggest VCT event ever. Hello everyone and welcome to day 7 of LOCKIN, coming to you live from São Paulo, Brazil. I'm your host Yingsu, and along with me are some new teams. We got some fresh faces and some returning faces as well. When did you both grow this mustache, Bala and Doug? I need to know. I need to know.
You go first, because this is a one-day thing. I'm just letting you know right now.
No. You're not getting out of that. It's not just a one-day thing. You've committed. You're on camera. It's not going anywhere.
Okay.
This took some time. All right, but like all good things, you have to let it simmer. You gotta let it cook.
Yeah.
I feel a little bit left out because I didn't realize you were going to rock up with one as well.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking for something to help you out, but we couldn't find it.
In fact, if we can get a Sharpie at the desk at some point, I think that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, I have a few weeks, I think, to grow one before we have to go home. But I've seen you two around Brazil, actually.
No, you haven't.
So I don't know why you haven't been here on the show, but I'm pretty sure I have seen you.
Home.
What have you guys been up to? What have you been doing?
Watching from home.
Yeah, we've been at home. We've been.
Wait,
come
you're
on.
getting exposed.
Oh, come on. No,
You're
no,
getting
no.
exposed.
What is this?
Who is that? That looks a lot like us, but I don't. That's not us.
That is
I
definitely
can't
you.
claim that.
Yeah, that moustache is nearly as good as yours.
This is kind of a vibe, though. Hold up. Yo, dang. Yo, wait. Don't stop the music. What happened? What happened? This is kind
You're
of a
still
vibe.
in the carnival mood, I feel like. You haven't done enough partying.
Never went. No. I was partying by watching the games.
Right,
online.
at home, responsibly.
Oh, yeah. Partying with EMEA teams?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. No.
No? Okay. Speaking of EMEA teams, let's take a look at what happened in the Alpha bracket, I think. No, never mind. Alpha bracket, I don't really want to talk about it because EMEA teams didn't really go that far. But let's take a look at the Omega bracket. Doug, look at this. There's a lot of good teams there.
This side is stacked. I mean, you can easily look around this graphic and point out to 6 teams that could easily make their way into the top 2 and a couple of runners to win the whole thing. So this side is nuts.
Yeah, and I mean, while you're trying to cope about the Alpha bracket for EU, this really has the heavy hitters from
Thank
EU,
you.
right? Team Liquid are there with the Gambit core. We have Navi as well, who had just a phenomenal run last year. And then obviously Fnatic, which is the big super team that I think everybody's really excited about. So a lot to watch in this bracket. And we've already had surprises, right? With Pacific, as good as they're playing, we should expect a little bit more here in this bracket as well.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I feel like they've set the bar high now.
Yes.
Like
Yes,
Talon, DRX, I think I can't wait to see what they can do in this bracket. Now, you don't want to get your bracket busted on day 1, so make some smart picks. And apparently, I'm supposed to say that Bren and Saisha are making smart picks, but you guys can make your mind up here as we take a look at a little bracketology.
Okay, let's get into it. Bracketology, version 2, Omega bracket. This time I'm not being messed around. I know there's going to be a timer coming. I've got the box as well, and I know what teams I'm doing, and there's a timer on top of it as well.
Oh, you thought it'd be that easy, did you?
What do you
Not
mean?
a chance, not a chance. All right, can we get the other bracket in, please? Other bracket, thank you, thank you. Right. No, that's deliberate. That's how we wanted. That's how we wanted that to. That's how we wanted that to work. All right, Brendan, you don't need any of these, so don't worry about that.
So what am I doing?
Well, we're giving you some darts, and you know it's all the classic rule of darts. You got 2 minutes 30. Start.
2 minutes 30.
Start going.
Okay, why have you given me so many darts?
Well, you've got a lot of teams.
Okay, well, all right.
Time's ticking.
Sure.
Who are you aiming for?
I don't know.
Well, that's T1.
Yeah, sure, T1.
I mean, it landed on T1, so
Okay,
yes, it's T1.
T1.
That's the normal rule of darts.
Okay,
All right,
sorry, sir.
next team.
What is going
Time's
on?
ticking, come on.
How much time have I got?
Come
2 minutes?
on.
Yeah, sure. I'm aiming for 100 thieves.
All right. Well, that's Sentinels.
Sentinel.
They'll do. I mean, that's part of the Americas as well, I suppose. All right, Sentinels moving on. No
Okay.
problems there.
Can you hurry up?
Well, I'm moving as fast as I can. Listen,
I need to start throwing these.
that'll be fine. Go on, another one. Come on.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Right, well, who are you even aiming for?
I don't know.
That's-
You put a pressure on me.
That's EDG.
I don't know.
That's EDG.
That's not Edward Gaming.
Yes, it is. It's Edward Gaming.
It's nowhere near them.
And I can't even stick it on, so... Listen, pick your next one. Go
Okay,
on.
you
Time's
get
ticking.
out of my way.
Get thinking.
Okay.
You're just going around in a circle.
Vitality.
Vitality.
Oh God,
Well,
Edward Gaming's gone. That's fine. I wanted them gone.
Who's that?
I don't know.
That's Navi.
Navi?
Yeah, you've Navi's
going
won
deep.
that game.
I'm okay with that.
God, the darts are really speaking to us today, aren't they? All right, which team are you going for next?
I'm going with
You've only got
Vitality
3 teams on there.
again. I mean, that's...
Right, that's shambolic, but that's Sentinels, I suppose. All right, get Sentinels through to the semis. Thank you.
Okay.
The next one, we need the even bigger one than that.
Yeah, sure. You're panicking me a little bit.
1 minute. Furia, they can't
Okay,
go through.
chill.
Right, secret. That was team secret. Don't hit me with a dart.
Okay. You can't even hold the goddamn teams, man. What are you doing?
Blue tack is.
Can you get me some darts back? I've only got 3
Production
left.
jobs are way more difficult than just talking on camera. Go
Get out
on.
of my way.
Who are you aiming at?
I don't know.
Who are you aiming
I
at?
don't know.
Come
How much
on.
time do I have?
Come on.
30
seconds. 30
Stop.
seconds. Who are you aiming at? Right, that's
Vitality, please.
Vitality.
Vitality, please.
Can't even find Vitality.
I need darts, man.
Right, well...
I need darts, man.
Bloody Nora.
Get...
Didn't think I'd be more stressed than you.
Just the box.
There's a dart.
Give me the dart. Okay.
No, I've straightened it up, haven't
You have. Sentinels are gone. I've impaled Sentinels off the board.
You've got 10 seconds.
Okay.
You've got 10 seconds.
Get out of my way.
You've knocked 2 teams out
Sorry.
of the tournament
Yeah,
that you
I
already
know.
put through.
I'm sorry.
That's Fnatic.
My dart's the wrong way around.
That's Fnatic again.
Okay.
That's Fnatic again.
I don't know what.
And that's Fnatic again.
That was it. I mean, that was quite good. They
Well,
were.
you're out of time. You really like Fnatic, huh? That's about as good as your old bracket. I mean, I don't know how you call yourself a bracketologist.
What do you want from me? I mean, this. You give me the time, and then you.
I gave you the task and you failed.
Okay, sure. I mean, that's the bracketology bit, skit. Is it? A bit, a skit. Is that what you see analysis as? A bit, a skit.
I didn't see any
a
analysis.
joke. A joke. Is this entire skit supposed to be a joke? Is that what it is to you? A joke? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
I just want to say that skip broke everything in the studio. I can't see my prompter. I can't see any of the screens, and I'm pretty sure we have no cameras, all because of those 2.
He threw a stray dart, and it somehow hit the truck somewhere.
Broke everything.
You know, low-key, I was genuinely concerned for Josh's health and
I
well-being.
thought for sure that
One to the side of the head,
my
bro.
God.
and it would have been funny. Let's be real here.
I'm
That would have been
dying.
really funny. But don't leave anything to them. Don't leave absolutely anything to them.
I'm
Predicting
actually
a bracket, and now they've broken all of production as well. So
We're back. We're back.
Oh, hey, welcome
All right,
back.
Sideshow and Bran are never allowed to do anything ever
Goodness, no.
again.
Especially with
In
sharp
fact,
items.
Yeah, if I see them like behind backstage, I'm just gonna scold them now because it's not happening. They can't come anywhere near us. But we do have a poll. Since you 2 are here, so we can get you guys involved with a bit of predictions as well. I think a lot of people for the last poll, of course, Omega poll.
Omega poll.
Which of course I want you guys at home to predict. It's all falling apart. I want you to predict which region is going to be able to come out on top, of course, in the Omega poll. I think it was Americas that won last time. I think it's because like the Brazilian
Yeah, I
fans
think
kind
it's
of
Brazilian.
counts,
Checks
but
out.
What
That
do you
checks
guys
out.
They're
think?
crazy. I mean, they're really popular on social media. They just go crazy
Yeah.
for
They
their
roll
teams.
deep, man. Yeah, they roll deep. I want to say EMEA, but only because I have to just pick one. I do think there are a lot of stacked EMEA teams on here, but if I had to pick 2, I think Americas.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
if you had to pick 2, I mean,
Well,
you
there are
can't
2 that make it out of the bracket.
Sure. I mean, I have to say EMEA too. I think, honestly, there's so many good teams here. I think the sleeper pick would be Pacific. Obviously, there was China on there too. And
Ooh.
EDG is definitely somebody who I've been hearing a lot about. So let's see. I'm picking EMEA, though, for
Well,
sure.
make sure you guys go on social media and vote right now. And remember to use the hashtags VCT and VCT LOCKIN throughout the week. If you want to have any thoughts you want us to let us know, we're going to be showing them, I am sure. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break and hopefully no more Sideshow and Bren so we can get this show back on track. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back, everyone. Let's get right to it and talk about our first match of the day. It is between EMEA's Team Liquid and APAC's Team Secret. Now, Team Liquid, a name we know and love. We've seen them a lot of times in international tournament. But Bala, this is not the same Team Liquid we saw last year. There's been some changes.
Yeah, of course. And you know I'm going to love the changes. It's coming in with an IGL with, I know all the Team Liquid fans are loving, Redgar, and then Nats as well coming in, Safe coming in from Guild. It's a full revamp of the team, which I think is the big takeaway. It's not just, okay, new Liquid with an IGL.
Right.
It's everybody on this roster now has some real firepower to replace what has left, essentially.
Right, and in a lot of ways, this feels like what Liquid should have looked like, right? Like, they have all the pieces. I think we just saw a Bala cameo.
Bala's just out there.
What? I mean,
Repping.
I told you, I'm
He's
going
a
to love
fan.
this
Yeah,
team.
he's
Of
a fan.
course
He's a
I'm going to
fan.
love
He
this
is a
team.
fan. Yeah.
But they have all the pieces, right? Like, I finally look at this Liquid roster and I go, this is a team that can make a deep run. Like,
I got Nats' signature after that, by the way.
Oh,
I bet you did. I
totally
bet you
believe it.
did. Yeah.
Absolutely believe it.
I mean, they finally have an IGL, but also to kind of replace Scream's role a little bit in that duelist side. I think, Doug, we need to talk about Safe. Him coming in here for Team Liquid.
Absolutely. I think he's so much fun
I mean,
because
but really, like, when you're looking at this team, I mean, there's more to it than just Safe replacing Scream. I've been waiting so long for the Gambit
There's
guys
your
to get on land. Yeah, look, Nats, this guy. I mean, it's been a year, right, since they've been here. I've been writing so much, just imagining
You've
them
been
here
what?
in this writing. I've
been
been working
writing.
on my poetry, so let me just
I know
read a
you
couple.
like Gambit, but
Yeah. Here, look, Chamber Nerf is what I needed for Nats to become undefeated. Nobody knows anymore. His setups and timings are just lore. He's the Cypher King. Don't ignore. He's the Viper Fiend. Watch him soar. You know? You want some more?
I think
No, I think
Safe.
you hit it.
You know why I
think
love
hit it, right.
Gambit?
Safe.
No, I don't.
Perfect strategy. This is a haiku, by the way, so listen to the syllables.
5-7-5.
Perfect strategy. Brilliant coordination. It's easy to love.
I think he really likes Gambit.
Yeah.
Did you get
Redgar's
that vibe?
calling
No, yeah,
is like a beautiful canvas. He can bring you anywhere.
It's going.
I've got pages of this.
I
Better
don't
be-
know what to say to you. I
just
think
keeps
I
going.
look at you differently now.
Well, you
because
made
of
me
it.
wear this,
Let's
so.
well, let's get back to Safe.
Yeah,
Right?
let's talk about
Safe is exciting. I mean, he runs different agents, which I think
No,
is a
I got
lot
another
of
one.
fun.
Here's a good one for Nats. Better be careful. I see it now. Nats behind you in your spawn. Your mind.
Alright, okay.
575.
Do you know what? I actually think.
Well, no, hang on.
Okay,
I have
yeah,
one.
yeah.
I would
You
like,
have one
I
as
would
well.
like one. Yeah, this
Okay,
one's going to
okay.
come off top. Bala,
Off the dome?
off the dome. Bala, this must stop. Lose the Nats body pillow. They don't know you, bro.
Oh no!
This is enough.
No, you
all right?
did. You did. That was uncalled for.
No, it wasn't.
That was uncalled for.
He needs an intervention, man.
This man has been waiting 3 international tournaments, 12 months for the return of Gambit. And let's give him a reason. Let's give the guys at home a refresher as to why Bala has been waiting so long for this team. In case you guys forgot, the last time we saw Gambit, they came second at Champions, and Bala, talk your truth. Talk your truth.
Look at this. They lifted a trophy. They were the best team in the world. And I think everybody going into last year was like, yeah, this is going to continue. Unfortunately, it didn't, but they still had those glimpses. They still evoke the strategic mind. It's thinking man's Valorant when you watch Gambit. When you watch these guys, Redgar, Nats, it is so fun to watch, and
really
it
is.
makes you such a fan. And of course, all the rest of the pieces that are on Liquid are good too, but
But they're not Redgar and Nats.
They're not Redgar
Yeah,
and Nats.
but let's just give him the piece and let's just talk about Nats. Let's just let Bala.
Thank
I
you,
mean,
thank
I do.
you.
Let's
Like,
just do it. Let's
Thank
just
you.
do it.
And that is
Yeah.
one of the reasons why this team is so exciting and so much fun. You got to remember, and I'm sure Bala thinks about this every day. When Nats really came into his own, he revolutionized the role, right? He played it in a way that was different from everyone else. He was coming up with tech. His map awareness was outrageous and undefeated. Like, Nats changed the game.
Yeah.
So for us to see him back on the international stage is something you should be fired up about.
yeah, and I think that's something too. We live now in a Sentinel meta.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So
Yeah.
he's a true Sentinel. He's the guy who, you said it, revolutionized the way that they play it. And also, people have not played against him on land for such a long time.
Right.
People are going to forget how dominant this guy can be. And now he's paired up with somebody like Safe, who's also a Lanimal. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many factors here that I think you should be excited for, but it's still a new team. So let me temper that real quick. It's still a new team. So let me get the excuses ready.
He's backtracking
But the
already.
pieces are there.
Yes.
And I
Yes.
think that's the key here. The pieces are there for Liquid in a way that they've never been before.
Yeah. Do you know what, Bala? Since it's your first day back here on the desk, and we love you and respect you so much, we've actually got Red Girl and Nats right now to chat a little bit more about Team Liquid.
Hello, my name is Redgar and I am the team captain of Team Liquid. Yampi is really like funny guy in the team, and he is really like smart to find out the kills, like how he should do to play as a duelist. Sulkas is like really, you know, like that guy who can like do the unexpected things. He has incredible aim. And of course, my DJ Save, right? He's really like funny guy, smart guy. I really like him because he's like my vice captain and he's helping me a lot in the middle calls. I will continue like with the Nats. I think he's a really nice lurker and also like the guy in real life. I think he's one of the best lurker and the player on the Cypher and the Viper. I think he already proved it like several times. It's time to prove it again.
My name is Nats. I'm playing for Team Liquid Valorant roster. To be honest, I like the schedule and the format of the tournament, that it's single elimination. You just have only one chance and you have to show everything what you have. I'm super happy that there is no chamber anymore. I don't know, that agent super easy to play. Sorry for saying that. I hope I will have a chance to show my Cypher finally.
For me, like this season is gonna be the season that I want to win this with my boys, like the all tournament if it's possible. Like, I know it's maybe the dream that everyone can see and say, hey, you just want to win all the tournaments, you can't do that, but I can dream about it, so nobody can say that I can dream about that.
I'm super excited for the game, for the stage, because that's the first time for me in front of the audience. I hope we'll get a lot of support also from the audience on the stage. And of course, vamos!
Honestly, I didn't hear anything they were saying. All I saw was this.
This is the next TikTok dance, by the way. I expect TikTok to be inundated with Valorant
We need to talk to Mimi about this before we jump. Like, she's the Zoomer. She knows that this is going to be trending.
It made me feel some type of way, so yeah, absolutely.
He's a looker. They're lookers.
The best looker. But Team Liquid, they're going to be going against Team Secret today. And if it's the other Alpha Bracket Pacific teams is anything to go by, I feel like we can't underestimate this core and this team as well, Bola.
Yeah, I absolutely think I agree with that, because this team, much like the Gambit core that we were talking about, had great success early on in Valorant. The first year of VCT, they made it to Champions. They made it to playoffs as well. They pulled off something that we really didn't expect from the SCA region, led by some players that are still on this team. Now, they struggled last year, just like the other side, though.
Yeah, I'm going to be the bad cop to your good cop feeling here. They also got 13-0'd. So like one of the one of 3 times in VCT history, international history, we've seen something like that. So yeah, they had some of their moments, but they also struggled really hard across different instances. The core is there, which I think is exciting. You got Borkum, Jesse Bash, and those guys, but I think to give them the same level of excitement and expectation as some of the other APAC teams, I have a hard time with.
Also, why were you not there at the fan walkout bit?
Dude,
where were you?
I actually genuinely felt bad because I was like so loud for them. And they were just like, I walked back in and I'm like, sorry guys, I'm not.
Oh, Bola, no, you didn't. You didn't actually.
Yeah, it was kind of, I felt bad.
Oh, no.
But, I mean, they now have a chance to prove me wrong and make me really sad, so.
Yeah, they do, indeed, they do. I'm glad you mentioned that 13-0, of course, because that was against that Gambit core. It was, you know, Team Secret versus Gambit the last time they were here. This was brutal.
Yeah, but again, to I guess be the good cop here, Doug, like, the thing is, we really didn't expect them to even have a good game against Gambit, right? They take the first map against them, and then they go on to lose in that series, but then they make playoffs. And that proves to me that this is a team that can make a run at anything, what it might be here in a single elimination tournament. I mean, it's completely unlimited, the distance they can go with the format that it is. So I think they've proven that they can do it, is the takeaway for me from that that Champions run.
What I will say, last night at the press conference, Jesse Vash was on the same time as Redgar, and he looked over and he said, I remember that 13-0, by the way, Redgar, you better watch out. Like, he gave it a little bit.
Well,
so
I mean,
that makes me excited.
You don't forget a whooping like that.
Yeah.
Very easily, right? Like, that's one that sticks with you. And yeah, there's a lot of things in just the nature of Valorant that can kind of get you in that regard, but there are also a lot of natures to Valorant that allow something like a round that you maybe stumble your way into. And Ball, the last point I want to make is that little sliver of hope that you have, that was 2 years ago.
Yes, for sure.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, and we're talking about something so long ago that it's almost irrelevant too.
But I will say that one player that was there 2 years ago, that was there last year, and that is still there now is Dubstep. He's had a bit of a role change, though. The last time we saw him, he was kind of that jet player, Bala, but this time he's not going to be doing that.
Yeah, and last year as well, he was kind of playing jet chamber roulette with some of his other teammates, like Wits in the past as well. So it's something that I think we'll see how he's going to decide to continue. You're alluding to him not even sticking to the main fragger of the team potentially. And I think that's okay. I think Team Secret is a team, much like some of the other APAC teams, that relied on a heavy, good jet player, like Patapan on X10 way back in the day, like Forsaken on Paper X. And I think you kind of have to move away from that. It's more of a team game now, and I think the SCA teams are learning. So I'm really looking out to see how Dubstep integrates with the team as well, with new roles.
I do think, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, the core is exciting. Right, Dubstep's a big part of that, so I'm very excited to see how they play out. And this is yes, it's a single elimination tournament, but a test up against Liquid. We don't know a ton about them. We certainly don't know a lot about these guys, but you would lean towards Liquid. So this is a really exciting test for them to see what are you made of, because this should not be easy.
Well, let's hear from the man Dubstep himself and Jesse Vach in this quick profile of Team Secret.
Hi, my name is Jesse Bash. I'm the IGL of Team Secret.
Hello guys, I'm Dubstep from Team Secret and I play the Sentinel role. We have been really training so hard for this day and we did not really show so much in 2022, so I feel like this is our year. We trained so long for this and we have made quite a few roster changes, and I feel like this team's chemistry right now is on a different level. So the first member is my captain, Jesse Vash. He's the one with the most experience in the team. He's one of my inspirations as well. He's like the father to our team, the one like leading the charge, trying to discipline all the players, including me. The second member is Borkum. He is the funny guy in the team. He makes these jokes that makes the team mood really nice. Third member would be Jeremy. Jeremy is one of the babies in the team. He needs taking care of, but he's a really chill guy. He has this mood that it's really smooth and cool. One of our newest member, Invi, he is one of the cool guys who I get to like have so much in common, and he's one hell of a player.
With the addition of 2 younger players, the teams become more balanced with talent and experience. The younger player grinds more, so we are motivated by how they grind. The playstyle is a mix of discipline and aggressive. We can be aggressive early rounds. We can also be aggressive late rounds in the match. Depends on our enemy.
I did not expect to be seen like one of the strongest teams. We are always the underdogs. We are trying our best to beat the best teams in the world. If they say we are like one of the best teams, I will humbly take it, and thank you so much for believing in us.
I'm really excited to play against Team Liquid, especially Nats and Redgar, because we lost against them in our last champions.
I'm not feeling any pressure, and I feel like we will be the one winning this series. I hope we show this beautiful crowd in Brazil a really great match, and see you in the server.
Of course, you guys heard them there mentioning some of the young players, and we've seen this theme in this tournament, kind of the veteran integrating the young players, and the young players having absolutely no problems showing up on LAN, which has been kind of crazy so far, at least in the other bracket. Are we expecting a similar thing here?
Yeah, I mean, I think like you saw them talking about it, it's important for them to gain motivation from Jeremy, for example, who's coming to the team, and he has been filling a little bit of the duelist roles as well. But it gives you motivation to work, to catch up, to play like them, and I think that's really important because it brings a level of motivation for the entire team up, right?
Yeah, and I think this is a formula that we've seen succeed really across the globe, and I really like it. You've got the veteran experience, and you've got these young guys who most importantly need to be teachable.
Yep.
But if they are teachable, if they are able to absorb everything these older guys have as far as experience and what they've been through, how to think about certain situations, that pays dividends in the long run. So I think these young guys, if it's the right pieces, I think they can be good.
Yeah, and of course, these three teams, we've seen them before, you know, here and there in the past. But Bala, last year kind of wasn't the best for any of the Gambit, Liquid, or Secret rosters.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid obviously did make playoffs almost every single time at the International, but they fell off. And then the rest of the cores, they just were really close. I mean, for Nats and Redgar, it was, what, 4 or 5 chances in their matches, right? They were always there. For Secret, it was also very close many times, too.
Yeah, we're going to pitch it to a quick break here, but don't go anywhere. Our first match of the day is coming up right after this.
I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you.
Shout out to the VCT Lock-In playlist, by the way. That song was kind of fire.
Oh, that was a bop.
Yeah, that was a bop. But earlier we asked you guys at home which region will dominate the Omega bracket. The results are in, and you guys at home voted for... Oh, this is...
Pacific, what?
Yeah, I mean, America's win out, but only by a tiny margin.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Pacific vote was as high as it was. I figured it'd be Americas and EMEA on top.
Yeah. I'm certain that, like, again, maybe the Brazil crowd thing, but when I think about it, on both sides of the bracket, there is an Americas team that could make a run, right? 100 Thieves and then Leviatán on top.
Oh, yeah.
So, for sure, I think it makes a lot of sense to go for Americas.
Well, very quickly, I want to get your predictions for the first game, Team Liquid versus Team Secret. I copped out, so I'm just going to throw mine out there. I think Valorant will be the winner today. I've done a Van Silly here, so, yeah, let's go. Love the game.
For me,
love gaming.
I mean, you guys know. This is how it is. If Liquid don't win, I will cry. You will see tears. You will see tears. Because I've waited so long for this.
That's a really good Liquid logo. But I would like to show you a better Liquid drawing. This is...
What even?
Is that a Trojan horse?
Yes, this is a Trojan horse. And I'll admit,
what are they breaking into?
Into the fortress, man.
The secret
Read
castle?
a history book. Yeah. Come on. I'll admit, I accidentally wrote crew at the beginning. I messed up, so I had to scratch it out and sad face. It was chalk. The whole thing was chalk.
Well, we can speculate all day, but why not find out for ourselves? It's time to see how the Omega bracket is going to shake out. 6 teams will make their debut on stage today, and as you guys know from the Alpha bracket, anything can happen. Lock-in day 7 starts right now.
da RX já sobreviveram ao lado alfa. Mas pro lado ômega tá chegando a galera nova, tá batendo a nossa porta. Fans, are you excited to be back on the global stage?
It was a long year, but I'm excited to show everyone my new tricks.
I think Pancana and I will win over the crowd.
Aqui em São Paulo, mas agora, para tentar mudar as coisas, o Redgar pela Liquid.
The EMEA region isn't out of gas yet, so watch our race to the finals. We're gonna win the tournament and have fun while we're doing it. Be sure to stick around for our victory dance.
Receber meu próximo convidado aqui comigo. Las, are you looking to make another Cinderella run?
去年は自分たちにできないことはないと証明することができたので、今年はそれ以上の結果を出したいなと思ってます。
EDG has her sights on victory here in São Paulo.
如果你们低估我们的话，我会让你们输得很惨。
我们是 EDG， 也是挑战者，但是我们会战胜每一个队伍。
Guilherme, concentra!
Tudo começa hoje, aqui em São Paulo. Lock in your favorite team and join the party.
Pacifics have already proven themselves to be a strong region here, whereas EMEA, they've been a bit of a disappointment, but that could all change right here, right now. And my question to you two is, do you think that will?
It's a tough question, right? We are going into a completely new bracket. Last week, we saw Pacific really be underrated. That was the conclusion that came away from it. I don't think I came away with it saying, okay, EMEA is overrated, because again, we hadn't seen Liquid, we hadn't seen Navi, but who knows what the landscape actually is.
Sure, but from what we saw, would you say that maybe they underperformed given expectations?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. But then again, fully new rosters. It's the same thing here with Liquid. I think one thing that we haven't really mentioned so far yet is we are going up with the Secret, who has an experienced core. And yes, there's players who have played together with on Liquid, like Yampy and Soulcast, Redgar and Nats, but overall, it is still, they have to bring new structure to the team, and that's definitely a disadvantage.
Honestly, my heart is soaring seeing Redgar give a speech on stage. How long has it been? We haven't seen that in such a long time. But as you guys said, Secret, they kept their core. They do have young players, but the young players have been doing so good in this tournament that I'm not that worried. But the maps are going to be interesting because both teams, they had really big issues, Doug, when it came to their map pool last year. They have to have that fixed.
Yeah, and I think that's the fun thing about this tournament, right? The whole nature of it is everything kind of goes out the window. We haven't seen some of these players, some of these teams in a really long time, new faces, completely new setups and structures. Like, this is just a fresh look. And I think because of that, you really don't know what to expect here.
Yeah.
Icebox.
Okay, so Icebox starting off first, and I'm really interested in that because we saw a lot of meta development on this map in the last week. So maybe they're going to be adopting maybe the DRX, Harbor type of stuff. But in terms of the vetoes, neither team banning Lotus or Split, the two new maps that were coming into the pool.
Which is interesting because I think we saw a lot of that in the alpha bracket too. Teams would float it until the second rotation, and then one or two would get through. I wonder if it's just intended to be a threat.
Maybe.
But who knows?
For sure. I mean, just letting it float. Team Liquid potentially had the opportunity to pick one of them, but they picked Fracture instead. And this is a meld, I think, of the Liquid side and the Gambit side, because Liquid was only really bringing this in stage 2, LCQ, and really relying on it. Whereas for Mech, it was the one that kind of made them fail in some senses.
Yeah, these maps. Oh, we're going to get loaders if we go to map 3. It's interesting. Team Secret taking away the Ascent. I understand Liquid have always been good on Ascent, but we talk about how much Liquid were going to be playing like Mech, going to be playing like Gambit, but Mech weren't good on Icebox or Fracture. They struggle with that. They had some pitfalls. So I do wonder how they managed to integrate Redgar and Nats onto those maps.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think Safe is going to be a big key on both of the maps. I'm really interested to see what the roles really look like, because that's been a big question for so long. We're about to get a chance to look at it, but the only thing we saw from them was obviously Redgar and Nats couldn't make the tournament that they played in the offseason, and it was all over the place in terms of compositions.
Yeah, we're heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, and we're about to find out what roles these players are going to be playing for the first time here in 2023. Soulcast has locked in the stage here on Icebox.
Yeah, and that's a little disappointing that neither side is going for a Harbor pick instead of a Sage pick, given what we saw last week. But I'm mostly liking the comp so far. And Nats on the Viper, everything looks good over there, and then we're going pretty standard on both sides. No duelist on Team Secret.
But I do like Yampy on it, right? For Liquid, I think he's proven to be a very electric player. He's a lot of fun.
More than Safe?
I would say so. I think Safe can just be so much more dynamic in different roles that he can fit. I'd rather him in that role than someone like Yampy personally.
Well, you guys spoke about the new things here at the Omega bracket. Let me present to you guys a new casting duo. It is Pansy and Achilleos.
Thank you, and yeah, the desk, wonderful to see Doug and Paula here. Obviously the haikus coming out, everything. You made a great impression. Yeah, now, speaking of impressions, I want yours on this game. I don't get the chance to cast with you
Yeah, it's a first.
I was going to shave my head, try and pull off the, you know, the clean. I was attempting it, didn't go very well. But talk to me about this matchup. Where is your mind going at the very start here? What do you look towards?
I look towards all these players that we haven't seen. There's so many that took the stage in the first champions all the way back in 2021 that we have not seen since. Nats, Redgar, this core from the side of Team Secret, they had an absolute bomb of a year in 2022, failing to make it to any of the international events, falling in that lower round of 4 to Onyx G in the LCQ. They have not tasted international competition in a very long time, Lauren, and I'm looking at those faces to see if they continue to deliver strong performances.
And I think even on the flip side of that, the Liquid fans are waiting for a team that can bring them championships. again, this roster, this composition they're bringing out is unbelievable. You look at the talent on that Liquid side.
Scary.
The eye test alone, it is passing.
Yep, Yampi back over onto the Jet as well. Something that he has shown in some of the off-season events, but not with this core, not with this team.
And I kind of wanted Yinzi to push the desk a little bit about that safe option as well, because this guy was a bit of an unsung hero at times when he was playing on the Duelists. Again, the team he was with didn't really boast the results to warrant as much attention as maybe as others, but Safe is such a deadly player. Love to see what he'd do there, but oh god, they fall into this.
Yeah, that's such a great fake. Yampi, he just throws the Cloudburst up over the top of Tube, drops it down, cuts that sight line away from Dubstep. They start the rotation into mid, and then they get the hit straight into A.
And even with the Viper utility as well, just really defining what's safe on the site. They've already going to post up Yampi deep in, clears it, no one's backside. Redgar's in a little bit of trouble, does need to back away from this. And actually, Secret, perfect timing on the counter swing. They've made a go of this.
Yeah, they're making a really good go of it. Nats is able to drag one back, tucks back around. Low on HP, it's getting pinched from either side. Envy just gonna be hugging behind the wall. 2v1, just a classic in hand and 65 HP to try to get done. Nats is in a rough spot. He's just gonna try to play with time as much as he can, but there's not much left.
Not for this one, but credit to Team Secret for finding that space on the way back in, because they got pulled off that A side, but that re-hit was perfect.
I love the mind games that they were playing with there for the side of Liquid, but yeah, Redgar just getting himself in a really rough position. That snake bite landing perfectly at his feet. He has to swing out of that position, dies, and he is the spike carrier. And from there, it basically becomes unrecoverable. So really fantastic start from the side of Secret, but Liquid, they're not really letting that shake them up. They're actually going in for this half armor stinger buy. It's very all or nothing for them here.
I hate the stinger purchases.
I'm right there
still.
with you.
Like, because every coach, every team, every player fully supports it. I get it. Like, I see why they like it, but I think we see the other side of how often it does go terribly wrong. You end up in a spiral. However, for now, we look at Team Liquid going through the motions again. Similar scenes towards the A side. Nothing complicated about it so far. Yampi straight on it, pulls the attention. Jeremy's going to have to back away from this, and they actually do get side control this time. Maybe going to posture up a little deeper, but the setup to deny the plant is perfect.
It's the bite, it's the shock dart, and Jesse Bash finds that kill. Yampi down to 36, and already Liquid down a member. Safe will grab the spike, try to get this planted. Just wants to scout out a little bit more, see if there's anybody from Team Secret still hovering inside, and he's going to go for a really different plant position now because of how things started off. Nats does manage to find one. Envy going to cut down Yampi on the entry. If he continues, finding a third.
What? Look at the damage. Redgar's on 2 HP. He's got nothing to do but die. And again, Envy. These players coming out. Hot start to say the least, but we have to say the utility work to deny those initial spike plants is perfect.
Yeah, we've been seeing so much great util usage, especially in denying plants or just flushing people out of positions from the likes of DRX, but they're bringing out a completely different composition. The look right now from Team Secret, they're playing with something a bit more standard, but they're still playing it to absolute perfection. Look at Envy right now, 7-0-0. And he is going to be one of the most crucial players in this map right now because they are running without a duelist. This is the one factor that differs from the side of Liquid where they have that Jet. And so far, Envy has been able to put up numbers as if he was playing a duelist.
Yeah, this is going to be a rude awakening. I do want to see what Liquid have left into this. Again, they did go for that force up in there. They're continuing a little bit with the Sheriffs coming out.
I mean, even that. It's a gamble, but if you hit somebody with that util combo, you just start the round down half HP, you burn that heal immediately from Soulcast.
The intention is wonderful. Let's see if they can continue through this. If Liquid do have to start playing with that very much at the forefront of their minds. Again, however, Liquid do get themselves on the side. That's not necessarily the issue. It's this part that has been so problematic. And again, there is still pressure on that plant. Haven't really seen it go through just yet.
Can't jump up.
Yeah, Soulcast is stuck where he's at, and the HP is relatively low. Will get a safe plant, I'm going to say. Yeah, this time, nothing really to do about it, but can they hold?
Envy kind of getting whippy there, goes to the ADS, can't find the kill. Borkum will pick up one, but Nats trades it back, gives them the man advantage. Jesse Bash equalizing as much as he possibly can. Now we're down to a 2v2 with the spike still ticking, and Jeremy swings the corner, finds the third. And Team Secret will yet again claim a round win. 3-0 start now, Lauren.
I don't think you could ask for much better. And for Liquid, I think it's a lot of high expectations. I think that's a very fair assessment when you look at the caliber of player on this team. Already a shaky start in the debut. This is a brutal format. We have to
Yep.
call it what it is. There's no lower bracket. There's no anywhere else. It's the game you're in, and this is the first map. Now, yes, this is Secret's choice. So that's, I guess, one caveat to that. This is their map choice. They look super, super comfortable on it. But now we need to see responses from Liquid. They do get their purchase coming out now. Should be relatively well-rounded. No issues there. Decent old progress towards Nats. Redgar not too far away either. On the other side, Envy, though, is right on the cusp, and as is Jesse Vash.
Be ready to roll with that. Let's see, looks like they're just going to be doing this util setup yet again. Dart goes in, no one to receive it though. That swings around the wide side, doesn't go through the garage. As you mentioned that icebox, this being their pick, Bala was kind of mentioning it, that Gambit core dropping a single map at Champions back in 2021 to the core of Team Secret. That map was icebox. So clearly the comfort not really going away, at least for these three, especially not for Envy, who finds himself as one of the newer faces on their team.
Yeah, seeing more of a 3-1-1. Nats holding towards B-Long. Big information being found already. Just off the back of that utility, Yampy will be testing towards the site. Does have to back away. They do need to offset the timing a little bit here, try and work out some of this utility that has been deadly towards them. Again, though, this is still somewhat of a curious, I guess, bonus to a degree. The two Spectres that remain. Plenty of cash now going to be following up from this, so for Secret. But again, this is the difference. They haven't overcommitted towards that A side. They've drawn a fair amount of utility towards it, but they are going to be working off the back of that early space that Nats has tried to claim.
They're not really spotting much of anything here. That knife does catch on to Redgar, but it's not enough to force any kind of rotation. Nothing else, just still some raised suspicion here from the side of Secret. Envy, oh, the gun barrel spotted, but Redgar just didn't have a shot to take. He might be able to catch him, though, as he's hopping up onto mid. Looks like he's not going to pursue it quite just yet.
Yeah, this is going to be awkward timing. He's going to probably get the kill on the way through. Yes, absolutely no awareness that he could have been there. Now, in the meantime, the spike has gone down. Yampy's got himself a little bit further forward, but the underhand flash through the wall is great. Safe, ready to catch, so will send them back. And now the flank comes in. This is a really nice round. Still a bit of damage being done. Any more, that could prove problems later down the line. But for now, an upgrade can be found, but Redgar patrolling and actually denied. Jesse Vash making a go of it.
He gets the kill. If nothing else, it's going to be significant damage dealt here to the side of TL. And he can't quite line up. That shot on the Soulcast takes him down to about half before Heat does fall. Team Liquid finally find themselves on the board, but fantastically done there from the side of Redgar, getting that slow lurk up. Even though they had tagged him with that knife, they knew that he was still hovering somewhere around A. They just didn't quite predict that he was going to be pushing through screen at that moment. He gets the op out of Borkum's hand, or Dubstep's hands as well, rather, and that was the biggest investment they had. And now the money looks a bit dicier, Lauren.
Yeah, and again, Liquid learning through all of these rounds, and they have broken the money off the back of that. Just the rifle left on Jesse Vash, well, invested into, so a bit of a hero in this round, potentially evening out the money somewhat. Let's see what Liquid do now. They at least have the upper hand in this. Early utility, they need to be on red alert from the word go. There is no way around it. As it stands, similar scenes. Not so committed towards middle just yet, but the stack already beginning. 4 players now considering this lean from Secret. They haven't felt it out yet, and let's see if the Hunter's Fury finds any victim.
Okay, it does in the end. Final tag gets Soulcast.
Problem for Plants.
Yeah, good value right there. Now, as they shift over towards B, they're not going to have that wall to try to protect. Still, though, may still favor the side of Team Liquid, just given the weapon advantage. Dart goes out. They'll just go ahead, throw a bite. Close angle. So they wait to go for this plant. Push comes in. Dubstep didn't stand a chance, but Jeremy manages to answer back, finding another kill.
Yeah, but look at the lurk. Safe could still do some serious damage, but already aware. Jeremy is watching this angle, but outgunned at this point. Only on the Sheriffs.
Oh.
This is still insane. And a 1v2. Yampy sweating here. He's not feeling comfortable at all. Spike is not to hand. He still has to try and get that back into play, and 34 seconds to play with.
Just gonna go for the corner plant. No one close enough to get that punish, but the fragment does connect for a single ticket damage. Yampy now has his work cut out for him. Phantom in hand, weapons recovered, both of them. Now with Vandals, see if Yampy can get the clutch.
The ice cold Finn has the capability. Does he even test this? Knife's gonna be there. Yes, they know where he is now. They already had a great idea before, but Jesse Vash, these rounds from Secret are incredible.
Yeah, fantastic. Just splitting on the low ground, high ground, making that kind of spray transfer is just nigh impossible, even for a player of Yampy's caliber. They make it as difficult as they possibly can. and they get the thrifty win in the end. That hero Vandal still being carried in the hands of Jesse Vash, who is certainly guiding the team to victory right now, having overtaken Envy, now at 9-3-2 on the Sova. 4-1 lead here for the side of Team Secret has got to be causing concern for the side of Liquid, and that's why we're going to see a timeout called.
I would also be somewhat worried when I've just been run around this map. They have been absolutely outdone so far. I think that's a pretty fair assessment, and you don't want to get Liquid getting in their heads at this point, right? Like, let's be honest here. This is a team that's been considered for deep runs, the rebuild a lot of people were looking forward to, not just the desk, harping on about Nats. I don't blame you, I miss him too. But even beyond that, you've got Redguard joining him, Safe having that opportunity now to get onto potentially a deep run team. Getting kind of blown out in these first couple of rounds is not where you want to be looking at. Now, again, in my mind, Secret, they've had their time away from the spotlight a little bit. How have they looked? Because a lot of players and a lot of teams will say the second you step away from the circuit, the second you're not at every singular event, you're behind the meta. You're behind, you know, the highest end of competition. It's so hard to get back to it. Right now, though, Secret looking pretty solid.
Yeah, they very much are. And I mean, to your point, you're absolutely right, because if you're not making it to these international competitions, you're not getting those high-level scrims. You're always going to be scrimming against weaker opponents, against people who aren't making it to the internationals. So you're sitting back watching champs, watching masters, watching the lock-in, not in attendance. All of the good talent is right here on this stage. And it seems like Secret, for the short amount of time that they've been here, they've been making good use of that time.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at this, though, again, for Liquid, left in a bit of a tricky scenario. You have plenty of ults to play with, only missing Soulcasters as it stands. But again, the money just left in such a precarious spot. Yes, they've got the rifle sitting there with Safe, which love to see what he could achieve with it. But on the other side, the stability coming back in for Secret now is fabulous. Getting everything they wanted out of that round, doing so much damage, perfect reads on positioning, early information recovered, but not too much here. But in enough of the fact that Secret are willing to hit that rotation off the back.
Well, so far, it's just going to be the Blades pop there from Yampi. He's leading the charge forward. Alarmbot does trigger, so they know that it's there. Nice little flash out off the back of the recon dart as well. They get a full reveal. Kind of getting flashed there. Dubstep ends up getting taken down. Yampi just goes ahead, puts pedal to the metal, finds an opening frag. Borkum will answer in kind.
Yeah, some of this is a little bit out of sorts. That flash just got eaten by Dubstep, and Yampi made the most of the team flash that came through, so...
Yeah.
Actually, ult gets popped. Yampi gonna have to respect this somewhat.
Do have a couple ults to work with for a post-plant scenario if they can get that spike moved up, but again, Soulcast dying means they do not have that Sage Wall to try to get a safe plant. Res gonna be used, Dubstep right back into the game. They've got double coverage here behind Yellow just to make sure they can safely res.
Yampi's off. They're making a run for it. They've seen all too much. They've heard the res. They know what's happening on the other side. It's time to try and get towards A. How much is still left in the kit on this side, though? Jesse Vash doesn't have a great deal to work with in the form of utility, but he is at least still here. Didn't over-rotate, didn't pull all the numbers away. Borkum as well, leaning over. You've still got two players present, and that's enough. That's incredibly telling. And no one watching for this? No one even considers it till Yampi gives him a haircut, but at this point, it's only one left alive. Safe with the hero rifle is the only one standing.
Yeah, he manages to find one, but he's running out of time, and he is completely pincered. Stabilizes, finds the headshot, but needs two more, and he just can't make it happen. Envy will cut him down, and that hero rifle from Safe is just going to be left on the floor to rust. 5-1 now for Secret. The timeout call, you have to anticipate that it's for this buy round coming in. They commit the Blade Storm in the thrifty attempt. That's understandable, but now you're working with major ultimates. You've got this Hunter's Fury, you've got the lockdown, the pit from Nats. This is where it all needs to come together.
And look, the lockdown's valuable. Jesse doesn't have Hunter's Fury, right? So there's still actual viability to this. It's you know, again, it does feel as though they just become each other's counters at one point. So as it stands, this could be a good round for Liquid, and they need one. At 5-1, they are getting dictated to. Borkum, though, instantly tries to deny that A-site approach by all means. Ult's up, door shut.
Only ult that we have right now from the side of Secret. Dubstep 2 off from having his own lockdown. Let's see what Liquid decide to do. Everyone's still hovering around the A-site, and the majority of Secret have drifted this way as well. It's just Envy watching over at mid. You still have Dubstep with the AWP perched up over at Yellow, not seeing a damn thing.
I don't think that Aldrin got much, but it's still going to know they're here.
Spot. They're already spamming this out, and now he's been found. Drone did not get the connection crucially, though, but the lockdown is there, just trying to flush them out of this pit. He manages to tag back into the back of sight. Two players detained, however.
Yeah, Yampi just picked up the pace, followed it forward. Two of the players will be sitting towards CT, somewhat safe. They do have, I think it's Envy on the case to make sure no one can actually overextend. Counter ult comes in as well. Well, I say counter, just the Viper's pick comes back out for Nats. They want to ensure safety this round because they are desperate for one. Only one by their name so far, and a 5v3 to try and work around. Yes, a couple of players are low, but the positions are great. The post plants should hold here. Envy, though, superstar so far and still wants to go.
There's the flank.
Safe's been removed. This is a 2v2. Look at the HP remaining.
They're so very low here, Nats. This is him in his comfort zone, but now he's been taken out of it. He spots him, manages to get the wall bang. Dart goes out. Redgar with 7 HP. Desperate for the clutch. He goes for the Hunter's Fury. It's already held to half. He waits out the first one. Push on the corner. Dubstep shuts it down with a third. And that is a critical round for Secret to win. All of the ultimates invested from the side of Liquid. And it falls flat in the end.
Redgar? What the hell just went on in that round? I don't... show me it again, because this is obscene. Now, don't get me wrong, on the other side, of course, Dubstep just being so cool with it, didn't seem pressured by this at all, knew exactly what he had to do. It was already taken towards halfway, knew the only real option for Redgar was to take that fight. Again, 6-1, Liquid are in tatters.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the frustration on the fan faces there, the viewing party, on the coach as well.
Yeah.
On struggle street in that timeout.
Ugh.
It felt like it made things way worse. Such a heavy investment from the side of TL, just dumping everything that they had util-wise and coming up very shy of the mark. Cash still looking very cozy from the side of Secret with a 6-1 lead.
And considering we're on the Sheriff's and light armor, unless Liquid start, getting a couple of these picks, I've got to start talking about how this compares to some of the other performances we've seen on Icebox in that first group as well. Love seeing the Harbor coming out. That looks fantastic. Dubstep should be comfortable here. Again, Operator on the Killjoy. Doesn't really have the get out of jail free card, but as it stands, making light work of Liquid. But in comparison to the other teams that I'd say are either deep run teams or big performers, this is very flat from Liquid, and this worries me. Because again, this is when we're coming into this, right? We're talking about it. How much time have they had to practice? How much time have they spent in the lab? How many scrims have they really been running through leading up to this event compared to some of the other teams who've made a really good display on this? Again, could be a terrible map for them, but the map pool was one of our worries with this squad.
He's watching for that rotation under tube, cuts him down. Once again, it's safe. Left alone. But I agree. I mean, this feels like DRX versus C9 on this map, just with slightly different compositions. Yeah. It has that same vibe right now, where TL, anything that they're trying is just getting shut down. It's getting out-clutched. Like you said, Dubstep just starting things off with some fantastic kills for him, perfectly at home. Sat over at yellow. I mean, used to be a Jet main, knows how to use an op.
Absolutely. I guess we're kind of seeing weird similarities with Safe actually on the Killjoy as well to that extent.
Sure.
So kind of works, kind of paralleled in that. 7-1, this is a blowout though. There's no pretty way to dress this up. I'm sure Sliggy and the Slug Club is in absolute pieces watching this. I mean, this was meant to be the Hopium, right? We got Soulcast on 0-7. Again, I don't expect mad performances out of him, but he can be one of those players to have nice, quiet impact. He does his role well, but a slow start here. Yampy, Nats, Rick, no one's having that impact yet. They are being outdone from start to finish by Secret, who, again, haven't been one of these highlight teams. They have been in the quiet for some time, left out in the cold. And they've come back in and made a statement here.
Certainly have. It is still just that first map, so we still have to see how things develop, but opening up off the back of the tag is looking for some additional damage for a kill. Can't quite get it.
Ooh, Safe could get this timing right, though.
Safe. Oh, no!
Oh, somehow Safe gets
How
away
does
with
he
it.
get that?
All right, Safe, you're fine. Maybe you need just a couple more of those, and maybe Liquid are back in the game. But although they are at least back in towards that site.
Jeremy getting unintentionally pushed up over the wall. Here's Dubstep again. Just wary about that flank coming in. Borkum now pushing out as Yampi has his attention turned over towards the tube, and things start falling apart once more. 2 members left. Now just 1.
And he was noted earlier. There's so little he could do. Nothing to be done. Liquid just left evaporated by Secret here. This is flat from Liquid. And I've got to give credit where it's due, though. Secret, fantastic game. Solid.
Oh, yeah.
Solid as a rock. We're seeing some nice performance out of Dubstep here. Envy started off with a bang. Can't completely put in this the camp of Liquid playing poorly. Got to say, Secret having some big performers here. But again, this is not enough for me.
Yeah, and this is not the position you want to be in. You're burning both of your timeouts in the first half of the map. Granted, of course, Liquid desperate to get some additional rounds here in the last few that we have to play out, but this is such a gambit to throw down. if you can't make something happen here after this timeout, if you go into that next half and you lose out on the pistol, that could just be it because you have no way of pumping the brakes. And right now, Secret have no cause, no need to do that.
No, they're running rings around them. The positions are perfect. I don't think any of these site hits have felt particularly threatening either so far. We saw that wonderful utility work to deny the initial spikes, get control, and it was just gorgeous from that point out. The splits haven't been really working. Safe got away with murder in that prior round, sure. But again, doesn't get any benefits from that point onwards. As it stands, got to say, impressed with Secret. Now, this could all be, put under a lens of, right, well, maybe Liquid's map pool isn't this robust yet. Maybe they have to suffer through one bad map, right? Let's say the veto just kind of put them in this position, and maybe this is it, right? But then, my God, Fracture better be second to none. I mean, you got to get me back on track here, because 8-1, Secret have turned up like they mean business, and Liquid haven't.
No, they have not. But yeah, I mean, it puts that much more pressure on that map on the horizon there.
It's gotta look good.
And there's already so much pressure on these players. You hear how much Ball is gushing about them on the desk. There's so many Liquid fans here in the audience as well. They've been waiting to see this team. They've been waiting to see these faces, Redguard, Nats, make their return to the international stage. And so far, it's looking like they might be right off the stage just as quickly as they got on it. So they need to turn up the pace here.
They've got to turn this around. Similar scenes, though, over towards A through that same protocol process for Team Secret. They know how they want to start this. Again, so much potential danger. Mostly navigated those Stingers, Spectres coming out. They've gone for whatever they could buy here, Liquid, and it ain't a great deal.
It's definitely not, and it feels like if they can't get this across the board, then that is just going to be the half very firmly in the hands of Team Secret. And they're playing this out patiently, though. Right now, just Borkum and Envy still sat here on A. Jesse Bash not too far. Couple shots coming across. Thinking about holding the knife. Looks like he wants to wait. Goes for it now, right as they go for the site exec. Thrown over the top, finds the thing on a 1. The wall going to be broken down. Still have the reveal on the Yumpy, and Redguard's the first to fall.
Oh, Envy finally traded. Great trade, but look at the instantaneous backfill coming in.
Jeremy.
You don't get to fight just one. Team Secret play with the numbers here, and Liquid now starting to crumble under this. Nats a valiant attempt towards at least one hit. Yes, does get Jesse Vash, but now needs to find 2 more. And again, time's not on his side. Rounds on his side. Does get the upgrade, though.
He's got the Vandal and 20 seconds to play with. No more util here for Nats. Let's see what he can get done. Put the poison wall up, cuts off that screen's access, tucks into the corner for a brief moment. Once he sees on pushes, the wall drops. I like how he tried to play it, but unfortunately he just can't get the shots to connect. 2 people pulling his attention, a turret as well. That's now 9 here for the side of Secret.
And this is why people miss Nats, though. There are moments you can see the little pieces fall into place, avoids the turret, and it's like, okay, if I get both of them, that's the only chance I got. But as it currently, as the chips fall, as it stands, as long and short of this, still not enough. It looks like, yes, Liquid get a little closer there. At the end of the day, 9-1. Got to call it what it is. And right now, it's an absolute travesty from Liquid. Got to keep going in this, though. See if there's any glimmers of hope. Give me a little buffer into that second half. Give me a little something here.
That 9-3, so you can just believe in a curse for a moment. Something like that.
Ooh, okay.
This is a change-up.
Switch up.
Haven't really seen too much in all the ice boxes, honestly, that we've seen at this event. We haven't seen that much attention played towards Kitchen.
No, but I am seeing Secret already kind of, I think they're already starting to ping this out as well. Envy was put to case on this.
Oh, what is that?
Come on, Jesse Vash. Not missing so far.
He just doesn't want to give them a break at all.
Nope. Nothing going their way, and no real play for Safe from this either. He's being left just to his own devices here, not getting as much pressure he wanted. Maybe trying to add the paranoia that lurk towards mid is going to be coming through, but they still know that they're going to be towards B long. They still have all the information here. Yes, they may leave one more player dedicated towards mid, but they still have the player advantage.
Looks like he likes his odds of pulling a rabbit out of a hat twice in a row. This time, though, they do drop off the high ground, so not going to get caught by that stray shot, but the recon dart is at the ready. Looking to throw down that bite. We'll go ahead and cut off Borkum. There's the res. Soulcast finally able to utilize that, but Yumpy is dead just as quickly as he was resurrected.
Yeah, and only one trade going their way. Jesse Vash is the turret on the back of the site. It's a 4v2. Redgar and Soulcast, show me how bad you want this. Do some damage here.
And they just walled off.
13 seconds. Oh, and again, insult to injury. You gotta just back away.
Just making it impossible for him. I guess the consolation prize is going to be the 2 Vandals and some util that they hold on to here, Lauren, but
they're being chased.
It's not gonna make them feel any better.
Secret's on the hunt though. They want these gone. They want them out of their hands. Redgar gonna hold on to his and hold it. One more attempt though from Secret. So 10-1. Achilles, this is
Brutal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely brutal. I mean, from the outset, it's like the worst way you could start a round. Yampi just trying to poke and prod his way into the B site. Stray Vandal shot to the forehead. Boom, he's out of there. The res, no. He's dead again.
Yeah, there's very few breaks, and don't, you know, sometimes it goes that way. Sometimes you get the shot through the wall, you get all of this. It can happen. And man, it's happened a couple of times now. Once again, going through the motions, that's different.
Some more of that, perhaps, Yampi. Great way to start things off. They clear the dart, still gonna ping out 2. Aggressive push from Jesse, it's unscouted. Managing to find 2 kills. It's traded back, and the advantage is now there for TL, so maybe they can put a second round on the board. Nat's gonna be investing the pit as well, making Envy and Borkum have to fight through the thick of it.
Yeah, but Redgar really diligent holding that back line, making sure Envy, you get to find the fight on Redgar for free. Not as it stands. They've pumped the brakes for a second here, actually. Not going to be instantaneously planting as soon as that went up. They want to try and get a grasp on where Envy is. And Redgar, fabulous work in the end. It's given them the most slim of margins here, Achilles, but it is very slim.
Very, very slim indeed, but I love the way that they play that. Slow down the pace, just try to bait him out. Don't stick in for the spike. Get picked off one after the other. Very nicely done in the end there, but still a very tough road ahead with a 10-2 scoreline to half.
Yeah, that's all it is. Let's hand it back to the desk and see what state they're actually in.
Good luck, Bala.
He's going to need it, Achilles. Bala, you've been molding for the entire half. I'm going to let you mold a little bit more.
I mean, this has just been horrible for Liquid. Everything looks off. Every single player looks like they're not communicating with each other. In certain instances, I'm seeing them bump into each other.
Yeah,
let's look at the first 3 rounds, because I think this is basically the first round I saw, and I'm like, this map is over. Because they don't have any idea on how to play. They had such a good fake in mid. They put the wall up. They get Secret to rotate, but nobody's breaking the dart. Soulcast is getting molly shocked every single round. He can't get the wall up. Nobody's breaking the dart for him here. Look at this one. This is unforgivable in a round that they get sight. Nobody breaks it. He gets tagged. They come and swing him, and now they have the sight. And it's moments like these over and over and over. Missed walls. So much stuff is going wrong.
And there's so much going right for Secret. And Envy's one of these bright spots alongside Jesse Bash. They've done such a good job individually, and I think what's really impressed me watching their defensive side is their utility usage. They've applied so much pressure on Liquid through their nano combo, through their nano shock darts, mollies, everything. They've done such a good job at suffocating Liquid out at the beginning of the rounds, and I think that's applying a bit of pressure that has thrown fits for them, right? They don't know where to go. They don't know how they want to approach rounds. They're worried about flanks that haven't come at all. Liquid just look lost.
Yeah, and I'll be the first basically reaction from a Liquid fan. This looks really, really dire. And yeah. I don't know if it's Icebox. I don't know if it's the Gambit thing continuing on Icebox or what's happening, because you always see creative things from them, but you're not even getting to that point. You're not even getting to the point where they can do it. And the crazy part, too, is about all that utility. Secret was throwing so much at the beginning of the round, and yet still they're struggling to get it.
Yeah, after it's all gone, yeah.
Let's not forget Envy, 18-year-old, his international debut, and he's running circles around Team Liquid right now. I can't wait to see more. Back to you, Achilles and Pansy.
Yeah, I think the desk summarized very well. Bala sounds broken-hearted by all of this. He had such high hopes at the start there. He came in making poetry about them, and this is how he gets treated. Devastating. But I think the caveat, again, that was noted on the desk is, if this is just, Icebox isn't there. And we just got to suffer through this, and we get to enjoy it from a Secret perspective. That's where we call it, because it does look shambolic from Liquid here. But second half underway, a chance at maybe setting us straight.
Already, though, big change up compared to how we saw Secret approaching the map. A 4-man push right off the rip here. And they just back away. Still a light little linger there for a brief moment from Safe. Just trying to keep tabs. Now it's Envy leading the charge, playing that pseudo-duelist KO. Yumpy's got the dash at the ready. Knife goes out, push on the corner. Yumpy should be able to get this, but Breaks line of sight just in time. Heal now going, and Envy is still pushing that corner somehow, and he gets a kill for it.
They're losing in this fight. They took the fight and they're losing it.
They could just back away.
They opted for this choice. The only saving grace, the one redeeming factor is safe right now. Slipped the net in middle. And this guy...
But they're looking for it. Look at this,
so
the slow
aware.
creep
They're so
around.
aware.
He's able to get one. They need more here from Yumpy though. It's just a bit whiffy.
Oh dear. It's agonizing. Soulcast, an attempt, sure, but by this point, they've got the site under wraps. There's no threats here now to the bigger picture. The only danger I see is if he gets a kill on either Dubstep or Envy.
Sure.
Beyond that, I'm not that fussed.
I mean, unfortunately, right now his KD reflects the game score. It's 2-10. He's not been putting up numbers.
But I can't even blame him. I think even the desk highlighting there how many times he was just left to his own devices attempting to try and get that spike down. You had all the utilities still against him. It was, the angle.
Does he read this lurk at all?
No.
He drops down. Vash, no way. Certainly not. Jesse Vash, you cannot do this to the man. Unbelievable.
Not again.
And that's just a GG go next. There's no coming back from that.
Oh man, anyone but Soulcast would have been fine. This is like the second time now. I'm not okay with this. Yeah, this is. Let's get it going and go to the next one. Let's just 5-push mid.
I mean, you just got knifed by the granddad in the server. Jesse Vash, I think he's still the oldest player that we have at this event.
Oh.
Yinsu was talking about he plays duo queue with his son.
Oh. Shake it off. It's a bad map. So sometimes there is a weird thing you can say that losing in quite a quick fashion is better than an agonizing loss. As much as like a fan you're saying, oh, but it was a close game, it was competitive. Mentally, sometimes easier to get in and get out.
It's that much more exhaustive.
Yeah, it is. So let's see if there is anything in there, anything we can extrapolate from Liquid, because so far it's a celebration for Secret. These guys are fantastic. And yes, damage achieved, that's not bad. And there is more danger, so Dubstep with that Vandal.
Yep. Great first kill. Spike still being committed up to the front. Yumpy with a nice little flick to the head. He, with that Bulldog, will find one. So Jeremy gets cut down to size. They can just go one after the other at him, and Envy just gets overwhelmed. This would be absolute heroics from the former duelists here from the side of Secret to be able to clutch this out. A couple low HP bars, but he himself tagged down, and that's will get them back on the board.
Okay, there we go. 3 standing, Vandal recovered, Bulldog in hand. God, imagine if they actually brought this game back.
We have seen some absolutely crazy recoveries, and I'm not averse to it. As much as we've been poking fun and praising Secret, I would love for this to turn into a more competitive map.
If Liquid pull this back genuinely and win the game, at this map, not game, I'll get a Liquid tattoo at this point. I'm committing to it.
Okay. That's immortalized. Twitch doesn't forget.
Yeah, there it is. That's fine. I'm down.
And YouTube, shout out to our YouTube.
Yeah, I was going to start getting worried. I see like 7 for Liquid. I'm like,
where should I put it?
Yeah, at present, though, we do see the, somewhat of a dip in the purchase here, of course, respecting the fact that the damage was done. You do have the Sheriff and the Marshal, and beyond that, it is clean. Very few investments. It is probably going to be a clean round here from Liquid, or at least it should. We did see, I think it was like a Classics only round already in this tournament, which actually won it, but yeah. I imagine that's not the case here. So as we go, let's see if there's any chip damage achieved. If you are Liquid, if you're looking as a fan even to this round, you want to see it clean. You want to see that Vandal staying very much in this, the Bulldog staying very much in this. There is actually a plant coming in. No, it's not going to be denied. So do at least get the plant. Most
from there,
behind it.
It's looking like, near flawless. Dubstep managing to come away with one there with the Marshal. Save is just jumping onto Borkum's head like he's a Goomba. And Soulcast comes leaping around the corner to take down Dubstep as well. So TL finding a 4th. Plant is in though. A little bit of extra cash lining in the pockets of Secret. Let's see what they can do with it. And whether or not they can take us to map point with this next round.
They did what we needed, though. We did say to keep it relatively clean, and most of the threats were found. I'm kind of glad that Safe did find. I think it was Safe who found Borkum then, because he was waiting. If there was a chance he didn't get checked, maybe a little bit more damage came in. Again, only Classics though, so mostly Hollywood. But this is a big purchase, right? No big ultimates to talk about. Soulcast is only actually 1 away from his, so that could on the board pretty quick, actually. So eyes towards that. If that does come through, that's a factor. Envy 2 away. Jesse Vash only 3 away, and Jeremy pretty close as well on his. So both sides coming into this with a fair chance of doing some serious damage. I'm looking to see what Secret do in this.
Borkum looking for that linger, that push down 2.
They're aggressive.
Pulls away from it though. Turret's there for contact, so Dubstep knows. They have safe and hold. The catch is a second sooner. A hair off there is Yampi. Could have been able to have that punish. Either way, the heal's been forced out.
But I like that. I like them getting proactive. It's hard to do at this point. Jeremy does need to respect this, so the counter utility is there. Jesse Vash tries to find the timing of the back of the flash. Not good enough. Soulcast denies. Nats towards the site, and everyone's here. They know there is no lurk. They know there's no potential fake towards A. This is a commitment from Secret, and they are locked to it for now.
On a rough spot. So those early kills coming through, much like we saw from Secret when they are on the defending side, that really just start to chip away at things. Get the suppression out onto 2. Safe. Spamming across, manages to find Envy. Good amount of firepower now taken out of their hands. Post plan as well. Severely weakened here for the side of Secret. A singular bite in the hands of Borkum to try to buy some time.
Yeah, I think they'll need someone to pop off here. Wall
There's
goes
a wall.
up. Yeah, one. Ooh, actually, hold on. Quickly dealt with. Not bad. Nat's trying to close the gap, though. Going to be the pressure point coming in towards Yellow, and he's got it. Takes down Borkum and looks for the follow-up. Jeremy now surrounded. He doesn't have the support anymore. Lovely from Liquid. It's what they needed. Rifle round on the board. They get past the first test.
And again, it's fairly clean. They still keep 3 people alive in this round, holding onto those rifles. Soulcast already with a decent amount in the back pocket. This is going to be feeling quite cozy going into this next one. Secret, on the other hand, let's see what they can piece together. It's not everybody's going to be able to go for that Phantom half armor, so yeah, it looks like Inbeat is going to be selling that off. Going back to something a little bit more standard, but really great retake here from the side of TL. The defensive protocols looking a hell of a lot cleaner than the attack ones.
Yeah, you're on the money. Again, though, that was the first buy round, the first real attempt that Secret had to run into this. With Liquid succeeding there, it does set them up a little further, build that bank. Ult's now starting to come through. Soulcast does have his safe, his as well, so that's lovely. That is slightly out of timing and out of sync for Jesse again, so might actually get freedom to utilize this.
Spotted a fairly hefty stack here from the side of TL. They've got 3 members strong already on the site. Safe nearby as well, just hovering at top mid. Dart goes out, Dubstep gonna back away. It feels like if they can find an initial pick here from the side of Secret, they might be willing to go in with that lockdown, try to flush Liquid out and actually convert this round into a win. But unless they can find something like that, I think it's a bit of a stretch to try to go for those ults.
Yeah, and Liquid sitting just purely backside. That's considering a swing here. And yeah, Soulcast does get pinged up, so it looks like the pawn's coming in, nothing to deny. I'm seeing one play again, real close though. Redgar gets amongst them. You do have the lockdown coming in, you're absolutely on the money. Great trade though, Envy. Oh my word, and Dubstep 2. And now it's a 3v3. Envy's gonna pop the ult, get the hell back in there. They still need the spike planted.
And this is critical. He's popping this no command so that they can't go for the counter lockdown here from Safe. He still does manage to put him down on the ground though, and Bash is now dead. Dubstep alone. The spot is watched. Safe finds another one. They'll get the defuse, and TL, they continue to run it back. What is your location of choice for your tattoo, Lauren?
Don't worry about it yet. Don't you worry about it. It's all good. We're all good. Secret's
You did say 7. You said
fine.
7 rounds.
7, I get nervous. It's when they actually win the map, then we'll see. As it stands, I've got to say, a little bit more synergy looking here for Liquid. A little bit of something, but again, got to take into account what that purchase was from Secret. It was very little. So yes, burning of the ult, so that we were looking to see coming to play. They've now gone through those.
Exactly. 2 ults committed in the fight. And Dubstep does get 3 charges back at the end of the day, but you look at the economy here for the side of TL. Cash-wise, flush with it. They've got 3 ults at the ready. As it seems like we may have a timeout for the side of Team Secret. Wait until we get word on that. But otherwise, Hunter's Fury, lockdown, res available. TL have so much to continue to drag out these rounds and continue to add them, to their side of the board.
Yeah, and you're going to have that operator with Yampi. Another huge boon to the Liquid stash, really. This guy can be influential. He can change complete outcomes of games if he has one of those games. I'm waiting to see it. It does seem as though you're absolutely right, Secret. Obviously, Liquid burning theirs incredibly fast in that first half. not really to much recovery either. So
Sure.
let's kind of talk what this then means bigger picture. At least we've seen some life in Liquid, right? This then means that potentially the next map is going to be a little bit better, heating up into it, feeling a little bit warmer here, not feeling so just stun-locked as they were in that first half. I'm hoping this is a little bit of a resurgence here. I still want to wait to see once that first real cycle hits for Secret. They still have Jesse Bash 1 away, Borkum 3 away. I'm still waiting for all of that to come through, because being on 11, you do get that boon of once that big round hits, when you have all your ults, get that full buy, you're probably more than likely going to convert it.
It feels like it's an inevitability, which is why Liquid are probably also equally happy to have this timeout. So they can get back in there, start having a conversation again after burning those first 2 timeouts in the first half. So now it's really going to be about, okay, how is Secret going to be approaching this round? They've only got a res available. They don't have too much. If we can knock them back from here, their econ is once again in the trash. We get that much closer to being able to call this back, to tie it up, and potentially even steal the map away from them.
It's getting a little tense, though. Certainly getting closer. Plenty of plants coming through for Secret, though. Still trying to get themselves on the sides, holding those post plants that Liquid have been breaking back in from. So we go back in, but this time full purchase coming out for Secret, and Liquid do have that operator with Yampy, couple of those additional ultimates as well to play into this. And Yampy, once again, this aggression, I like it. Last time it was married with a little bit of that pressure through from Tube. I think it was safe actually pushing a little bit further on mid.
Yampy.
This time, Yampy actually missing a shot there. But the response, Redguard's about to fall.
Yeah, he was trying to go for that side-by-side push here alongside Yampy's just splitting away from him. They're aware that he would have dropped down off that position. So they're actually swinging up onto the high ground to try to avoid him a little bit more. And Borkum with the lurk-in. He gets tagged by the alarm bot, but he's the one getting the jump on safe. Soulcast is there to answer back. Still, now evened up as Yampy finds the equalization kill there, but the res is going to come out on both sides.
Yeah,
right back to a 4v4.
This is lovely. So they're very aware that there's still at least 2 players towards middle, and it's only Yampy. And I say only Yampy, this guy does do damage. Here in the spike being planted, but he's holding a lot of space, so they can't get comfortable in these post plants. Lockdown can be brought into effect. Jesse Bash does have.
way.
Oh, Yampy flies in! Shotty to hand, Soulcast by his side! And the lockdown's still ticking. Jesse Bash, the last one standing, pressure now mounting. He's got players to worry about. Safe is
Safe
there!
is ready.
Liquid, maybe on the verge of being back in this game.
Unbelievable. A retake. It's just so critical for them, shutting this down. 3 members left alive after committing the res to the fight as well. Liquid, they don't even really need to carry that extra weapon over. They got so much money stacked up. And Secret, they've got a hole in their wallet. They're just bleeding out their currency right now.
I have to look towards how Yampy played that round. Didn't overstay his welcome. Again, he was the one pushed it up pretty deep, got a nice pick, but kept falling away. Some people might have said, at one point Yampy's over-aggression could have been the downfall of him. Loved the repositioning there, playing a little bit safer. Yes, he dives back in with a shorty, but that was perfect. Really loving seeing this. 11-7, Secret without a response here, really. Yeah, a couple of close rounds again, but it's the retakes that are working so well for Liquid.
Just protection around Nest, whether it's somebody planting or somebody postured up in that position, has been fairly weak here from the side of Secret as Redguard starts going off, one after the other. 3 quick kills for him.
Yeah, a bit of an eco Cobra, but you'll take him. You'll take him every day of the week.
It's crispy aim at the end of the day, and that's what we were lacking in the first half. And suddenly they are within touching distance, just 3 rounds away now from tying up this map. Crucial ultimates, though, now available for the side of Secret, but they have to utilize them intelligently. They have to make them work. A lockdown, a pit. But they're still going up against so much on the side of TL, who have a pit of their own. They have that Hunter's Fury to potentially flush somebody out. You can see significantly different experience now in the coach booth. It's all smiles.
Yeah, what a different look it is already. As said, though, early flash for NV, just gonna head on through. Safe does get pinged out. Nat's unnoted, waiting with the ult. Now's the time to go for it.
Goes right before the 0 point connects. Just gonna be clearing out the turret for now. See how they try to approach this. Drone did go into the back, but looks like Nat's not spotted at all. They're trying to get the spam through onto Jeremy. Won't be able to make it happen. He gets the plant, he gets out.
5 in a post plant, that's different this time.
Yeah.
Now I look towards the flank. What is that back line looking at? We do even have the lockdown coming in. There's the counter. So that should be dealt with pretty swiftly. There it is. Yampy did find Borkum. Yampy does get traded down on though eventually, and now a 3v3. The lockdown is still ticking.
And that's detained. 2 detains, actually. It's just safe. He doesn't get hit by this. It's just tucked away in the back of sight. Safe gonna have to lead the charge. The pit drops down.
This is so high pressure now. Safe needs to try and be the bodyguard, be the one to take the fight here, because they're about to swing.
They're holding it right now.
He's not stopping. Gets taken away. Now down to Envy. And now
there's no time.
He's got it. Safe. Can't chase him down. There's no other option. It took everything that Secret had, and all that is left remaining is 1.
Still so close, but Secret managed to make it work here. They get that map point locked in. Liquid, they committed everything that they had to that round, but they do still have a more comfortable buy coming into this, so there's still a chance for them to continue to run this back. Secret are not out of the woods yet, and that was looking fairly catastrophic. Yumping being able to get 2 on this flank, pushing around towards A main, was enormous. If that doesn't happen, this is a significantly cleaner hold for the side of Secret.
But also the lockdown not getting destroyed. How game-changingly different could that have been? Yampy turns the flash. Gonna be now noted early. Oh,
it's gonna stay.
Yeah, Yampy's willing to sit around on this one. Not sure if he got noted on this angle, but again,
now he can't dash.
They are desperate to try and force him deeper into these sites. He does have support though. He does have Redgar there with him. How long does Yampy sit on this? He now needs to make his mind up. Chip damage is in. I think it's time to back away.
Yep, they put that one right at his feet. Pulls back. He's still just gonna be holding from the front of yellow though, but as the flash comes in, he does back off just a bit more. Clearly, Secret right now, at least, not really entertaining the idea of moving over towards A. They have pulled a fair few rotations. Well, there's that mid pressure coming down as well from Safe as he once again pushes out 2. Turret makes contact. That's going to be noted.
Not following up on that though. The knife's going to clear. Make sure that Yampy is no longer sitting around the wall. Still in place here. Utility not finding the connection needed, and there's the ult. Borkum's going to find this. Deeper wall comes in. Jeremy, does he get the plant through? Looking to see if there's anything to stop it. No, and Yampy's actually been found. Jesse's the one to get him.
Jesse gets a kill. All the util gone from Redgar as well, so now they don't have a drone to try to push into this, so he just goes in blind.
He's fighting.
And gets shut down. Nats pushing his way out through Snowman, does find Jesse Bash. They're still bleeding, members dry here, and it looks like Secret might have finally done it.
Yeah, Safe and Nats, we need some miracles here. 2 incredibly talented players, nasty players. But that Viper's Pit keeps Secret safe. And Liquid evaporating under the pressure. Secret, that first half gave them everything going forward.
Just a couple more rounds perhaps if from the side of TL. Maybe they would have been able to make this happen. It's a very good effort, though, here from them, Lauren, to be able to rally back, to be able to put these many rounds up, considering how that first half went. You can tell that they're not looking to give up, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing them rallying back on Fracture.
Yeah, this is much better. Fracture on the horizon to me is so imperative, though. I want to see Liquid looking way more robust, especially on the attacking side. For me was a little bit hit and miss, looked a little out of sorts. I really want to see more from that there. That's what I'm going to be eyeing up going forward. For Secret, though, fabulous performance. Loving what we're seeing from them individually and as a collective.
It's a great start. The Pacific teams continue to impress, but can they close it out? That's the question.
That is the question. We'll find out after the break.
Recalling my bot. Red Bull gives you wings.
What a start for Team Liquid Pacifics. They're still on top, baby, here in the Omega bracket. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Doug and Bala, who's definitely not upset. Am I right?
I'm not mauling even a little bit. Not even a little bit. I have no cope. I literally have no cope. The only cope is, okay, they brought some rounds back. Okay, they started shooting back, essentially. And that's good going into the second map, but still, I'm still thinking about that first half and just how lost Team Liquid looked and how that's actually going to translate to the rest of the maps, too.
They looked lost in every facet of the game. You mentioned they were bumping into each other. Their comms were probably a complete disaster from beginning to end. And you're right. I think if there is a silver lining, it's that they started putting something together. But even in those rounds, you think about there were specific instances where Yumpy's knifed and he's still wide swinging an angle with the op without having the dash to get away. Everything just looked a bit flaccid from them, to be honest. It looked very sad.
Yeah, but also on the Team Secret side, like, Jesse Vash popped off, and I think a lot of people forgot how good that guy is on Icebox. The darts that he's throwing make it really difficult to play against. And then as well, some credit to Team Secret to be able to shut that comeback down entirely, right? Because there was those 2 rounds in a row, basically, where you get that lockdown that's going down, and you pressure the Hunter's Fury that's going off from Redguard to try to break it on the flank, and that causes him to get off. And all of a sudden, you're actually able to detain Nats in the back of sight, and everything is good from there.
Yeah, and speaking of Jesse Vash, let's move on to our Verizon high-speed moment. We've had, I think this is the third knife we've had.
Oh, no.
And poor
no.
Soulcast.
Don't do
Can we let
it
Bala
to
talk about it?
But why
Let's
is
let
it
Bala
always
Don't do it to
Soulcast?
him.
Why is it always Dom?
This poor guy,
Why?
bro. I mean, it feels like every international event at this point, but
Just something
from the
with
first
a knife.
one
Something
to
is
this
always
one.
going on.
And poor guy was like, what, 2-15 at this point? So
Yeah, it'd have been a rough game.
It was a very rough game. And
Oh, he's like, he knows.
yeah,
He knows.
it's so hard to come back from it in that type of moment, but I mean, they did kind of rally a little bit.
I do like what you said about how Secret maintain their composure, because I think when you have a team across, like the names across from this across you on the stage, when they're the ones who are mounting so strong a comeback, it's really easy for teams to crumble, right? Like it's really easy to kind of keep that in the back of your mind. So be it the experience of Jesse, who's 32, by the way, hold up for us old boomers out here, or whatever it is, they maintain their composure, and I think that's what got them to dub.
I'm just a little bit upset that we didn't get the Lauren tattoo in the end.
Yeah,
I was
she
kinda
breathed a
gunning
sigh of
for it.
relief.
I was thinking,
I like how at
where
the
is
end of
she
the
going to
game,
get it?
she was just kind of ignoring it. She's like, yeah, fine.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
on her, but
I wanted to see the liquid tattoo. Maybe next time, For now, let's hop into the AIM Lab shoot-around and get a pre-game warm-up with Team Secret's Dubstep. Honestly, different agent coming into this tournament, but still on that AWP that he's been doing for the last 3 years here in Valorant. And he looks very, very solid, Doug. I've been impressed so far with Dubstep.
Yeah, there were a lot of really impressive players on the Secret side. We talked about Imbi and how good he was. We talked about Jesse. Dubstep was another one who performed rather admirably, holding the op as Killjoy. Like, he played exceptionally well. His utility placement stifled so much of what Liquid was trying to do on attack. Like, they just played the map so well, and I was really impressed.
Yeah, and I also have to give credit to the proactivity he had on Killjoy. Not only to op, but also he was getting some deep alarm bots.
Yeah, he was.
Deep turrets that were forcing Liquid to not really have much space at all. They were not worried about flanks very often, and that was because Dubstep was being proactive with it. He didn't have to just settle for the same kitchen setup every single round.
Yeah,
Also,
I think it was a combination of that and the Sage walls. They like systematically would remove different areas of the map and funnel Liquid into one spot, and they had 3-4 players waiting there. I think they had them read like a book the entire time.
Totally unrelated, but I kind of like that crosshair. Thank you for not trolling us, Dubstep. Because like every time we do AIM Lab shoot around, someone's got like freaking Shadows crosshair from EMEA. That's like the whole screen. So
the massive one.
Yeah. But I
fit on a
respect
bus.
this one. I respect this one. But as we head into the next map of Fracture, I do want to pose this. I think we lightly touched on it, but of course with the 2 Gambit players coming in for Liquid, Redguard being the IGL, and then banning Haven, which was like the mech Gambit ban forever, Doug. It does feel like maybe the Gambit players are still not 100% comfortable on the maps that they didn't like to play, like Icebox as well.
Yeah, there does seem to be something about that. I want to be able to look at this and go, it's a new team, new structure, all this stuff, and new coaches, whatever, but there does seem to be some uncomfortability on these maps. So we'll see if it transfers over on Fracture.
Yeah, it's definitely something to look at, I think, and keep in mind in the future, because I never really thought of, for example, Redgar as somebody who's hard-headed or stubborn, right? And now we see them continue to ban Haven. I think bringing that back up, I think is very, very important. And so we'll see. Fracture was one that they were also struggling with, but it is their pick. So that's a slight difference in the approach so far in the map beatas. And one thing as well, safe on Killjoy, I'm not too fussed about it. I think obviously you have some explosiveness from Safe, but the way Yampi is playing, I'm not sure if you can really change that in Yampi, right? He's always going to go forward, so maybe you just have to leave him and leave Safe to be a little bit more of the flexible player.
When it comes to agents, where do we go from here? Because Soulcast used to play Astra on Fracture, Redguard did as well. Both Yampi and Nats both played Chamber here. Yeah. There's got to be some degree of flexibility, and again, maybe I'm just in the Safe kind of duelist fanboy camp, but I want to see him play the duelist at some point on some map.
Yeah, but I think that's we were mentioning it before Icebox. I think that's one of the benefits of having Safe on your team, right? Is that he can flex as hard as he can, and you know he can run a Phoenix into Raiden and pop off.
Yeah.
He can do something different like the Killjoy, a KO. Like there's so much versatility to him, and I think that's why he's so exciting to watch.
I am curious though. I don't think we've seen much of the flexible duelist from either Safe or Yampy, other than like Safe playing Phoenix every once in a while. But like, can either of them really play Raze at the level that we saw in the Alpha bracket, for example?
Right.
And that's important on this map, Fracture. So let's see if that is a question that's even answered at all, right? Are they even going to go for that agent, or are they going to go for just a regular Jet?
Yeah.
Right? Like.
On the other side, I also want to see what Dubstep is going to do here, because I had a chat with him before the tournament, and he said that to help him move on to this new role, as we head into Prime Gaming Agent Select, he actively watched a bucket load of Nat's Cypher setups, and he's yoinked a lot of Nat's setups. I nearly did a Bren there, but I didn't. Yeah, Zolcast seems to be the one playing Astra here, so what's Redgar going to do?
Yeah, that's a big question. He's going to play the Breach. He used to do a fair bit of that as well.
It's the dubstep. That's the dubstep Cypher. Are we going to get like a Nats-esque performance from him? I don't know.
Full Sentinel for him. I've never seen him as necessarily a lurker, but he did do a fair bit about it on Icebox. So it's definitely going to be those two head-to-head. And then we have Prim as the controller choice as well, and a Raze as well for Secret. So I'm curious how this is going to go.
I'm really excited to see how Redgar approaches his attacking half. In a single elimination tournament, calling is everything. He struggled on Icebox. Let's see what his adaptations look like on Fracture.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because if Liquid loses this, they are out, and they can't do that. I need to see that pansy tattoo. Achilles, do me a favor and bully her into more of it.
I'll have none of this. I'll have absolutely none of this behavior.
It's my first time casting with you. I'm not really going to go for the bully
easy.
aspect, you know, tiptoe into it.
So swearing on the desk almost. The audacity to kind of try and aim up here. All right, well, anyway.
Too much time around Bren.
That's very true. We do need to focus up on the game, though. We do need to look at what's in front of us now, because it's a little bit different from, I think, what a lot of people expected.
Sure.
The fact that, actually, by all accounts, Team Secret looked very solid. It took a little time to close out in the end, but they got there. It was job done. That first half was gorgeous. This, however, is Liquid's map choice, so we should see the best version possible, and I'd love to see how Secret now look on the other foot. This is going to be incredibly telling, and I absolutely can't wait for it. So, Secret already starting things off pretty nicely with a whole lot of information.
Han over the top. Early knife out there from Safe, just getting a quick suppress. As the gamble stack here from the side of Secret find themselves on the opposite side of the map. As the push starts coming in here over towards the B side. Aftershock up in the tower. Nate going to be joining it as well. Borkum just pulls back. Now we'll watch over towards Arcade. Nat's just lurking on that row. He knows that he's pressured on either side and doesn't know which way to look. Borkum taking down. There's first blood.
Yeah, lovely work from Liquid so far. Sight fully under wraps. Soulcast going to note the players coming through. Gets overrun in the end, but still, they are still holding on towards that tower position. They have all rights to be holding on to this. Noting no pressure through Arcade. No, actually going all the way around. Redgar is indeed doing that. Trying to maybe find the timing on this. And I love this play. Heads up play, but they still need to hold on to the site itself. Nats gets warded away. Safe's now fallen, and now there's problems. They've got it towards halfway. Nats, the safest pair of hands in the game, but has two players on the other side. Dubstep and Envy, two highlights from map one.
They are tagged low, but they're just sticking the defuse, and Dubstep's got the covering fire. And while the start of the round looked great for the side of TL, getting into a fairly unoccupied site, they do manage to run it back. Again, Envy starting off the side of a map with some nice kills coming through. It's going to help fast track towards that Rolling Thunder, which is ever so important on every map, realistically, that Breach is playing, but especially here on Fracture. I'll take a look back at the highlights, just getting that catch, not sure which way to look. Caught up in the traps. That late rotate, just perfectly read. I honestly think it was heard from the side of Dubstep through that underpass.
Oh, why'd you just get caught by the knife? Has to fall away from this now.
Throw a lot of stuff at him, just drops down.
Liquid making no secrets here. No subtlety to this, but they do get the ult orb at least. So they are going through the motions of this. This could be the name of the early game, at least trying to farm them up. Try and get, I think it looks like Redgar propped up here. Soulcast just trying to keep a little bit of security towards the other side of the map as well, ensure no one's pushing out in the meantime. So they will congregate back together at some point.
The old DRX strategy, just feed the Breach the orbs. Get the Rolling Thunder every third round. Utilize it, win the round.
That's the one.
And there's another one. It's now just 3 away, leaving Envy in the dust.
Good reads, though, coming out. I mean, there's not been too much secrecy or subtlety to this, but there's been no active challenge from Secret. So they do have the 3 players here. Yes, still isolated, 1 towards the tower. Could be a little bit of a problem here, but 2 towards CT. Yampy's going to be the first to challenge, it looks like. Borkum on the other side. Is Dubstep to find Nat. Shot from Yampy.
Very clean from Yampy. Needed that. I thought he was going to fast rush into tower with a double blast pack, but actually didn't have it. Still manages to find the kill, but Safe going to be taken down by the Aftershock. And Liquid, they find one, but then they start bleeding members.
Yeah, support's on the way as well.
Oh, what a cheeky little haunt.
Yeah, some nasty haunt so far. Yampy, damage, and the swing. Nice, but not nice enough to be able to transfer towards Dubstep, leaving just Redgar here. See if we can do any more progress towards that. Oh, not going to be the case. Jeremy there to shut down the account. 3 still standing. Not bad by any means for Secret.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, 1 more kill there for the side of TL. You start feeling really good about that eco round. They invest a little bit just picking up some of those sheriffs. They did manage to find some value with it. They get knocked Secret down to just 2 people left holding on to those Spectres for dear life. You start feeling a lot more comfortable coming into this bonus, but Secret, they do manage to stabilize there as Dubstep looking very clean so far with a 4-0, leading the charge for the team.
We'll see where that early A main control does eventually swing towards, as we do seem to have a little bit of a head-to-head face-off here. Jesse on one side, Jeremy with them. Yampy going to note that Prowler coming in, but again, passive start this time.
Yeah, they're expecting this pressure here, so they just slowly creep up, get the Prowler around the corner, send the boom bot. They're not wide swinging out. They're wary that somebody could be watching that angle. They don't want to swing into it. Go for the Seize Nade. Oh, classico little pairing.
But this does at least slow down that additional player that has been present on that B site every single hit. They've still been putting a lot of credence towards holding towards A, taking over that main control, which now should be pretty, I guess, level footing towards this B site, right? This should be the best attempt that they've had yet. They absolutely have better weaponry, so this should be clean for Liquid.
There it is.
And there it is. That's what they've been building towards. This should be the go signal. Yampy halted at the door, though. Great counter utility to offset the timing. And it's Dubstep to find Safe.
Is Safe going to be taken down? That's now the flashes. Other than Redgar's 1 remaining, 1 out of the equation. Nats manages to swing his way in through tower. It's going to get stunned up, throws down the Cyber Cage, expecting a push through Arcade. That is not coming. Instead, it's just going to be Borkum still sat here on the site, but he's so low HP. He's right up against the staircase. Nats takes him down. Envy dead as well. Man advantage here for TL, but still haven't gotten the spike up onto the site. There's 25 seconds remaining.
Anything that could go wrong gets a little bit more dangerous, but it's a safe plan. Nothing stopped it. The flank pressure does come in. That's Jeremy. Takes down 1. Hold on. Dubstep got Yampy in the meantime. It's a 2v2. Jesse Vash and Jeremy up against Redgar and Nats. Now the positioning's decent, though, for Liquid. Good spot to be in. Nats a little precarious, but still good for it. Takes out Jesse. Jeremy turns to Flash, gets to move in closer, but Nats on the angle. This should be the cross being watched.
He's not going to read this.
He's seen the barrel, and Nats has the kill. Gorgeous round from Nats. That positioning in tower was second to none.
Yeah, but on the flip side, still good damage here from the side of Secret. Yeah, it's a bonus for them. They still managed to take away 3 of these guns. So economy-wise, a decent amount of damage being dealt, but good for Liquid to be able to get around on the board here nice and early. Nats getting himself into tower. That was really what kind of sprung the trap, really surprised the side of Secret a bit. They just had Borkum out on an island, 9 HP, sat inside of a smoke, desperately hugging on to life, and Nats just steals it away from him without a second thought. For now, going into this next round, it's going to be neural theft on either side as Yampy tries to up the pace and is instantly dealt with.
I don't know what he expected the counter to be, but we do have the early pop from the ult from Jeremy. Not going to quite find anyone. I think Redgar's making a run for it. Get the hell out of danger.
There's a trap
and
wire
hold
there.
his breath. How far do they get? Yeah, nothing found off the back of it, but they take so much space. And actually, I wonder if they spot the spike. I don't think they crested the corner deep enough to potentially see it, but that will be gathered and taken back into hand.
Oh, Dubstep watching, yep. Quick flip of the camera there. Spots Nats lurking around in the sewers. Is noted. They flushed everybody back. There's still worries about that dish side, about a push coming in from Arcade, but angles are being watched right now by Secret. Seems like they got a pretty good idea that everybody's still going to be on the attacking side spawn.
Jeremy has support here as well. Jesse Vash is by his side. So timing is everything now. First player's crossed, a little ahead. Redgar. Oh my word, Jeremy sends it packing. Redgar denied. No support there either for the trade.
Yeah, they have that season 8 coming. Nobody can try to push in to cover him. He ends up just getting taken down with a nasty headshot from the side of Jeremy. Jesse Vash going to be able to find 2. Now it's just going to be safe. Left to his own devices. 20 seconds remaining. 1,500 in the bank. The Phantom in hand, can he do some damage? Time just ticking away, and Dubstep is just watching it.
10 seconds left.
Heels up on the desk, staring at the cam. It's going to be a save in the end.
I don't know what the hell got into Yampy there. What space did he think he had? Because even in these last couple of rounds, we've seen Jeremy and Jesse Vash rolling that utility early on. We saw that little trade out in the round just prior in the bonus. And this time he thought maybe get in there head on, see if he could maybe be disruptive. I'm not sure what he really thought he had in that regard, because he got punished so quickly.
Take a look back at it, and it's just so well read. The fault line ends up just getting him, and there's just no way for him to respond. Jeremy, though,
that shot.
Yeah, being able to get the paint shells out to go with the C's, hoping to get an extra catch, and then still be able to draw down to get the elimination shot onto Redgar. Just nasty stuff from him. And this is one of the big reasons why we see Dubstep not playing the duels anymore. They found somebody who is incredibly good, a very young player in Jeremy. So far, he's looking decently flashy here on the Rays.
Oh yeah, looking really quite nice. Oh dear, Redgar. Yeah, Yampy tried to back away. He's being surrounded. They're hunting him down like a dog. Oh dear, the blast back will do nothing in this.
Didn't even go off.
Nope, Secret. This is, I like them being proactive though. What a switch up here. A little bit of a test of the pace here. A couple of times they've been seeing them take dish control, try and farm these orbs up.
Exactly. They read that perfectly, and now they have the spike in their hands. And, well, Nats will be able to get the jump here on Borkum. That will be a gun picked up. Still only a Spectre.
Yeah, not ideal. High flash. Swing.
Should have noticed.
Yeah, notes Jesse Vash.
Need a counter swing. Flash goes out.
They need something more than that. This is just brutality from Secret, and it's clean. 4 standing. This is lovely work from them.
The whole round gorgeously read. Borkum the only one kind of getting caught off guard there by the double stack over at bench. Otherwise, from the outset, they just up the pace. They know that they've been trying to get Redgar in these positions to farm these orbs. He's just trying to get those Rolling Thunders online as consistently as he possibly can. So they say, script, we're going to up the pace, go pushing over a dish. They find the 2 kills. Yampy just hiding in the corner, can't do a damn thing. And it looks so very clean. The covering util is very on point right now for Secret. A little bit late there for Liquid. They try to get that concussion out to get the stun on Jesse Vash, but it's just seconds too late.
Sadly for Borkum, he has been the target of Nats' eye. And Nats has been winning out in the vast majority of those individual fights at least. First time we're seeing a lot more, I guess, intended pressure towards Tower at this point a couple of times. Yes, Nats has slipped up there, but I do want to see the rest of Liquid. Still having a little look towards Dish, but do eventually work their way right back on round towards B. You can see Dubstep there and Borkum to greet them as the welcome party. No additional rotation yet. Wait and see when Jesse Vash, when any of these players start considering there's the other side that's under pressure.
I haven't done it yet. Liquid definitely playing around with the time that they have, taking it now under a minute. And it's going to be a cut across into the underpass now. Well, Redgar thinks better if it actually shifts back or wants an escort.
Footsteps?
Perhaps. Send out the knife, nothing to be found. Yampy, showstopper at the ready, comes pushing forward. There's no one on the site to receive this rocket though. Borkum going to pull away just in case it does end up going towards him, which it does. So wisely played, and now they have the Nightfall for the retake.
Yeah, see how many he actually catches. Potentially 3. Not sure if he got towards the tower in the end, but again, as it stands, good initial work. They should know where these players at least reside. Good start as well from Envy, finding Redgar, removing him from the side, but a 3v3. Spike now down, and Nat's back in tower. You know he's a specialist at this. Whole side of this arcade approach is completely under wraps, but Secret, straight through the site, right up the guts. Safe is the first one has to check on this. Yes, they're running through the utility, but they still have to swing behind it.
It's the neural depth. They used it so they know exactly where Nats is at. This is not going to surprise them whatsoever. They've got the covering fire. Jesse Vash has the headshot, and Team Secret have the firm lead. 5 rounds now on this starting side, and once again, Liquid kicked back economically.
Where's the timeout coming? There's got to be soon. It has to be on the horizon for Liquid here because they are starting to hit that wall. And they've not found the success they need. They've maybe isolated a couple of areas they found success in. I mean, they've been getting Nats up towards the tower, but again, even the retake here was lovely. Jesse Vash, wondrous performance in that as well. Wow. I'm thoroughly impressed with Secret. I thought map 1, hey, it's their map choice, put that in context. You know, it looked good. First half, fantastic. Second half, got a little closer. Here, this is Liquid's choice, and Secret still look way up to scratch. They look fantastic as it stands.
It feels like Secret's just set a trap and it sprung as soon as TL stepped into it. As far as these maps are concerned, because they are looking incredibly well drilled. And I hate to just go on, I'm the Pacific guy, about all the Pacific teams, but this is looking a lot like we saw from the likes of Talon.
Sure.
The protocols are there, the communication is clear, everything is so smooth. These little micro plays, the adjustments that they're doing to just be able to support each other, to allow for an entry, allow for an exit, to make sure that that pinch can't come through, they can't get picked off, is looking absolutely fantastic from Secret. TL, they need to have this timeout work.
Yeah, I think if we're going to be honest as well, I think you're seeing a lot of that core capability still with Secret. You're seeing there in the synergy, that capability to trade, a lot of the aspects that you were just highlighting, still very much in place. For Liquid, it looks a lot like a rebuild still in that learning process, building the roster to what they need. Not quite there yet, at least so far. By this round, we'll be really into the thick of it, but this timeout coming forward won't be really for this round, it'll be the one to follow it. A couple of ults to play with as well. Let's see if they can build off the back of that. Red got only 2 away. Safe 1 away. So certain potential to have a lot of ults now coming through for Liquid. And Fully sitting super deep. They're playing pure retake at this point if Liquid continued to play towards the B side. Secret allowing that control to happen.
A lot of investment here just to
Lovely
get themselves
volley.
into the site. And yep, just sprinting through it. Safe going to be taken down to 48 HP. Redgar as well, tagged up at the plant. Is going to be coming through, and Jesse Bash has to pull away. Borkum gets the wall bang shot, and that's the planter taken down. Borkum finds the second, and the spike is now stranded.
And the 3 players are already pushing up to try and pressure towards CT, so the spike's not even on their side. They need to just brawl this out somehow. Chip damage, maybe name of the game. They have the ult on Safe. That's maybe what they were after here. But Borkum just free farming. This has got to feel good. A confidence booster for Borkum. Quiet until that point, but then succeeding when it mattered. Upgrades galore as well. They're fine. They've got the rifles back in hand. There's no threat there.
Just over the shoulders, that Sheriff shot from Nat. So close to being able to take him down, do a little bit more damage, force another weapon by, do something to the economy. But yeah, Borkum coming alive in this round, finding those initial picks, the molly placement, the timing of it, just ensuring that Safe had no way to play out the rest of the round. You could see right now how happy Warbirds is in the coaching booth.
But here's what the timeout was for. Look at the odds they have. Yes, Nat says his, but we're looking at Safe, we're looking at Soulcast. What do they have in mind for us? What is the approach now?
Boombot rolling forward, Prowler to check. We'll confirm some presence. And you can see, I mean, right now the read from Secret is that this is just going to be an A hit. They are all pulled away from the B site, leaving just the 2 trap wires set up.
Okay, well they've pulled the players correctly. But even at best, there'll be a 4-player in a post plant. And we've seen that Secret are very good at those retakes here. They have been sitting deep towards CT if they have to.
Redguard's going to go for the Rolling Thunder. And it seems like Secret had predicted this perfectly. They knew that this was available. They said just play off the site. They're going to go for a hit onto B. That's exactly what has happened so far. No command now out as well from Safe.
God, this is so good. This is really well considered from Secret. Plant's going to come in, sure. But this has been the part that's been the problem for Liquid, is holding on to this. What is the difference now?
Fault line to spawn.
Swing it.
Doesn't hit any. Jeremy going to be taken down, though.
Yampi's actually pushing this. They're trying to get aggressive.
Jesse Bash!
But Jesse doesn't care.
He just shuts it down. They go for the aggro push. He finds 3 quick kills, and it all comes falling apart. This is one of the most beautifully read rounds that I have seen this entire tournament, Lauren. Right now, Secret know exactly what Liquid are going to do after every single time out.
I am worried. Liquid should be worried. That was the round they paused for. That was the big think piece they came up with, and Secret was so far ahead of it. Yeah, Nat's being over here, not the end of the world, dealt with. But it's the fact that they read the ult so perfectly, and even potentially the aggression, turning the flash so well here. Jesse Bash, what a performance from the man.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And it was a 3 ult investment plus the weaponry there from TL. There's 4 ults now available from the side of Secret, and Dubstep's the only one without it. You can get that neural theft so very quickly.
Yep.
Early knife out. Looks like, again, it's going to be the push up here into Dish. Dubstep just watches. Tripwire will be destroyed by the paint shells.
Oh, this cam.
And they are unaware of it, and he's
Paint
just getting
shell.
so much info right now. Oh my
Jeremy!
God!
Yampi just gets taken out of the sky. Jesse Bash knows there's more now up there. Underhand flash gets checked on. Jesse Bash in their face and thriving. Liquid just left in pieces. Jesse Vash is just having the time of his life, even noting Rekos. He's considering it. They've got to know where he was. I'm pretty sure that Prowler found it.
Spamming it out.
Oh,
and at
dear.
this point, there's really nothing you can hope for if you're ready
Hit 'em all.
to make this a non-flawless, which he is able to do. But they just look to overwhelm him, and they do. 8-1 now. We were hoping that Icebox was just an isolated incident, that it was because of the map pick from Secret, but here they are again putting up similar numbers, and again, I'll spoil it for you as you guys watch the replays as Yumpy just gets sniped out of the sky. Team Liquid are going to be burning their second timeout in the first half of the map. And this is such a precarious and brutal spot to be pushed into.
I'm just stunned at what we're seeing. And I think we gave them the kindness to wait for map 2 to see how Liquid looked.
Sure.
I guess it's just how far into that rebuilding process are some of these teams, because you have high expectations for some of the teams in this group especially. I think there's a couple of teams that stand out from the others where you're like, okay, I expect potentially a deep run team coming in. Now for Liquid, I think the rebuild was highly promising. You picked up some of the best players that are available. Seeing Nats, Yampy, Safe, Redgar, and Soulcast on a team, it's like, that's a dream come true for MEA. Perfect. I just don't think they're quite there yet. I think this roster needs a whole lot more time, because Secret right now are outdoing them by every means.
They absolutely are. But yeah, I mean, it is important to keep in mind before people make just, I don't even know, 4-head conclusions, 2-head really, conclusions that this team is not going to be able to achieve anything this year. We haven't even started the regional competition yet.
Correct.
This is just right off the top. The rosters have so recently come together. But it's still rockier than you would want it to be. You expect that with these pieces put into this puzzle, it would be a lot cleaner.
Jeremy, no!
He's got him desperately trying to reach the safety of that rope, but even if he had, Jeremy could have drawn down with that Vandal, and I don't think he would have been getting out of there either way.
Yeah, and all the information, they were trying to maybe make the best of the bad situation by springboarding towards the site, but the ult coming back in from Jesse Vash notes everything. They know exactly where they are. They've still kind of found where they are as well with the Prowler to follow, because that was dealt with. So, by all means, Team Secret, once again, upper hand and map control. And sadly for Soulcast, a heat-seeking missile just found him instantaneously.
Uh-oh. Rough position now. Nats, nicely played. Gets the jump. Jeremy just getting a bit of timing there. Neural Theft goes out. They reveal the remaining location of the 4 players at TS.
No charges.
But it's still a disadvantage here for the side of TL. How do they play with this information?
Volcom has been struggling towards tower, but he's never alone. Envy's there with him this time. He's been isolated a couple of times and pressured down by few. But now 2 players having to try and work it out. This time he holds the tower, sends them down. And that's near on impossible for anyone but him. A 1v4 though, this would be rolling back the years.
That would. But if you can expect anybody to be able to do it, it would be
Can't
Nats.
do it. Yeah, you can see it in his face. There's nothing to be done. The spike a mile away, and Secret giving him nothing.
Yeah. I mean, even in this situation, you've used the Neural Theft. You would love to grab that orb, but you don't want them coming to rushing at you as soon as they have that audio cue as to where your location is. He knows that he needs to hold on to this gun. And Secret know that they need to take it away from him. Fault line not going to connect. He finds one, but there's still so much more to deal with, and Bash will be able to win out the fight. 9-1, no weapons held.
Secret, this is a wonderful scene for a lot of fans who haven't been able to see this side on this level of stage in some time. This is going to mean the world to those fans who've been waiting to see what they look like with that opportunity. And most saw Liquid as that first game, and you know that's a threatening scene, but perfect play coming out from them. Jesse Vash is doing wonders. Dubstep, safe pair of hands. You're not even needing really Jeremy, Envy, who are some of the highlights from map 1. They can just chill in this. They don't need to be the headliners right now.
And while there's still another half to be played out, you have to expect that right now Dubstep is feeling pretty good about his odds of getting revenge after that 13-0 map loss all the way back at Champs. That was their first opponent. They still managed to make it into the playoffs. They exited their group and then were dealt with by Ascend, who would then go on to become the champions. Yampy with another shout, trying to go for the rocket this time. Will find Borkum, but it's going to get flushed out of tower by the orbital strike.
Yeah, no one able to make anything of that orbital strike either because as the smoke was still towards CT, but the timing's great. Envy on the swing, spots out Soulcast, but Jeremy's found Redgar one by one. Liquid are falling. Soulcast, can you try and catch that cross? Yes, with their rifle doing damage, and the first round in some time might be finally posted here. Dubstep, last one alive, and got so long of a list of things to get through. First step could be towards tower. It's Yampy waiting.
He's got a Singer, he backs away from it. He's not looking, now he swaps over the Vandal, reads it. Dubstep cannot course correct the aim there. They managed to scrape one by in a thrifty of all fashions. TL now giving themselves an opportunity to end this at least with 3 rounds and a half.
Give them a window of chance for Liquid, an opportunity, slim as it may be. They gotta have something here.
Yeah, even with Redgar giving his life for the plant, they still managed to make it happen. Nats with this nasty lurk back over at B lobby. Just coming up with those 2 kills really turns the tide of the round. And that's what we want to see from him. Currently at the top of the standings here for his squad.
For Liquid, this round is critical. Redgar only one away from the ult as well, so he could get that online here. Jeremy checked on first and foremostly, but no aggression off the back. I'm wondering if Yampy does eventually commit to this. The success on B has been fleeting. Perfectly read by Secret. The more cautious start does seem to be leaning that way.
Again, just shifting around, using that underpass. Just poking and prodding, taking space, seeing what information they can garner, but Secret are playing so far back that they're not really gaining too much. Vash sending out the Prowler from Gent will find one. Dart off the cam, not going to connect, but will be cleared out. Redgar grabbing it. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder now online.
Let's see what they go for. Does he commit it deeper this time? Did he feel as though that was the right read? Now, Jesse Vash, yes, did invest that Prowler from deep CT, so this could be maybe waiting for the post plant.
Yeah, this
learning from that last round.
Yeah, crucial here from Redgar. But do
no.
they read this lurk from Jeremy? He's pushing his way up. He spots him. And that Soulcast now taken down right as we say that.
Safe
eliminated. Vash just finding him.
They're in agony right now, and yes, they can try and make a push of this. Borkum should be dead to rights. Yampy has to come alive, finds 2, needs more. A 3v3 now into the post plant. The time is ticking. That's a Jeremy back and forth. Tower is the last bastion of hope, and Yampy holds on for Liquid.
A battle of the raises, and Yampy stands tall at the end of it all. A 4K for him compared to Jeremy's 3. I thought that paint shells right at the end was going to be able to clean out TL. But they strike a little bit faster, and they do in fact make it a 9-3 half. So if you're cheering for them, you're cheering for EMEA. You are very much believing in curses right now in this moment. It's their map pick. They've got a little bit of momentum to work with. If they can pick up that ever-crucial pistol round, maybe, just maybe, they can make it happen.
GB is standing by with a little treat for us. Let's head over there right now.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? I'm here and I'm joined by Team Liquid Brazil's very own Daiki and the coach Palestra here with us, and it is a pleasure to have you guys here today. First and foremost, how does it feel to have a Valorant tournament with fans in Brazil?
We had LCK last year, and it was amazing, but only Brazilian teams were playing.
Okay.
So be here with the other regions have been amazing.
Yeah, it's a wonderful experience. What about for you?
It's something that I think the Brazilian community deserves to have like a big event like this.
I agree.
So it's nice to see that, and we are hoping that we have more events like this.
All right, well, Game Changers is, well underway, and we're gonna, hopefully see more Team Liquid Brazil continuing to kick all the butts out there. Are you excited about this season? What are you looking forward to?
With my new team, I look. Eu procuro muito mais.
She's looking forward to win a lot more than we won last year, so we are expecting to do better this year. We're putting a lot more work. We got so many experience from last year from playing international land, and to know people from the team, from the boys, from everyone that we talked with, some big guys in Brazil who helped us a lot either. So it was like getting experience for the future, to do better this year, to get a better position, to do better in the international events.
Awesome. Well, Daiki, we got a little bit of time left. What do you want to say to the Brazilian audience watching at home?
Liquid's Brazil and Liquid's playing now, so Liquid is known for their comebacks, and I really trust them. So that's it. Liquid's Brazil, and let's go. Let's go Liquid.
Let's go Liquid.
Let's
That's
go.
the atmosphere out here. The crowd obviously is cheering on Team Liquid. We might have the 9-3 curse. Who knows? All I know is that either way, it's going to be a great time. Let's send it back over to Pansy as well as Achilleos. Hey, buddy.
Always
Hi,
lovely, Tim
GB.
and GB. Yeah, there you go.
Love
Have
you.
a little chat. You normally get to be on a desk with him, so that's nice.
True. Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
be on the opposite side, get thrown to rather than be sitting there doing the throwing. But it's great. I like that we got that interview with those guys so that we could give Ball a brief respite where he's not on camera crying about the state of Liquid right now. But it is a 9-3 scoreline, and this certainly can be run back. We've seen some crazy ones here. Do you believe in curses? That is the question.
I believe in what Secret are showing me so far. That's what I'm a believer of.
Okay, they go for the rope crunch actually from both sides. So now it's just going to be the push coming in.
They're all here. Jeremy,
They just run him down. They just run him down. And now they've got spawn control.
I'm in agony watching this game. 4 players trying to build this back in. Nats is already down to the finest of HPs. Ooh. Good damage achieved though. Yampy still with him. Not over yet.
Does find that elimination. Yampy though, no pain shells to try to flush out a corner of this site right now. Jesse Vash is going to be eating that as, Inby, he gets tagged down low through the wall bank, still manages to swing out for 1.
Yeah, good trade, but they are on the spike shot and a half from Soulcast. And now just Jesse Vash to try and clutch it out, but the time ain't on his side.
And that is what they needed.
Desperately. Clutching at straws is still not pretty. I mean, individually, we know Liquid are good. We know they can hit shots. That's never been the question. It's in the gun rounds. We get worried, we get nervous. Yeah. But as it stands, Liquid doing exactly as prescribed. They had to get this pistol. I honestly think they have to do some serious damage, if not convert a bonus. I hold them to a high standard now. When you come in with 3, you've got to do it all.
You absolutely do. But I mean, it seemed like this should have been in the hands of Team Secret, but they let it slip with that post-plant setup. Everybody just getting picked apart. That early damage onto Borkum just makes him a very easy target as he tries to get back over to the site. Yumpy takes him down. It was a great read from them, but the setup was certainly lacking in the backside of that round. Really good adjustments for TL. Just good shots to give them a hope.
See similar scenes as to almost what we saw in the first half, just orb farming in this round, making the most of it. We only have a Sheriff invested too for Secret, so not opting to go for much here.
That's
to be a
that
little
close.
careful.
Okay, they're bending it out. They see the star. Nate actually threw for as well from Yumpy, just trying to make a little bit of a set play there. Snats narrowly avoids taking any damage. Cam and Trapwire now cleared in the tower. Prowler goes hunting, finds Yumpy. Should be safe behind Jen though, just tucks away for a brief little moment. Then he gets revealed! The haunt timing is beautiful! They fight 2 with the classics!
And now Nats in a world of trouble, but he's fighting his way out of it. 2 big kills, make it 3! Nats saving Liquid in this round. That was about to spiral out of control. Jeremy has recovered a Bulldog though.
The king in his tower cannot be dethroned. Nats shoves them back one after the other. Low on HP as well, 46 when he took that bite. See if he can survive to the end of the round here as Jeremy goes a-hunting.
Nats is so slippery as well. Such a slippery player in this. That readjust is perfect. And yes, low HP, but the audio cue should be there, and he's kept his life, which is so imperative.
And he gets it in the end.
Perfect from Nats. The danger came out of nowhere in that round. That was classics and a whole lot of nothing else.
I'm still, good on Team Secret for the util usage, being able to get that initial pick, because if they don't take down Yumpy in that position, this round is way more of a wash for them. They're able to do a bit of damage with those 2 limbs bound, but Hats just continues to lurk. The tower very much feels at home in it. 4K for him to really fast-track that Neural Theft, now just 1 charge away from it as he continues to dominate the scoreboard.
Yeah, he is a mile ahead of the others so far. Jeremy, though, off to a pacey beginning. Looking to take fast control towards Dish, and actually no one really there to challenge. Yes, I guess you could argue Redguard could get eyes on this.
Oh, hi, Envy.
Yeah, this
Rolling
is...
Thunder, by the way.
Jeremy's in their spawn. Is there any utility to set him in?
Oh, this is a really risky play. Just gonna chill in the smoke for now. Safe in the meantime, finds Dubstep. Trying to wrap around, joining with the rest of the team through Dish, and just gets cut down. Jeremy now shifting over, and he gets taken down, and there's that neural theft right as he builds it up.
But Envy, he's not far behind. He's still sat towards CT. Isolate safe, but he knows there's more. Redgar and Nats were noted, so Envy now knows he's got problems. Add Yampy to the case, and suddenly the round ain't looking so good. Liquid back in the game, 4 standing. Daiki was saying she believed in the comeback. Maybe she was right.
You mentioned that bonus conversion. There it is, and it's without losing much of anything at all. Safe, the only one to fall here, and he still did a damn good job. He got that pick off crucially onto Dubstep as he's trying to join in with the rest of the team. And then from there, Jeremy just taking these very aggressive forward positions. Just isn't prepared for 2 players to be waiting there on that ramp. Can't choose which way he wants to aim, and Nats takes advantage of the moment, strikes him down. And now Secret will find themselves going in with a, I believe you like to call this a Shiko round.
I do like to call it a Shiko.
Across the pond, this is what the terminology is.
You're right. You're not wrong. You're absolutely on the money. And hey, if the way back in for Liquid is that Nats has a game like this, he's already on 21-10.
God bless, my eyeballs are just loving it.
It is a treat, right? It feels like we've missed seeing this caliber of player, an individual who is second to none at his role. Great to see it back on the big stage. On the other side, we're looking at see what damage they can achieve. All orbs to be farmed. Any discrepancies that could be checked on. Yampy needs to play this calm. Doesn't want to get punished, but happy to take the fight knowing that the smoke was in place.
I think he actually got the push to the side there.
Lovely. From
the blast pack, and then they get the reveal. Jeremy struck down, and it seems like going into this eco, maybe not even a single elimination going to be found here for Secret. As I say that, Envy just continues to do God's work for Secret. Great headshot from him. But this should still be Liquid getting themselves up to 7. Saw the hat.
The patience right now.
Here it comes. I'll just hold left click, says Nats.
Yeah, no access to sights. The acronym that looks quite true right now. Not allowing anyone closer. Come on, Nats. Flies in there with the shorty. He wants Liquid back in this game, and they are now on the verge. Another round of purchases is coming in, though, for Secret. Another attempt at this here.
And I mean, if you're Secret, even though that's you on an eco, that is not the level of confidence you want to see from Nats. That should be striking some fear into your heart. Could have just reloaded the gun, could have just stayed in tower. No, I'm gonna go diving at you with a shorty in hand, and I'm going to rip the life out of your body.
What else do we have for Liquid this round? So, okay, Yampy's got his. No one's super close to get safe. 3 away. On the other side, Jeremy, one of his. Jesse Vash quite close as well, and Dubstep too, but looking at the start, and actually, yeah, here's the push, and this could be huge. There's so many players on the other side, it could be a tragedy, and what?
Okay.
Oh, come on, what is
gets
this?
2 on the back end.
What is this?
Nats is still here, though. Showstopper out. Blast packs over. The rocket is going to be good. Jeremy manages to survive, but now he's found himself stuck in a corner.
Oh no, Soulcast.
Soulcast forced forward toward him. Envy so very far away. Now Soulcast has control of the spike. He's wary about a push from behind, though, so he's pulling back over towards Dish.
He's been seen, Envy! Keeping Secret in this game. There's no landslide now for Liquid. It gets halted, but what the hell was that round? Let's be honest.
Pandemonium.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is the word for that one. It's absolute chaos and pandemonium. And obviously, Yampy had no way of knowing. Had he just gone for the close angle, he would have been able to kill 3 people.
Sure.
He goes for the measured play, takes down 1, gets tagged up though, so the Boombot eliminates, and Borkum is good for 2 in the return fire. Very concerning though at the end there. Envy a bit whiffy in those initial shots. Thought Soulcast might have been able to stabilize a little bit faster, but crucially he gets it. And they keep them in. But there's still a lot of money to work through here for the side of TL.
Yeah, Liquid still have the buy in hand here. They're fine with this. Went for a bit of a brawl, and, well, the outcome, precarious. Give a little bit of a gateway here. Nats reading the adjust. He's reading the game so well.
Look at the util that he's pulling here.
Yep.
They just so reliably think that he is going to be up in that tower. They invest the orbital strike. Now they don't have that for a post plant. And Nats is barely taking a scratch.
Nats is playing this perfectly. Ult comes in, should find a fair amount of information too. Yeah, that's going to be a boatload of info, but let's see what the retakes look like here for Liquid though, because we saw brilliance from Secret. I want to see how this looks on the other foot.
Don't have any ults to work with here unless Nats can get that Nero online. Everything needs to be really on point, but Nats gets spotted as he tries to make his way into the cyber cage. That tiny little gap does him dirty. But the good stun comes through. Jeremy ends up falling. Dubstep now watching as well. Finds the kills, and it's the veterans finding 2 for themselves, and the rookie getting another.
Soulcast feeling like a lifetime away. That's the shot he was looking for in that prior round. This time hits it. But yeah, he has to back away, respect the damage that has been done. And you got to say that Secret, wonderful trades, making sure they were very diligent in approach. All of that invested just to clear tower in case Nats was around. Good reposition from him, but the retake just never quite had that spark to it for Liquid.
Yeah. I was concerned that maybe that overinvestment early, just trying to find Nats, was going to cost them the round in the end. But
this is helpful.
I mean, they play it out beautifully. And Nats, unfortunately, just leaving that 1-foot gap between that Brim smoke and his cyber cage, ends up getting caught. And just given the way that he's performing, you need to have him alive in these retakes.
You absolutely do. He is essential to outcome. Liquid need him alive and well. And that pot of cash that was built up, all that wealth they built through that lovely string of rounds from Liquid, is starting to dwindle. Still enough for a purchase here, though. Nats does have the ult safe one away, Redguard 2 away, so and Soulcast actually one away as well. So really on the verge of some big ults coming in.
But the biggest concern is that if Secret take this round, the economic standings for Team Liquid, it's not going to be good as they get put into a match point situation.
They have no idea that Yampi's potentially here.
Very true.
Ooh, now, okay, but he can't back. How do you back out from this? Borkman's already here.
Oh, and there's the stun! He gets caught with the paint shells, and it's just beautifully responded to here from the side of Secret. Yampi needed to hit that headshot immediately.
And Nats needs to somehow keep his composure. He's got players flooding in left, right, center. Only good for one, can't do much more. Redguard plays the smoke and falls. And it's all favorable. It's all good for Secret. And Liquid now on the verge of elimination.
12-7, Secret looking to pull off what I now think at this point may be the largest upset that we will have had in LOCKIN.
First round, yeah.
Right at the start of the Omega bracket as well. You're right, Nats needed to be able to be steadfast in that position. He's good for one, but unfortunately he is overwhelmed. And look at the pop-off there. Warbirds only having recently met this team, being able to work with them.
To this extent.
And to put this together is looking fantastic.
They have ults. They have what they need. The money, yes, lacking in some areas. The Bulldog and Guardian, sure. But there's still the Operator out. There's still so much to play with here.
4 ultimates, and they need to milk these for every single ounce of what they're worth. It's do or die time now for Team Liquid.
They have to be feeling sky high in this. Redgar is about to feel irrelevant to this round. Clear towards the site, the boom bot to come in, the smoke goes in, they don't stop them. Jeremy's already on the site, but look at the pushed up position. Yes, they've taken A hole, they've taken over A main control, but they are pushing CT.
They are. Depsum just swings in, finds Redgar, expecting to find some stunned individuals. He does not, still finds a kill, but gets traded very quickly there by Safe. Could now grab that rifle if he wants, rather than trying to retake with the but look at this play! The push through the door, and Liquid are just crumbling to pieces.
It's feeling like it's over. It feels like they're falling at the wayside. Safe now. Oh my word, Secret! I can't believe they've broken Liquid like this. Map 1 we wrote off. We doubted the capability, and we were wrong. It carried into map 2, and they ran through Team Liquid.
Absolutely unbelievable performance from Secret. So many low expectations on the squad, despite the 3 veterans, despite them having tasted success at international competition. But it was so long ago.
It was.
None of us thought that they would look this clean coming back into it. They had such a rough 2022, not being able to make it to any events, getting absolutely bodied in some of their regional qualifiers, and then falling flat in that LCQ in the round of 4 lower half. But now they show up here today, and they look absolutely sublime.
I think on the other side of the coin, though, for Liquid, it's going to be a long process. The potential is there. It would be incorrect to not see it. They have champions in that team. They have winners throughout, but they do not look ready for the stage just yet. They've got some work in front of them. They've got to cut through it, but the team that came out firing on all cylinders, Team Secret, what a performance.
And I think that they have just taken the world by storm. I think that, did you hear that? It's the sound of thousands, if not millions of Preds around the world getting absolutely boomed to oblivion. What a performance, and of course they're dancing. They were doing this at Champs, they're doing it here today, and it seems like they've also trained some of the younger team members to do it as well.
It is great seeing them back on the stage. It feels like it's been too long since we got to check in with this team. And I was worried, away from the spotlight, if they fell behind, if they weren't able to keep up, if they look a little out of sorts, not as mechanically gifted anymore. My worries are gone. They look fabulous in this. They looked brilliant. Yeah. They dealt with it well. We saw, yes, individually, Nats was bodying people, but there was nothing behind it beyond that.
Yeah.
As a collective, I have to say Team Secret astounded me today.
Absolutely impeccable performance. I mean, the rookies, Envy, Jeremy, joining this team alongside these three vets. Yeah. They both had fantastic individual performances. And then you still had Jesse Bash, the old man of the squad, 32 years old, looking like he's an 18-year-old prodigy out here at some twists and turns.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal. The adjustments made here by Secret, shifting dubstep over into that Sentinel role, having a star duelist in Jeremy, who can still be flexible and play things like the Sage on that icebox.
Yeah.
It's looking just magical for them.
Jeremy getting what is like 6 first bloods, doing some serious work for them too. Again, thoroughly enjoyed watching some of these newer faces coming to this roster and looking brilliant, looking robust, looking ready for it. And again, outside of that, Jesse Vash was amazing for me.
Yeah, well-deserved return to the international stage here for Secret. And similar to Talon, if they continue to play like this, I'm all about them sticking around for a while, because this was just absolutely fantastic to watch.
It was, and now this is the time where we ask you your opinions at home. The MVP vote is down there. Let us, your thoughts, who stood out to you. Anyone in particular you would go for
I gotta go for Jesse Bash. He's the IGL for this team. He is the leader. He is the elder, and he is still fragging out of control. I'd say it's him with a pinch, but you could make arguments in there as well for Envy, because he started off that series really hot, as well as that first half of Fracture as well.
No, I think you're on the money. So if you want to go, you go with Achilles, you can do that. It's up to you. Have your choice. Let your thoughts be heard. But what a brilliant start for Secret here. I'm on board. I'm aboard the train. I want to see how far this goes.
Let's go.
But we need to check in with those who will be in agony and pieces, which is mostly Ball, who literally wrote poetry about this game. So we'll be joining them in just a second.
about the Alpha bracket delivered last week, but this week it's all about the Omega bracket. 16 more teams will take the stage at the biggest VCT event ever. The Pacifics have already proven themselves to be a strong region here, whereas EMEA, they've been a bit of a disappointment, but that could all change right here, right now.
Nats has managed to find one. Envy getting cut down Yappy on the entry. If he continues, finding a third.
What? Hot start to say the least.
No way. Certainly not. Jesse Vash, you cannot do this to the man. Unbelievable.
Not again. But that Viper's Pit keeps Secret safe, and Liquid evaporating under the pressure. Secret, that first half gave them everything going forward. Now the positioning's decent though for Liquid. Good spot to be in. Nats a little precarious, but still good for it. Gorgeous round from Nats. That positioning in tower was second to none.
This is not going to surprise them whatsoever. They've got the covering fire. Jesse Bash has the headshot, and Team Secret have the firm lead.
Yampy has to come alive. Finds two. Tower is the last bastion of hope, and Yampy holds on for Liquid. There's so many players on the other side. It could be a tragedy. And what?
Okay.
Oh, come on. I can't believe they've broken Liquid like this. Map 1 we wrote off. We doubted the capability, and we were wrong. It carried into map 2, and they ran through Team Liquid.
Welcome back. That was the Prime Gaming post-match highlight, and we have an upset alert. Not because of the game, it's because EU easily upset, and Bala is also very upset.
Very upset.
Yeah.
Do you remember this sign? I have to change it. It has to say, if Liquid doesn't win, I will mauled and not cry.
Well,
mauled.
All the tears are gone.
Mauled.
You don't have any left.
Yeah,
actually,
that is just,
I
oh
love
my
how we
goodness.
pulled you out of the carnival. You know, you were having a good time to force you to be on the desk just for that.
I'm genuinely, Riot has this script already, and they put me on this game to watch me suffer.
Yeah,
because that was, I mean, that was really bad from Liquid. But then again, Team Secret do come out with an upset. I think it's a subversion of expectations, right? Obviously, we knew we were going to not really have the right read on teams coming into this. But I don't think we expected Team Liquid on that degree. And then, obviously, this is a consistent trend now. EMEA teams, you asked the question earlier, are they overrated coming into this event? And Pacific teams, are they underrated? And that is 100% unequivocally yes. 100%.
I mean, that historically has been the case up until this point, right? We have no reason to think it will change. I will say, with all of that in mind, Nats was a demon this map, but really all of Liquid was just lackluster.
Yeah, and this is as well the round that it turned around. Team Liquid had a good call. It felt like they were bringing up a comeback again, like they did on Icebox, and then it all just falls apart because you don't have the showstopper landing. The grab wall was really good, but everybody's tucked in that corner, and then unfortunately, even with Jeremy going for the showstopper and baiting his teammate to get the last 1v1 basically set up, Soulcast is not able to convert, and from there, they won the rest of the rounds.
I'm so glad that I came into work today. I'm just like so glad. I woke up. Brent and Sideshow had like an unhinged bracketology. You guys are here.
Yeah.
Just everything, you know? I'm so glad.
I wasn't expecting to lose my mind like everybody else who was here already, but okay, it's gone now.
This almost sounds weird because we just said hi to Team Liquid, but we gotta say goodbye to them as well, Doug. It was short-lived.
It was, and unfortunately, there was a lot of hype, there was a lot of excitement, and it seemed like in every facet of the game, they just failed to meet those expectations. So the benefit is that there's still a long year ahead of them, and yeah, some things take some time to cook, right? Yeah. But it didn't look great.
I think, though, for all these teams that we say goodbye to, you say goodbye with a level of confidence. And I think my confidence for me to say this hurts my very, very soul. My bones are aching right now, but I'm not confident going into this year for them in EMEA. Not at all.
Anyway, I've just had enough. Get me off. But before the break, we asked you guys to vote for the player of the match. The results are in, and you guys selected Jesse Vash. To be fair, this man gave me a reason to smile today. I am so glad the performance they were able to pull out. And Doug, as bad as Team Liquid looked, Team Secret looked incredible.
Yeah, I think I'm glad you said that. I wanted to touch on it because we've been very hard on Liquid, but man, did Team Secret look good and certain things they were doing again. I want to draw us back to how they opened Icebox on defense. Utility usage was gorgeous. It seemed like they had a read on Liquid from beginning to end, and the truth is, I feel like Team Secret, I feel like we owe them an apology. We weren't really familiar with their game. and they looked so good.
Yeah.
I'm down for this run now. I'm down for it.
100%. I mean, they're going to go on to play the winner of Navi Crew, the game we have next, and it's very interesting. I think Jesse Vash right now, he's reminded me of in the past, but he looks like the Sassi of Philippines, right? His utility is so good, and honestly, one of the better scan initiator players that I've seen, the recon initiators. It was so good, even on the Fade on Fracture, which is unconventional to say the least.
And speaking of Jesse Vash, he is standing by right now with Golden Boy in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, that was a lot of praise there from Balla, of course. Golden Boy here alongside with Jesse Vash, as well as Nika Fabs here is translating for us. Jesse, what do you make of Balla saying that you remind him of a Sassi-like player?
I don't know, man. It's so okay, Tagalog, yeah. Sobrang appreciate na na-compare ako dun sa world champion na player like Sassi.
That's awesome.
He really appreciates being compared to a world champion like Sassi.
Of course, of course. Now, here's the thing. Coming into this event, a lot of people, counted you out. We haven't seen you on a stage like this in quite some time. But did you feel like this matchup was yours to take away, yours to win?
Yeah, I mean, our team, this is the result that we expect.
Yeah.
Since given that they're playing together for a very short time.
Yeah.
And in my eyes, they're just kids,
Yeah, okay, that's fair, that's fair. And now, of course, you guys have met your coach for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
Warbirds coming in hot.
Yeah, from NA.
Yeah, how has it been working with him and getting what you guys got down here to make that win a reality?
I mean, he makes every player more disciplined and more structured because normally before I have a very good individual player, so they always overhit.
Yeah.
So Warbird is there to control us more and don't throw around.
Okay, I like that. Keep you guys focused on the game.
Yeah.
Well, last question. You guys had, this was a little bit of a sweet revenge for you guys. You managed to take out the Gambit core, and doing it in a fashion I think you could be very proud of. But do you feel like this Team Secret is a team to be reckoned with, that this is a team that can go to the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, we treat this tournament as part of our preparations in the upcoming Pacific League. And we're just here to play our game, and we know that we have a chance to win this tournament also. So it's just more satisfying maybe if we 13-0 them. And we're looking for 3 more Gambit, so see you next time.
Anything you want to say to the family back at home?
Yeah, I just want to shout out the people from the watch party. Thank you for coming. Nico and everyone there. Yeah, shout out. Thank you.
Awesome. And of course, I want a big shout out to my homie
Thank
Nika
you,
as well.
Nika.
Big shout out as well. Jesse took the time to do this interview with us. Wasn't sure if he was ready for it, but I think he more than met the moment. In any case, though, guys, we are going to have a sick matchup coming up next. It's going to be Crew facing off against Navi. You see them getting ready here on the stage. It's about to go down, and we'll see you on the other side.
is how we.
Welcome back to more lock-in action. It's time to get into our second match of the day between Navi and Crew. I've got Mimi here with me and Achilles fresh off of that cast. Yeah, for more EMEA action. You ready?
Oh, yeah, it's great. It's a really bad start for EMEA.
You say more, but that wasn't really EMEA action. That was just Pacific action of one side dominating the other.
You're completely right. But let me cope because, Mimi, we're about to see Navi. And you know that there's a reason that I'm coping about this.
Yeah, Navi is the team that people are excited to see. This is that core of FPX that won in Copenhagen, that were one of the most innovative teams that really popped off last year. And now they've come in and picked up a superstar in CNET for 2023.
Yep, former world champion here in CNET, but you know, much like a lot of those faces that we had in that last series, haven't been able to see CNET on an international stage for a very long time. So it's good to see the return of the Turkish Jet here. We'll see how he performs.
Yeah, this team is really interesting to me as well because this is the only roster we have here at LOCKIN where all 5 of the players on it have won an international event in their career in Valorant. So this is a very storied squad with quite high expectations.
Yeah, and of course, I feel like this is the DRX of the Omega bracket where people are already expecting them to get pretty far, especially with how the old FPX used to do, right? There's a reason why we're excited about them. It's kind of proven.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a consistent team throughout their events. I mean, constantly making deep runs ever since they've been able to actually attend them. Because there was that one time where they had qualified, but unfortunately weren't able to make it. But they are a very scary team. Curious to see how things are going to look, though, with CNET in the mix here. Because obviously, without Artis, he was such a powerful force alongside this core 4. We'll see how CNET is adjusted.
Yeah, and I think like what was really cool about this roster last year is that they were very much defined by their innovation. Angel's kind of philosophy behind the game was this, that we want to try so many different compositions, we want to try different agents, we want to be able to play everything. And Artis was instrumental to that. He was really flexing, playing the Chamber, playing the KO, playing the Jet, sometimes even sliding into different roles when they were playing at home in EMEA. Whereas for CNET, in his Valorant career, it was pretty much just like Jet and Sage when he was on top.
Yeah, and I also love the way that Angel spoke about this last night. I think the word he used was, it's been an interesting experience to try and adjust CNET, try to include him on our roster. And when Angel says something is interesting, I feel like that means they've just been cooking hard.
Yeah, I'm sure that they have. It's definitely going to be tough because I think these two players have a very, very different style. And I think definitely the win condition for this team to live up to expectations is being able to make CNET feel comfortable in their system.
Well, for more on Navi, let's hear from the man himself, Angel and Sugetsu, and check this Meet the Team video.
Hello, my name is Kirill, my nickname is Angel. I'm from Ukraine and I'm IGL and a captain for NATO Svincere Valorant. Okay, so in our team we have Eric, our coach, the friendliest guy in the world, always positive, always see only bright sides. We have Shao, he is super clutchy player, he barely have bad games. We have Sugetsu, who is, I think, have one of the best aims in the world. Then we have Zipan. He actually becomes smarter and smarter with every month we play. And we have CNET, our new addition, a new player, which is also one of the best toppers in the game. And I'm really happy playing with these guys. I would say our play style is having no play style. We are able to play fast, play slow, play methodically, do some stupid decisions, fakes. Basically, I prefer to call the way this game should be played, and then we can have completely different game plans for each game. I think this pressure which everyone puts on us is pretty much expected because we had a really good year previously. So I'm not surprised by it. I think it's obvious. I think anyone who can call himself analyst or whatever else should have us as one of the best teams this year, but it's nothing until we prove it. I wouldn't say it's a pressure, but I would say it's something which motivates me personally.
Hello guys, I'm Dmitry Dushin, my nickname is Sugetsu. I'm playing for Navi, Valorant team, and my role is Sentinel. Against Crew, so we're playing against we can say bro, Nax. I think it's a very good team, like especially players in this team. So I hope it's gonna be like a good game against them, and I'm excited also.
Good luck, Crew. Like, nothing else to say. I respect you, but I think you're gonna lose this time.
We've spoken a lot about the unknown quantities, but Seth, that is a very well-known quantity we're looking at.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Angel just laying it out flat there. Yeah, you know what? We respect you, but you're going to lose. So just, some confidence coming in here from the classic IGL himself. We'll see how he's going to be performing and, whether or not he's going to be able to keep himself off the floor. But even when he's on that floor, he has been guiding the team to success in their past events. So I don't think he's going to be too bothered either way.
Well, they're going to be going up against the Crew. The name, at least the org, the team, Mimi, they've been here over and over and over again, but they've had some ups and downs at international tournaments.
Yeah, one of the most storied rosters in Valorant and one of the most storied organizations. Ahead of partnership, they made it to every single international event, but now heading into this year, Crew has completely rebuilt. They've really only left one player behind, Nags, the sole man standing of that old Crew roster.
Yeah, it's been a really big shuffle, and we've seen a lot of big shuffles happening here at this event. The question is going to be how do all the pieces fold together? But as you can see, as far as consistency in attending events, Crew can't really be toppled.
Yeah, they're consistent in attending events, but at the end of last year, they lost their LATAM throne. Leviatán had been slowly getting better and better, and towards the tail end of 2022, they got overtaken. So this Crew roster, I think the decision to remake the roster, to pick up these new players, is really focused on regaining that top slot in the LATAM region, and now in Americas as a whole.
As you can see on your screen as well, they announced pretty recently that Klaus, for the first time ever on this roster, is out. He will not be IGLing. Exeli is coming in as well. And when we talk about like new additions, it's a complete shuffle in terms of leadership and players.
Yeah, Klaus was the IGL of this team for all 2 years that they existed in Valorant. So I think this is going to be our first look at a Crew that very much has a new style, that is a new team from what we've seen before.
And Melza will be stepping in. He's the one that's going to be IGLing, in case people wondered how that was going to go. What did you guys think about this change?
I mean, I don't know. I really have to kind of just see how it is in practice so far. But I mean, on paper, I'm not very opposed to it. But, we saw with Liquid, you can assemble some really fantastic pieces. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to build a working engine.
I think Crew had their time last year to try and get better, to get back to the heights they had. They were never able to reach that. I think heading into this year, hitting the reset switch and trying something new is definitely a good decision. The question, I agree with you, Seth, is Melzer up to that? Because with Leviatán, it wasn't him as the primary IGL on that team. He was a great individual player. We know to expect that out of him. But the leadership, I think, is going to be the biggest question, especially since we got news of this change pretty late. It was only like a week or so before the tournament that they at least released it publicly.
I mean, just kind of have to hope that he's going to have a Cruz-esque performance, taking up the mantle of being that IGL after not being on your previous team and whatnot, and that he can guide them to success here. I think that it's obviously a very tough opponent for them, but if they can get the win, then that will definitely cement him as one of the best callers that we have in the tournament.
Of course, no Klaus, and for the first time in a while, no Kesner either, which seems really weird when we talk about Crew, but the new players that have come in, I feel like, are very, very exciting. We should talk about Zand and Davies here, and for people that don't know, the Mimi, we should be really, really, really excited about these new additions.
Yeah, we should, but they have huge shoes to fill. These guys are replacing Kesnet and Mazzino, the two players that were the icons of old Crew. But these guys are storied in their own way. Zand has been around the block. He's a Brazilian player. He was playing with NIP, made it to an international event with them. But Davies is brand new, the first Colombian player to play in an international VCT event, and, well, his first international VCT event, of course, as well.
Sure, but the thing that we have seen time and time again is that these international debuts at this tournament in particular have been absolutely astounding.
Yeah.
It seems like the less experience you have, the better you are going to perform on this stage, because we've seen it with so many teams now. Talon making waves, the players there from just Team Secret in that last set. Maybe it's going to be the same case here for these two on Crew.
I really think Davies is going to be that guy. He is my player to watch for sure. Now for a closer look at this international squad, let's hear from Melzer and Zand.
Bueno, mi nombre es Marcos, soy más conocido como Melzer y juego en Crew Esports. Así que el equipo que me abrió las puertas para seguir en franquicias fue Crew. Siempre hemos sido rivales, pero también siempre que estuve en Leviatán admiré a Crew
como una gran organización, así que estoy feliz de estar acá y es un reto de empezar un nuevo equipo y estruturarlo y hacer que funcione.
Fala rapaziada, aqui meu nome é Alexandre, meu nick é Xande, sou jogador da Cru e atualmente estou fazendo flex. Olha, sobre o roster, né, sobre o nosso time, é uma mistura muito grande de culturas, né, de países, são 3, 4 países juntos ali jogando no mesmo time, idiomas diferentes, que ainda bem que eu consigo ser fluente em espanhol, mas tudo, né, dentro do jogo, fora do jogo, é uma mudança bem grande, até porque personalidades mudam, eu sou mais pra frente, tem pessoas que são mais retraídas, não sei.
Bueno, mis compañeros de equipo son Chan, que él sería el que más propone dentro del equipo, el divertido, le gusta danzar, estar siempre alegre. Está Naxet, que es la cara seria del equipo, que es nuestro centinela. Está Davis, que también es la parte seria del equipo, muy estructurado y es nuestro centinela y flex. Y último está Accedi en estos momentos, que también es muy alegre, debe ser por la sangre brasileña, que son muy alegres.
A gente treinou bastante contra todos os times da franquia, a gente sabe o nosso potencial, a gente sabe que pode ganhar. E é isso, eu acho que a confiança vem do trabalho duro, a gente vem treinando muito, a gente teve dias horríveis, nunca não desistimos, tivemos dias bons e não como relaxamos, então sempre focado, sempre mantendo nossa linha de pensamento e trabalhando duro.
Siempre en cualquier partido voy a tener confianza, siempre quiero ganar y sea quien sea el enemigo, siempre voy a estar preparado y confiante. Shoulders of Navi, but Crew, they're gonna want their revenge here. They faced this team before. I know there's some new players here, but let's not forget towards the end of last year, I think Crew managed to go up against FPX twice and lost both times.
Yeah, it was quite a story matchup back then, but this is where we hit the reset switch on expectations, because this new Crew roster we have not seen before. We do not know what Melzer will look like on the IGL role. We do not know what Davies will look like on his first international event. There are a ton of questions, but Navi feel like the known quantity, the consistent squad.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tape to watch. You have to anticipate that with CNET coming into this, there might be some minor adjustments, but Wiley, that you could maybe even expect the same playstyle. But we were mentioning Angel, talking about cooking. We'll see if they've completely changed things here.
Yeah, for me in this matchup, it has to be how are they going to integrate CNET into this roster? How is his playstyle going to fit with Navi? I'm so excited.
Well, Navi, when they were FPX, they had a very deep map pool, so I'm interested to see where they're going to go from here. They're known to never really have a permaban either. They play everything, and Icebox is being taken out. We don't have to go through that again today.
Yeah, the little we saw of Crew on the off-season, they were banning out Fracture. Instead, they're going to elect to get rid of Icebox. That was a great map for this Navi core before, so it makes quite a bit of sense.
All right, Haven taken off the board as well, and Ascent actually going to be selected by Crew, and you think back to Champions, and while yes, they did drop a couple of those maps, particularly the DRX in that, 1917 overtime. Yes, Mimi, I'm mentioning DRX again. But this has always been a very strong map, not only for the side of FPX, but but also for Turkish Jet, to wrap up my thoughts. But now we can talk about Lotus.
Question about this one. The last time we saw a team pick into Lotus when they were the favorite in the series, we saw it absolutely backfire on NRG. It is Angel, and I'm sure that Angel and Doombros have been cooking, but Crew left it open. I'm interested to see what they have there as well.
Split is still on the table. Is Navi going to go? No, they've taken Split away.
Seems like still some teams not willing to bring this one out despite its recency. I'm very surprised to see Split being the one that gets banned away and Lotus selected, just given that Split widely is a very similar map. But Pearl as a decider, the Pearl maps so far in this tournament have widely been pretty damn good to watch, so I'm hoping that this does go to 3 and we can see it.
I can't wait for the Prime Gaming agent select for this map, because Navi have opted to start on attack on Ascent.
They did tend to do that in the past, though. This was probably their best map. You were talking about this, Seth. They played the Sage composition here, where it was a lot of kind of fast splits into A. It was probably the map that they had some of the most innovation on. So I'm excited to see if they go back to that or try something a little new.
This is already different.
Yeah.
This is already different.
It's a major departure from what we typically see on Ascent, bringing out the Cypher instead of the Killjoy. And
yes,
of course,
CNED.
It's going to be CNED on the Jet. I don't think we ever anticipated anything different.
Nags is going over to the Jet here as well, and Davies is taking on the KJ.
Yeah, I expected Davies to be on that primary duelist role, but they're handing it over to Nags instead. Another departure from old Crew. Biggest question for me on the side of Navi is, what do they have cooking with this Cypher choice? Because Killjoy is in a great spot. You have to have something exciting planned to make that Cypher worth it.
Well, CNED, of course, returning as well. The Turkish Jet back on a map. Like Ascent, I cannot wait to see him and throw this over to your casters, who are hopefully have a little bit more faith in this EMEA team. It is Doug and Bola.
Thank you so much. So yeah, we're hoping this is a palate rinse of some sort, given what we just saw in the previous series. The fun thing, Bola, about this series is that there's no story, right? Yeah. There's no history. There's just a completely clean slate for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, for Navi, the old core, we're resetting with them with a new, basically, carry on the team. No more artists. It's CNED, and we've seen the magic that this guy can pull off, not only on big stages like this, but just in general. So Crew as well, it's a new project. And I think a lot of people are going to look towards Nags, right? No more Kesnet. And sure, Melzer's coming in as the IGL, but Nags has always been somebody who is bringing a lot to this team. And a lot of people thought he was going to be playing Sentinel. Here he is on Jet right away.
As the Des mentioned, Navi starting off on the attacking side. They're aggressively trying to take some safe speed, and a kill's already gone through.
Yeah, that's a quick pick onto Shand of all people. And I think we've been feeling out the crowd a little bit, how they're going to look in this game, who they're going to be cheering for. And I think the obvious answer right away was Crew. Not only their regional brethren, but also Shand, the Brazilian on this team. Very popular. He's dead right off the start.
See how they choose to go about this one now, clearing out wine, and they want to end towards A. The thing is, Davies is already here, Nags is here as well, but he's not able to hold them back. He's not able to really do anything. Still healthy on the side of Navi. They still have 5 up. Dora keeping Melser at bay for now as the spike gets planted.
Oh, shot close door as well. Angel does go down.
Ashetti doing nothing. Great clean kill out from CNED though.
And the setup is too difficult here to come through. Has to be through door here for Melzer on to zip on. And he gets away too.
He had to find success there. You're right, caged off, smoked off. Surely.
Yeah, I mean, with the players in A main as well.
Yeah.
Even if he gets a smoke up there, how does he pressure enough to get the defuse starting to go? Difficult round, and a great start as well from Navi. You could see them cooking right off the bat. The flash in, CNED getting that kill on the Shand right away, that sets the tempo. And they pivot immediately. None of that indecisiveness we saw from EMEA teams in the past.
See, there's no real force on the side of Crew. They're choosing not to invest, while Navi have a bit more to work with. 3 rifles on their side.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Marshall here for Nags, down mid. And he's going to opt not to peek. They're going to call an audible. Maybe to dodge the knife that is being thrown at the beginning of the round, but now that it's towards A.
Oh, yeah, they just barely missed the timing. A little ahead of the smoke.
And even with the smoke, though, he gets scanned. Xiao throwing that one down. They're going to get him anyways, but could have potentially came away with a kill on top of it. And they've stacked over on the wrong site. The same pivot that we saw last round. Sugetsu and CNED were just holding B the entire time. This is a good anti-eco so far, and it is a classic FPX buy in the past. Here, Navi's still bringing that in, even with the change.
Yeah, absolutely. See good habits die hard.
3 rifles and 2 pistols. Gives them, it's arguable on the second round. Maybe very dangerous if the opponents can pick up a Vandal or 2. But it gives you such good strength leading forward here into their bonus.
And the nice thing is, I like their setup because you were just mentioning if the opponent's able to pick up a weapon, that gets in trouble, but the way that they're approaching this round right now as far as positioning goes, there's no real risk of that, right? Like they were going to be able to cover each other's bodies if need be. This should be pretty clean out from Navi, all things considered.
And all of crew needs to try to die to the spike. And Navi's all gone as well, so no ult sword required. Solid first 2 rounds here from Navi. It's looking very good.
They've been very decisive in their rotations, right? Like they have found weak spaces in that round. Obviously it was a light buy, but B was entirely open. They found all the room they wanted, and you're right, it looks very clean from them for now.
And also note as well, no trying to go for a little extra there, no trying to get some kills.
Yeah.
They know the risk that they're running, right? Losing any of those rifles could be so crucial going up into this bonus. And also to note, the kill spread is part of the reason why that buy is even possible in the first place. So the pistol success leads to even more, depending exactly on how it goes down.
See how crew decide to approach this side this round. They may try to do something a little aggressive. Yeah, they drop the knife out towards A main. And look at this Killjoy setup on B.
There was an insta-shock as well from Aschetti. And it didn't find any damage. Navi just waited it out. So already, and at this anti-bonus, you don't have all the utility most of the time, so that is quite expensive for him. The default doing a really good job receiving that type of utility right off the bat. And they've denied all the info that you could get. The knife and the dart in B main. There, the drone 2 barely spots anything. CNED was tucked in the corner. And they're in for trouble here. They're rotating into this site. You have Sugetsu on the lurk. And this execute is going to be tough to stop. This dart from Aschetti will come back up.
Narrow miss. CNED finally clears out the turret. The flash in his face. And now the smokes start to come through, but they're going to commit into it. They've prowlered, they've dashed out onto the site, and they've taken all the space. Keep an eye on Sugetsu.
Oh, the dart's not broken.
Davies still playing backside. They're flashed up to high heaven. Davies is able to get 2 clean ones. CNED trying to get aggressive, and no. Shan stops that in its place. Melser cleans it up. Crew is on the board.
And it's loud in the arena. Big success point there for crew. Shand with the flash. Yes, they got haunted. That delayed a lot for that dart, but all that time, they weren't really sweating. CNED was not able to actually take space given the KJ setup. And that flash.
30 seconds left.
And nobody on Navi able to actually break that dart in time is just beautiful. A main pressure here right off the rip again. Melzer going to one way. This has been a spot where Zipan has been knifing, but he's not opting to do it this time.
Once again, we see this early fight towards A main, or at least tempting fate, looking, seeing if they find anything, but nothing doing now. This is a much heavier push up mid. The alarm bot's been triggered off of that. The smoke drops, but do they
split though?
Yeah. They're going to keep going. They even cleared the trip.
Oh, right on the edge.
They've just taken so much space. Now the knife falls there as Angel's able to clear Davies. Spike still hasn't made its way onto this site yet. Huge kill from Zipan as Navi are just cleaning shop on the site.
Wow. And Xiao, the awareness, that smoke dropping right as Shand is trying to make a play. And you could tell the difference in timing there. Crew is already calling for the save, clearing out the flanks, clearing out Sugetsu. And Sugetsu has the wherewithal as well to fall back and start to chase.
See if he's able to get a gun out of perhaps Nags' hands or somebody's.
The save is confirmed too from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're pinched in.
It's just a question of what they're able to take into the next round, and the answer is nothing.
Oh my goodness. That's a prime gaming flawless and full control from Navi there the entire time. One thing to note, as we see, was Axetti throwing his dart early in B main there while the execute was happening to try to figure out are they defaulting or not. And that's when the split's coming in. They don't have it to delay enough for Shed to get that flash. So nobody's there to fight. They both have to fall back in the back of sight. And this time with the Nightfall as well to follow up. It's really nice from Navi.
Very nice, and it doesn't seem like there's going to be any slowing down, right? You see the buyout from Crew, lackluster, a couple of stingers, and a Marshall to work with. No ults really to speak of either.
And I was looking forward to that Marshall peak in the eco in the last time they had one.
They're pushing.
But instantly Sugetsu cams it out. This B main push. Let's see what shout. Can he fall back in time?
Yeah, it seems like he'll be able to. The Prowler confirms his suspicions.
Oh, they're not going to go for it now that he's broken it. They know he's watching. They don't have the support that they need. They don't have a flash from either Sand or Melzer.
Timing here is paramount. Depending on when they flank in from Cat, the smokes are starting to come through. Ashetti's already fallen. The dash out onto the site too, as they try to hold back Navi with lackluster weapons. And Davies has already fallen. The last remaining member of Crew on the site meets a similar fate. And it's another prime gaming flawless. Navi up big.
2 in a row. There, the major utility that I'd point out is Angel's flash down lane to give CNED the space to get up towards Switch and prevent Axetti from doing much. Sipon as well, flashing to isolate the fights. Nags saw this push coming really early, but again, it's kind of, I think the problem so far for Crew is identifying when the hits are actually confirmed or whether they're still part of the default, because remember, first 2 rounds you saw those pivots from Navi. Next 2 rounds, you see a lot more commitment from them.
Keep them on their toes, so to speak. And yeah, you're right, the operator in the hands of Nags. The Odin for Ashetti as well, and it doesn't seem like we're going to get to see much of either, at least at the opening moments of the round.
And we're going right into basically all the Navi strat book here. A split on the cards.
Knife is going to tag 1, maybe 2 actually. It seemed like Melzer may have been tagged, and he's already fallen.
Oh, they're just going for it. Double TP into the smoke there. CNED dashes and Angel TP's in.
There's Ashetti.
That's
There's
Spike.
the Odin. He make it a second. Spike has been recovered. The site has been secured. Now it's going to be planted 4v3 in favor of Navi.
Look how passive Nags is in mid with this op. He is too scared to walk in anywhere, and that's the problem here. Committing to pushing an extremity because you're hoping that they go for a default. That's a gamble that does not pay off for Nags.
You wonder how much they're willing to commit into this round too if they want to try to preserve the op. The money doesn't look great. It's a question of how much are you willing to risk? How much are you willing to spend? Zenit's already fallen. There goes the op.
Sugetsu, what?
I mean, Ashetti, there's just no time. Yeah, he's out.
That is ridiculous. Sugetsu just swinging, getting 2. And op down. Only the Odin save. There's a little bit of hope for Crew with that aspect, but for the most part, yeah, they're saving again here. Or forcing up, which, with the way Navi has played on the anti-eco so far, I don't advise.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot to be in for sure. You saw Crew gambled pretty hard last time where they were in this situation as well, and it's, I mean, it's a 50-50, right? But
yeah,
that's just so tough when you're down this far already. It almost feels like desperation, right? You're finding anything that you can to get back in the game.
Look at this clash in A main. There's 3 players here from Crew.
Oh, the knife's going to spot so much right off the bat. It's not going to get cleared out. Jan's already flashed. He spotted up. He can't see a thing, and now he's dead.
Oh, he's dashing on
Seeing
him
him going aggressive, and he gets them all.
Just, I mean, everything that Crew is throwing, unfortunately, is getting hard countered.
Dude, and look at how far up CNED is right now.
Might opt to, oh, I mean, with this TP up from Angel, too, they have a high-low. I was going to say CNED getting a little too aggressive for my taste, but I love this setup.
And Ashetti has that Odin that he can carry into the next round, but, I mean, by and large, there's not much to save here.
Sugetsu also getting in on the crossfire, too. I would say, I mean, CNED's just going to push. They just give it up with the time going down.
Yeah.
That's 3, isn't it? 3 Prime Gaming follows so
right.
far.
Yep.
And this was an anti-light buy. Crew had a couple of singers, but it's just super, super clean. Navi, every time they make a call, it feels like the right one. And I would love to know if it's based off of a read from Angel or what. But to me, it just looks like they're cycling through their strat book almost.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. And I think that's almost the more alarming part of it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Angel's not doing anything different or fancy. As you said, he's just going through the playbook. And if that's the case, and they're already causing as many fits to Crew as they are, that's just difficult to surmount.
Yeah. Crew with the timeout. And they've got to find an answer fast. I think it might come specifically with a focus on Nags' op. We saw that in the first round he had it. He just kind of gambled over towards B main, and unfortunately for him, Navi wasn't defaulting. They just went for an A split. You saw how the pain that caused for them on the reapproach, on the retake.
Yeah. And I mean, you're right. Eyes go to him. He's had a rough start too. And it's been a rough start for Crew across the board, right? But I think you're right. You look at him to be the spark that's so desperately needed.
What are the ideas here for Liazzo, coach for Crew? Because I think for sure everybody's thinking, okay, this is a fresh start for us. Let's start off here at LOCKIN solid. Let's put our name in consideration for one of the better LATAM teams. And obviously we only have 2 of them in the Americas League overall. But they were on top of Leviatán at the beginning of last year and the year prior. That's fallen by the wayside, and I think everybody thinking it's going to continue to fall, given the fact they don't have Kesnet, the superstar on this team.
Yeah, I think the question at this point is next man up, right? Who is it? And again, we set our eyes towards Nags, who opened the round holding the op across mid, instantly caged off. You hear the Blade Storm come online.
Ooh, that's a deep smoke on window, actually. Oh!
Oh my gosh, but there were 2 there. Nice hold out from Shand, and now the Hunter's Fury out from Machete.
He just cleared all of Cat, so they know something's up. But do they know that this hit is coming fast onto them? Darts up in 2.
Angel 1 point away from the ult, not going to be able to get
KJ ult in the back.
Quickly.
There we go. This round is almost all but locked up. They're going to have time to push into this site, but everybody's rotated at this point.
Angel's position now given away. Again, Nags with the op, but he crossed. He was able to get through. How do they get in, Paula?
Oh, that spam hurts.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
I just don't know that they can, but they're going to have to pull the trigger soon, and they still haven't gotten past the Killjoy utility.
Oh, and you have the ults in the back of site as well to reinforce even further.
This has to be forced. It has to be quick. It has to be now. And the line is still up.
Oh, no. One more player. They can plant the spike here safely.
Davies, what can you do? Can you keep them back? Can you keep them at bay? The spike goes down, but the live stays up for now. Xiao in a 1v3. Clean shots out from Davies.
Second round for Crew on the board. And that was finally them reading the idea, but also Navi going for a little bit. I mean, I like the play. Smoking window, getting that flash in for CNET to take some space in garden. That could easily make that B hit just a ton more efficient. But in this case, CNET falls, doesn't even find a single one. So you look at that and you say, oh, that's overcooked. But that could be a totally different story if they don't have 2 tree players, one who doesn't get flashed, by the way.
And the nice thing is, if you're up 6-1, you can afford to gamble like that a little bit, right?
Sure.
Try to get a little greedy, perhaps take more than you probably should try to take. And
I think coming out of the timeout, definitely going for one of those quirky little strats works out.
Absolutely. Shan feeling the pressure instantly as he tags 3, paranoia in his face. But that's it for now.
The nice thing here for Crew is last time Navi went for that same flash, double flash into A main, they got 2 kills instantly. This time Crew falls back. He also pops his ult, so CNET and Angel only ones on the site, and they can't really follow up on this.
No, Melser had a really nice paranoia, and it kept him back for just a moment. But either way, they end up taking the site. It's going to be full on retake here. 1 number down on the side of Crew. And they're going to have to get through the trip, a cam, and then someone playing in wine as well if they manage to get that far.
He had a kill there for sure on the CNET or Angel.
Nags seeing if he can find anything with the op, now flashed up. not finding much more. Again, keep an eye on the flank. The trip is keeping him at bay for now. But they have such a strong chokehold on the site. And they can't afford to be indecisive about this.
We're running out of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Kills going traded back and forth. This Angel gets 2, Sugetsu gets 1 as well.
Saving the up.
And there's just not a whole lot they could do.
This is gonna hurt again if he loses this. One more bullet, so he's getting traded even if he takes down CNED. 7-2 now, this lead starting to look very, very good for Navi. That post-plant setup, Crew is just not quick enough to even threaten the flood. And you saw Xiao throwing his C's. And then the amount of flashes as well that came up for Angel to even try to peek is really nice. You had a haunt over top. And at that point, you're spending so much time countering all that that Angel can just reposition like you did and find a few, because you don't have the utility anymore to clear out the spaces that you want.
7-2 lead here for Navi, a broken buy for Crew yet again.
It's a full reset economically too, no more loss bonus for them.
Early Prowler out from Xiao, gonna try to clear out B main.
So this could work here. They have a lot of space A main, no one here for Navi to contest. It's all about if they recognize that that aspect is coming and if they can pinch this mid push, because you have 2 players in market, they gotta hold on for this push to come in from the flank.
Davies was playing anti-flash. The flash never comes, the kill just comes through, and now Davies falls as well.
Ain't nobody here to flank either.
Yep. Looks like it's gonna be another clean round out from Navi.
And I appreciate the patience too from Crew. But there's 3 gears here from Navi. There's the, let's just walk up in one space all. Death ball together as Melzer gets one, but, ooh, movement.
Angel is not amused. Waiting for that flash to come through, trying to clean up the last few kills. And that's exactly what they do. Sugetsu, the only casualty in an otherwise clean round out from Navi. Up 8-2 now. This should be a gun round out for Crew, and you kind of wonder, I mean, 8-4 maybe feels respectable, but honestly, Ball, given how well Navi have played this half, even that feels out of reach.
Yeah. And with the discipline that they're showing on these attack side, you have to wonder if their defense is just as good, if not better. And I think you just know it's going to be just as good. Zip on with his KO ult here. How do you counter? How do you set up against this? Right now, I'm not seeing anything from Crew on the minimap.
No operator in play from the defensive side here either. So we talked about that a good bit. Nags hasn't found success, and he won't get a chance to this time.
And nobody's finding initiative.
Yeah.
Right now, he's actually just updrafted up onto the cinder block shroud on A site. And they're hoping, okay, they don't have a drone that necessarily will catch me as easily. And I've got 2 players here to break the haunt. So it could definitely find some value. They are leaning in A, the direction of A.
Interesting to note here too, Crew, no movement, no reaction off the alarm bot being cleared mid.
Yeah. Here's the K ult. Everybody's suppressed. Can't dash away. Oh!
Clean shot, but seeing it with the trade, surely they're going to be able to res him back up. They have a main control. Well, they had a main control until Sugetsu died just then.
Ooh.
It's just going to be a clean split. Melzer still trying to hold the side chance. Able to keep him back as well. Clean shots out from Melzer, but Xiao up to work, up to cook as well. CNED cleaning that out, and now a 2v2 here. He's weak, 58 HP,
This is
no
such
armor.
a fast reflank from CNED too.
He's got to go fast, and he does! What a shot out from CNED. 3 on the round, he's still alive.
Unbelievable.
Now it all falls onto Ashedi. The Odin gives him away, but he manages to land the shot anyway. 32 HP, he lands the shots onto CNED. Oh, the Colombian for Crew saves the round.
There goes that boy. Recovering a little bit more. Still 1 round to play in the half. But that's what Crew needs to find some life. They need clutches like that. They've had opportunities, but it just doesn't go their way. Here we go. The problem here, that buy is scrappy.
Yeah, it is.
That buy is real scrappy. We still got that Odin, obviously, 2 Phantoms, a Spectre and a Bulldog, and a number of players with just light armor.
They're going to try to go faster. It seems like they're setting up for a paranoia and then taking space in B main. That's exactly what they do. But Ashedi, the hero from the previous round, trying to keep him back.
So that looks to me like the pistol round attempt for CNET to try to find a pick on market. But here's the information that you get. The Sova is playing in market. He's normally playing on lane. He's normally darting, shock darting, trying to get a spam. I was really expecting Navi to capitalize and just push in off of that. And also noting the KJ's on the different site. They're playing full retake on A.
They're going to go back to B after hearing the drone expire out from Ashedi. You wonder, given how much time is left, you have to suspect that there may be something here.
Still got the dart, so when does he use it? Does he use it now, or does he use it for the execute?
Oh, he's going to have to use it now, I imagine. There it is.
Oh, he's up in here. Oh, Angel.
They're pushing him. They're pushing him. Oh, my gosh, I was so close to his head. Second time around, doesn't matter.
What is he doing? He continues to push into market. Finally away.
The thing is, they're healthy. Crew are. They have the lockdown as well for retake.
Yeah. Where is he going to use it? This is the last round, Dave. He's got to find a space to use it.
So again, the thing is, Sugetsu's the only one really playing off site. If they can control that exit point, forget it. Zipan's just going to do it all.
Just walks up lane, and that smoke even gives him space to fall off. And 3v1 for Davies.
The ult never came. They had the tools, and they just weren't able to execute it. A 9-3 lead for Navi at half. Perhaps a 3-9 blessing, though? Maybe? We'll see. We're going to toss it down to the desk, see what they think.
Thank you very much, Doug and Bala. Out of all of the times, all 8 times, FPX played Ascent in the other international tournaments, nobody ever picked it. They were the one to pick it. And Mimi, I'm starting to understand why.
Yeah, Navi, it's a new team, but they still have the same strengths that the core did on this map. I wanted to talk about some of the site executes that this team is pulling out, because it's very similar to what they used to do in their old iterations. You see here initially they killed the player in main, but in previous iterations they would play the Sage on this map, and when they did these A splits, it would always be putting that wall in tree and splitting through to avoid the spam and getting into site easily. But here they actually use the dive of both the Omen and the Jet to get past that smoke and be able to split in just as quickly with their team, despite the fact that they don't have the wall. I love seeing these adaptations to allow CNET to thrive on his preferred agent.
And yeah, he's been thriving indeed. 246 ACS so far. It's got a couple deaths, but obviously you're playing that entry, so it's bound to happen. But some of these flicks that he's hitting, that push up onto A, having the quick tap, the dash out, this is CNET back in his prime form right now on the Jet.
Yeah, now as we look ahead towards the second half, I want to see a little bit more proactivity from Crew, because they started off in this map, I feel like being so incredibly passive. I felt like we never saw them going for early plays to shut down Navi's ideas.
Yeah, I mean, Bala was calling it out, just kind of the apprehensive play coming out from Nags. He currently finds himself 1-9 right now. He needs to up that aggression. It feels like right now you need to be able to fight fire with fire if you want to come away with this win on your map pick.
Well, this is going to be a tough task for the side of Crew. Navi, they look unstoppable right now. Let's see Doug and Bala if they can keep that up in the second half.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yeah, that seems to. Thank you so much, Sue. Yeah, that seems to be the case. A 9-3 lead out from Navi. Angels had the number on Crew really from beginning to end, and now they're on defense ball. I think one of the interesting things too is we talked a lot about whether or not having the Sova would be or the lack of Sova on the side of Navi would be a problem to the counter of the lockdown, but that didn't show its head at all in the first half.
Yeah, there just wasn't opportunities to really go for retake, and honestly, there wasn't that many ults from Crew as well.
Yeah.
With the stomp as it is, so. Fast B here, the flash, maybe it's the same type of thing where they can try to find a pick, or maybe it's a full commit. But we've got 3 players on the site here for Navi, and nobody actually getting flash from that either. CNET has the opportunity to rotate.
Oh, now the spam's in through the smoke, but you got to commit, you get onto the site. It's Nags, again, who struggled in the first half, looks to change the tide. A couple of shots going a bit Aaron, a bit wide. Shan's weak, worse for wear, but Shao's the one who falls.
Some big pieces here live for Navi. CNET, Zipan, and Sugetsu. Trust them for sure in a 3v5.
Well, and the thing is, there's so many members on side of Crew that are weak, but 4 of them are missing health. This 5v3 here, certainly not a done deal. CNET falls, the 5v3 continues to go their way. As now it all falls really onto Sugetsu, and he's got a Sheriff. And again, they're very weak. This is not out of possibility, but a clean peek out from Nags at just the right time gets Crew the pistol.
Very nice capitalization after they get the kill on Angel onto stairs. there's really no follow-up. Cena tried to get a lot of damage done through that smoke, but he doesn't want to really commit all the way through because Crew had a nice execute, right? They had the mollies from Davies landing inside a market, preventing him from going for that. And I think Angel has an Angel moment on the top of the stairs. Yeah, he's fighting by himself. I mean, I'll call it what it is. It's good to see that that's still alive. And you can see on the first half how he was TPing into basically first in a lot of instances, but that's just Angel things.
Man likes to go fast. Well, that only caught one. When almost everyone is here. But no real movement off of the information garnered.
Look, I'll tell you one thing I learned from watching Navi in the offseason.
What's that?
Is even though they're still working in a new piece in CNED, right away these guys look so dangerous on these Chico rounds, on the rounds where they just have sheriffs.
Yeah.
So Crew cannot take this lightly. They're going to go for the pivot. Honestly, looks somewhat identical to the anti-eco that Navi called, but
it really does.
Same situation as well, right? An empty site is what they'll find. How much time do they take, and how long does it take Navi to recognize? They don't really have info. That knife, finally an A main. 3 people are starting to pivot.
Yep. That knife was the tell. That was the key, and off of that, you're right. They instantly begin to rotate, but the problem is Crew have already established their presence.
But they're here, ready to fight before the spike is down, so they have the entire timer here to actually try to play through.
How do they get into this with inferior weaponry? A couple of spams through. Xiao's already fallen. Look at Zipan's health. 1 HP.
There we go.
Yeah, this should be a pretty clean holdout from them. Barring something outrageous.
These are the rounds I want my star to shine. And is Nags going to be that star?
No.
I mean, it's still those first 2 kills. I want them to get, I mean, especially when he had the half that he did on that first one where he didn't find any value with, honestly, anything.
How many does Angel find here?
1.
2? 2's all he gets.
Dangerous.
Uh-huh.
Hey, but look, we've got 2 Vandals up here for Crew. Like,
and an ult.
They went for the Navi buy-ish. I mean, still 3 of their players on low money, but still 2 Vandals is definitely something that you want to have against this anti-bonus from Navi.
Dan, how much do you really invest here, knowing that you have an ult to work with? Looks like they're going to allocate some of the weaponry, but keep some money in for the following round.
Yeah. I mean, especially knowing what just happened in the end of that round with Angel. I think you've got to be gunning to win this round. You do not want that 10th to come through for Navi. So you got to send it all. I think this dart, especially with a flash here from Melzer, could potentially find Sugetsu.
And the ult to secure things. That is if they find any bit of info.
And that is the person I want to target. Sugetsu has no movement to get away from that.
Yep, he gets flashed. He gets tagged.
Gets away from it, though.
Yeah. Great attempt there from Shan. He's able to get the kill onto Sugetsu. The flash in his face, and Cena does not care.
What?
He gets away. Now Xiao, a little bit back and forth. Ping pong saves him for now. And you see the mixed buy out from Crew just not finding much success. Look at CNET go.
Just too clean. Only one person falls to Sugetsu, the main target of all of that aggression. I have to criticize a little bit of the approach here. Going for this A split from Cat, but pushing up into tree really deep while your players are still coming out of A main. You're not really giving yourself that extra layer to fight through window with enough people. And Navi, I mean, to their credit as well, repositioned very well to have CNET, to have Xiao up in the mix.
Light armor and 4 rifles on the side of Navi. CNET's gonna have blades to work with. And this is a full buyout here for Crew. They still have that Hunter's Fury for Ash Eddy. And you hear the blades popped instantly. Prowler gonna clear out B main, nothing found.
There's the knife. Mid default CNET, oh!
Great shot out from Nag, spamming through the smoke, getting the kill onto CNET. And removing the star for Navi.
It's a real dynamic factor. Just playing the jet, you're able to do things on the fly so much better. than with the rest of the agents alive here for Navi. Must-win round for Crew if they want any chance of coming back here.
This is a slow round out from Crew as well. Perhaps feeling the pressure of, you're right, this does certainly feel like a must-win round. They're going to smoke out mid, but there's really no one there to see. You see the execute start to come through. The flash out, the knife.
Dark clear sight, but not Dark where Angel is.
Oh, what a menace. He's got a flash to work with as well. He's going to have all sorts of targets right in front of him, and he finds two. Not able to land the third, but the spike goes down anyway. And now Zipan shows up.
Stay alive.
Just dancing back and forth. The guy is so good, man. Just unreal.
And that's a big sigh out of Melzer there. The new IGL for Crew. There's just nothing you can do when Zipan is just wide swinging with Sugetsu really late behind him. But I have to say it as well. I think the performance from Zipan at Champions has firmly put him in the position of very underrated player coming into this year. He had one of the highest ratings of anybody. And things like this are why. And he's just gotten better in the offseason, it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know what it is if it's more confidence or what. But he's firing on all cylinders.
Be it confidence, be it comfort, whatever it is, it's working. 16, 7, and 12 for the initiator on the side of Navi and Crew. Ball, they just have lost. You're right, Melzer hasn't found much success on the calling side of things, and while the fans are fully in support of Shand, it doesn't feel like enough.
I wouldn't call them, I wouldn't go as far as to say they look lost. I think the idea so far is still pretty good. I mean, the only thing I'll criticize on this attack so far is that window push when you're going for the A split. But other than that, I mean, I don't think their calls are bad. I think Melzer is calling a decent game. I feel like on defense he got really unlucky in a lot of senses. But on this attack, it's not like I have anything to criticize where it's like, oh, they keep doing the same thing, or oh, like, this guy's doing this. You can't counter him that way. There's none of that. I think more so, yes, loss for answers. But some of these hits should work. It's just a matter of Navi setting up perfectly to counter.
Operator in the hands of CNED this round. It looks like he's going to be playing mid.
And look, if he's on with his op, you can call this. You can start to call the series over because this guy is a monster.
Early Prowler and Nax going in anyway. Dashes through the cage. He's able to find one.
He doesn't realize where he is.
Oh my gosh. Ah! There's so many players right in front of him. He's able to take care of CNED. The op now picked up in his hands and instantly dropped right back down.
But they're going to have a free A site here. Angel's on top of heaven. And he can't find only one.
Stood there fighting three
what happened
at the
in this
same
round?
time.
I mean, everything has just gone to pure chaos, and it's Zipan in the same position as last round. He's ulting him.
For it. There's the Hunter's Fury, and it's actually Shand who's able to clear up the kill with the Stinger, no less.
Still flooding.
Remember, this is a lighter buy from them. 2 shares left. Collective 21 HP between the two members that are there, and Sugetsu, a clean spray.
Wow. Hey, I mean, Hail Mary out the timeout. Let's go for it. Dive into that smoke. And they picked the perfect round for it, right? That's the first time you think, okay, that call actually went in your favor in terms of the luck aspect of it. Finds CNED for the first time on the op all game, and it's chaos. And they use that chaos to get on the A site, but again, Navi is just so quick to it. Navi is so quick with the idea of committing there, right? Angel's there, and then Sugetsu and Shao, again, the same idea, just keep flooding, keep pressuring. Try to catch them while they're trying to plant the spike.
Another heavy investment, the op in the hands of CNED again. This time Davies has that lockdown. Again, we talked about the fact that there's no real counter to it. And unfortunately, it went without use in the first half, but perhaps we see something different here.
Yeah, and there's really no tools at all. Just a KO nade, you can't even take it down.
There's the lockdown that we just mentioned.
So the idea here for Navi is you either have to fight to break the lockdown or you have to wait it out.
Yeah.
And look at this. Already, CNED going on the flank.
Andrew uses ult to get around. You're right, CNET on that flank as Sugetsu's playing down in dark. Chao's able to get a couple of kills as well, and it seems like they've been able to hold the line with only losing one. Navi, very clean map one, very clean ascent.
An absolute statement right off rip, and that was Crew's map choice. We're going to Lotus next. That's Navi's, and if they look anywhere near as clean, we got problems here, Crew. We got problems.
I mean, massive problems. I just don't know really how they adjust, and perhaps Lotus is just a map that's a bit more comfortable for them, but the fact that Angel seem to be calling such a good map, the three-site nature of the map really tends to lean towards him as well. You're right, there may be problems here.
And I have to remind you of the brutality of this format. Single elim, Crew, you've got one more chance to tie this up.
We'll see if they're able to close it out. We'll be right back.
Enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy. Spike down A. Last player standing.
I can see it all so well. Lie so you can take the power. Living on your carousel was all it took to get me out. I wanna be picking all the roads around down for me. The energy, keep it building, moving just how I need. I know what you came for.
Welcome back, everyone. Navi, they have taken the lead in this series against Crew. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Achilles and Mimi. I think EMEA fans can maybe just let out a breath of relief.
There's finally something to cheer for!
Yep, all good. All good, all good.
Yeah, this game very much was, as the caster said, a bit of a palate cleanser from match number 1 as Navi came out and looked absolutely incredible. This was very much the favorite coming in and looking like the favorite. They maintained some of the fantastic coordination and great mid-rounding from Angel that the FBX score had, and CNED came in and looked like a star.
Yeah, he did. But you know what? I made the joke about Angel being on the floor, calling from beyond the grave. He popped off in this game. Ends up coming out with a top ACS, and it was just such a powerful performance from him. So used to seeing him taking that back roll rather than being the one leading the charge. But there's so many times that he was just pushing his way into a site on a retake or on the attack and just coming up with multiple kills. It was a great thing to see from him.
It's really classic Angel stuff, but it felt a lot more deep than some of the previous kind of like crazy pushes he's had as an individual, right?
Oh,
With this Omen, it was a lot of double dive stuff where him and CNED are taking space together. Additionally, a lot of really good paranoias to set up his squad. I thought the team just looked on point. It was a great game from Navi.
I mean, I think this is the kind of contrast with some of the other teams we saw, particularly EMEA, where we can tell a roster needs time. They're maybe not ready yet for this stage, but Navi, they're not one of them because obviously they only had to make that one swap.
Yeah, that is all that they had to change up here. But a team that I think is going to need to improve in a very quick amount of time is Crew, because they really struggled in this matchup. First half, were playing really passive, didn't have any answers to what Navi was throwing, and the second half as well, it felt like they were never finding a gap in Navi's defense, and their side executes just didn't quite have the coordination to overcome either.
Yeah, it's just not what you want to see from Nags when you have that jet, when you're playing on a map like Ascent. You want to see that powerful performance like we were getting out of CNED, but it was just way too passive. And oftentimes, I think Bala said it, and I think he put it quite well, it just looked like Crew were lost in these rounds. They couldn't figure out where Navi was going to be rotating from. They couldn't figure out where they were going to be situated on site. They just consistently got picked off one after the other.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a great start for Crew there. I will say that for Navi, they managed to convert 50% of their 4v5. So even when they lost that first guy, they were still okay for the most of that time in that map, which I thought was very, very impressive.
Yeah, it was a really great recovery from them, even when they did have those initial rough moments. But I don't think there were many of them because their spacing was just really excellent on the attacking side. And on the defense as well, they had quite a few rounds where I saw some good value out of Sugetsu on this Cypher. I think having that utility and being able to switch it around so often, it's way more flexible than Killjoy. And I think for a player like Angel, that definitely helps his calling when they get on that defensive side.
Yeah, it was just fantastically done, clinical from the side of Navi. And like you said, maybe Crew need to improve very, very rapidly because right now it's not looking good. Because again, this was their map selection. Now we're getting ready to go into Lotus. And you know Angel's been cooking something up for this.
Yeah, I do want to sell some Crew hope a little bit here. We've seen in the past where teams haven't had quite the right answer to Lotus. We saw that with NRG. And I think this could be a 50-50 in which team had the better prep in the offseason. I didn't really see it with Crew on that Ascent, but I'm hopeful that they'll have a little bit more to show on map number 2.
Before we get into that, let's check in for the Aim Lab shoot-around. Of course, it is CNED from Navi. We spoke a little bit about how he is going to fit into this roster, replacing Artist. Mimi, what did you think of how they implemented him?
Yeah, official CNED check-in right here. Felt pretty good. They had what made them good back last year, and they also changed some of the roles around, let him play on his comfort role of Jet, and I thought did a fantastic job across the board enabling him, especially for Angel and Zipan. Those three on the attacking side, as kind of the tip of the spear on the entry, was really, really good.
Yeah, it's just such a dangerous team. We weren't sure, how is he going to be stepping into, the likes of Artis' shoes. So far, pretty damn good. I'm expecting to see a bit more depth from him. Jet not been the most prevalent in the few times that we have seen Lotus come up. So I'm curious to see if he sticks with that, or maybe if we see him go over to something like a Sage, because we have seen a decent amount of that as well.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly like the point to go for here, because what made Artis good on this team, what made him great, wasn't just that he was a good Jet player. It was that he was a fantastically flexible player that fit into Angel's system on every single map they played, and we still only have a very small sample size with CNET.
Oh, look at him. I think he's happy with that score. But what I will
Quite
say
the
is
smile.
CNET himself have spoken out about a couple of times now that the reason that the Ascend roster kind of fell apart is they just couldn't adapt to the meta. And he did not like the Chamber meta. I think we could all tell, even though he didn't do badly on it, he just way preferred the fact that Jet is back in. Now, I do wonder if they just kind of put him on the Jet, let him get comfortable first before they kind of force him to get more flexible.
I mean, maybe, but that is also something that could be concerning and that needs to be trained out of him, because you need to be able, if you want to be one of the greats, if you want to be able to take over your region, you need to be able to adjust to those metas rather than be like, I don't like the Chamber. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to play Jet. You need to be able to make those adjustments as the meta changes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Angel as well, he's a guy, he's always been very vocal about the fact that he needs his players to be flexible, to be able to play a variety of different agents. And obviously it's going to be an adaptation, not just for CNET, but for him as well, to get used to someone who does have probably some different roles that they're comfortable with than Artis.
Well, let's talk about Lotus. You guys kind of briefly mentioned it already. We haven't seen either of these teams play yet. I'm very excited to see what Angel's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some nutty stuff on Lotus so far. PRX was trying a hell of a lot. That wall boost that they had to get that catch on the Neon right off the rip, just coming straight out of A, was fantastic. But unfortunately, that was kind of the highlight of the map from them. So I'm excited to see if there's going to be any more wacky stuff that has been prepared by either side. As you said, Mimi, Crew, they need to show that they have also equally prepped for this map.
We've seen a couple answers to this map. I think 3 teams that we saw here, FPX, Carmen Core, and NRG, all went for that no duelist, double controller, double flash composition with the... I wasn't a super big fan of that. We also saw the teams who went in on the Chamber and decided to try that out. That one had its moments on the defense, but I think for some squads felt a little gimmicky on the attack. Other teams leaned really heavily into the duelist, fighting constantly for A long control. So this map's meta is still very much nebulous, and I think seeing a team that tends to be very innovative on it is going to be one way to get a little bit more info.
We're heading into the Prime Gaming agent select here. Let's see what both sides are going to come out with. Of course, we've seen Lotus a couple times, but Seth's just not either of these teams, so I don't know what they're going to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely up in the air as far as what they're going to be going for. Mimi's laying down a hell of a lot of different compositions that we've gotten so far, and it looks like it's not going to be the duelist side for either team, as we will have the Neon coming out, and then CNET's going to be going over to the Raze.
I like this double dive composition for Crew. This is kind of a la Paper X when they ran this on Fracture. I think you can get a lot of value on defense with Gambits and also with the fast sight hits. We saw a comp like this work quite well for C9. Also, CNET on Raze. That's going to be cool.
I mean, he hasn't played Raze since February 2021, so I don't know how he's going to do here, but let's jump into this second map with your casters, Doug and Baller.
Thank you so much, Sue Ball. I'm so freaking excited to cast Lotus. I've been waiting for this day. The compositions are spicy, but you have to find success if you're Crew on this attacking half. You've got to get out of the gates the right way.
Yeah, and hey, they come up with a comp that I think is going to be very powerful at doing just that, right? Finding some space in the attack. I'm looking at that C site. You could already see some teams like Paper X, like Cloud9 even, really focusing on trying to dive into that site. But there's plenty of options as well. You can get past the early utility on A as well that's thrown by the defense. And honestly, you have a little bit less from Navi in that regard. You don't have a breach. You have the Fade Raze combo, but how often are you going to be sending that in? Let's see.
A little bit of an aggressive peek from C as they're fully sending on to B. No hesitation, no doubts about it. What they didn't account for was the Killjoy utility, though. And that's going to cause problems for now as Angel just continues right where he left off.
Oh, no. The pivot is fast, yes, but you've already got them chasing through the C's. Almost keeps him from going through the door. And it has to be pushed through spawn.
Yeah. Can Ashetti find it? CNET wise to it, waiting. Cleans up the kill. 1v3 left for Nags, and yeah, he's gonna get the spike down, get a little bit of extra cash. But how do you deal with the 2 members pushing you, Waterfall? You don't.
That's a great nade. I mean, I'm gonna see tons of value out of that if CNET continues to hold on to that. Just clearing the site, and especially when you're trying to go for these safe plants, you have no safe space to stay. You have to do what he just did, jump out of Waterfall. That's a great way to end the rounds there. This round was chaotic, right? You try to go for that plant, and I think it's a good idea just to get it up with that wall. Nobody's playing on that left side where that box is. So Crew with a good idea on this pistol, but the reaction and the fight up C, top C where the mound is, definitely hurts. And I also think that possibly the idea was to pivot towards C the entire time, given the fact that they were even coming around from Mound.
This time, no antics across the middle of the map, even though utility will be there, as it was in the previous round. They want to go towards C, and remember, there was space taken here at the beginning of the round. Look at how far up Shand is already.
I mean, look at the control just with the breach stun. Angel and Zipon can't find any quarter close.
Smoked right off. The initial attempt doesn't find success. Perhaps the second time's a charm.
I mean, this time there's 2 mollies too, so who knows? Maybe Sugetsu too slow to pop.
Just farming these orbs. Shady now 4 away from having the Rolling Thunder online. And note how far up CNET is here. He has a Guardian.
And it is a Navi buy here. The 2 rifles being, or the 3 rifles, Bulldog and Guardians here. So not as impactful as that one on Ascent, but still going for a little bit of a risk.
Right, similar idea nonetheless, right? Oh, surely.
Oh, he gets through.
Right. But it's just him.
Yeah, this time they don't bring the spike because he can full commit.
Oh, and the spike goes down anyway. The pistol's out.
Again. It's so good.
And CNET finally shows up. Shan absolutely decapitates Angel then.
Oh.
But clean out from Navi.
Just trying to push through Waterfall at that point. They're in their own smoke. They're out of range of spike plant. And they're potentially getting pinched from behind, given that the other player who's in the smoke is, I think, Nags, just stuck inside of B main. They're sending it on that site. And
yeah, they are.
That idea, sure, I kind of like it, but B is probably the most avoided site for attack sides in general so far at this event.
It's just so difficult to get through and difficult to hold, even if you do take it.
Have to give credit as well so far to CNET. His nades have been really good.
Yep.
I know Yinsu pointed out on the desk he hasn't played since 2021. Interesting fact about that, it was against FPX.
Oddly enough, yeah.
The team now he has joined under the banner of Navi, so.
See how they do this here, how they decide to clear out C. They don't have that nade they mentioned before, as Davies is still towards mid, but it seems like that's where they're going to end up.
They're so aggressive here. This is way too far.
You're absolutely right. It's so aggressive.
That flash barely gets anybody except for the player's back, so they're able to isolate that close player, but Shan not able to find anything. And they lose 2 for it, so hey, I'll take that trade any day of the week if I'm Navi.
Yeah, absolutely.
Back towards the B side, and this time no fast lane either.
And at this point, surely you know there's Killjoy utility, and there it is. The Raze nade is going to clear that out. You're not going to get fooled on that 3 times in a row. Sugetsu flashed up. The turret should confirm.
Sugetsu's still going for this, though. Oh, no.
How cheeky does Davies get? It's actually Sugetsu who pushes it as well.
That's good there. That smoke to bait him into it. Davies ducks in immediately. Sugetsu has no time to get in.
Oh, it's not a crossfire. It's just Nags. And Nags was good for 1. CNET still has some weaponry, switches over to the Vandal, a 2v2 here, and the utility still to work with. The CNET tries to dance around, but Cruz secures the site and secures the round.
Good anti-bonus there so far. Really good success when it comes to that round in specific, the round 3. And I do like the approach. Once they find themselves some sort of trade to work towards that B side, because that is going to be where you're the most thin in terms of defense. So finding any sort of pressure elsewhere and then moving towards the B side is definitely a good approach. And I want to see Navi start to switch it up in that regard.
This one may be fast C, though. You see the early paranoia out from Navi to take a main control, but everyone is over towards C. They've got the Rolling Thunder to work with as well. And there it is, right on cue.
That Molly did so much. They're not in sight yet. The TP just came through from Melzer, so they're going to be able to get the spike plant.
The breach utility is just so suffocating. And they've got a turret to control the flank.
And KJ ult, most importantly here, nothing to deny this.
And there it is.
So it's all on the CNET on the flank, and there's 4 players potentially here at Mount.
I mean, truly, they know. The flash, the swing out, yeah, CNET's dead.
That's a save. I'm calling a save here from Navi. Zipon is literally stuck. Can he get out?
I think the question is how much more can he take with him at this point? He was able to get a kill, and yeah, he does escape. Found the narrowest of margins to stay alive to avoid the lockdown and still get his.
Ranked play works out. There you go, Crew tying it up. stringing together a couple, not something they were able to do on Ascent. And I think leaning towards the C site, that pressure, you saw what they did there. Instead of going for just mountain control, they went for more. They recognized the setup that Sugetsu was playing for towards B was causing them a lot of problems. The funny part is Sugetsu switched completely onto the C site, so he had 2 mollies there ready for them. But you can just bypass them with this Neon and with this Omen TP. And honestly, once Davey starts to satchel in too, you're having a mighty hard time actually holding without pushing into Mount.
Yeah, you have problems when they're both flying at you like that.
Look at the buy here, Doug. Only the saved weapons invested into this. Everybody else just light armor and a pistol.
It's interesting how we see this round play out too. This is the first time we see Crew test the waters towards A.
And they get through and they pick the perfect time. Remember I was talking about gambles on Ascent.
Yeah.
This time it looks like it's working out. You can't spam that with a Spectre.
There's the ult, the flash. It's not going to find anyone. No one on the other side of that door, but perhaps the second satchel gives you the confirmation that you're looking for.
No!
Oh my gosh,
What?
that's all right. They saved the day. Never happened. We
Angel's
didn't see
behind.
it.
Angel's behind. Oh my goodness,
they're
the
so
TP!
weak. Angel with 2, the third right before him, but no. It's now a 1v2, and Shan saves the round. That could have been disastrous.
Oh my goodness. I'm wondering what obscured Angel's TP in there. We heard it.
How the heck did he get there?
I wonder, was there a C, something like that? Or just chaos? I mean, there was chaos, let's be honest here. On the site with Davies' ult there, that rocket. Choosing the wrong spot, but talking about gambles, I didn't get to finish my point. Normally you have CNET and Xiao combining here to find some control on A. But that round they didn't have it, and that's the first round that they actually pushed through A. Let's see, now there's gonna be a clash, and we'll see if the speed from Shand is enough to get through.
He's flashed up. Yeah, he had no chance. He was flashed, he was knifed. And there was just too much presence here, but Xehanort with the ult does find one.
How did Davies
Kills get traded back and forth. 3v2 here as the dust settles in favor of Navi.
Anchor versus the Lurk here on the C site too. There's a turret that Sugetsu can peek off of.
Axe gets a kill here. This is enormous. No.
Huge damage.
Huge damage, but the rotations start to lean towards B. Xiao, the only one kind of hanging back A.
I really like that Molly as well from Sugetsu. Actually gives him space. If he's not all the way on the back of that wall, Nags, he has the space to slide into sight.
They smoked off the turret, and the knife didn't tag anything mid. But again, you still see how disciplined Navi are.
Yeah.
Completely like holding the line, spreading themselves thin.
Well, they have the tools to do that.
Yep.
If the trade went a little bit better on A. And now the jig is up. Smoke's gone on the turret too. Sugetsu's going to be re-clearing C. After Xiao spots 1. And he might have spotted both. Now they know for sure.
Yeah,
Here's the full rotate.
Yep.
25 seconds. I think
remember-
Xiao just needs to be patient.
Remember here,
Oh!
Nax has no health. You asked for patience. And well, there was none. Melzer trying to play a little bit of mind games as they've gotten it down to a 2v1. Sugetsu, can you clutch it out? 13 seconds left. He drops down, and Melzer's right beneath him, waiting with open arms.
Huge round for Melzer. And Crew is now up 2 rounds. That is massive. To be able to just go for that stairs push, find the low player, and then patience again, not to swing ahead of, who was it with him? Nags in that case? Not to swing ahead of him, do that fake TP, and then swing. Good composure from the IGL, former Leviatán player.
You see the crowd loving it as Crew gives them a reason to cheer. Timeout out for Navi. They find themselves down 2 rounds. And while it seemed like Crew were going to have a hard time getting past some of the pesky initial defenses of Navi, really since, what, round 2? It's just been all Crew.
It has been. And they've given up on that approach on the B side. So I also like the aspect that Navi is for sure discussing right now of how those first 2 rounds condition Navi, right? You now see that full swap up since we've entered the gun rounds of Sugetsu onto the C side. No longer really pressuring mounds, no longer really going for anything there. And that has caused them to be stretched a little thin. Also there, Angel going for that TP on top of Rebel. Didn't work out. We've seen some success from players like Navera, for example. And just the strength of Omen in that area in general. Yeah. But at this point, it's seen, and it's tested, and it's practiced against. So the fact that Crew is able to deal with that A main push as best as they did, remember, while losing Shand.
Yep. Very impressive. Speaking of Shand, he has the ult to work with this round. Hasn't committed to it yet.
Back to that control onto C-Mound. Instead of full commitment, they threw a one-way down. And Navi actually has pushed all the way A main and rotated everybody. So let's see if they're ready here. It is just a sheriff round. Let's see if they're ready for that push on to C, or B, excuse me.
Cena, it's going to be the first to receive. And there's the ult, the flash, the smoke, the fast lane, everything. As Shan looking for anything, not going to find a target initially. But how much further does he go? There it is. He's rewarded for his aggression. Thing is, Ashetti here has the Rolling Thunder too to keep them back in case things get real messy. They all are playing off site. They've got mollies on the spike. I mean, I know that Navi didn't really have guns to work with this round, but given the post-plant setup out from Crew, if there was any sliver of hope, it just seems all but gone. They kind of have to fight, right? Truly, they just have to go. Oh my gosh. No. This could be bad. They've gotten two. Kills get traded right back, and Davies cleans it up.
I was certain that that round was going to get wrapped up, but that's the danger here of Navi. This is a great, great start here from Crew. After that bonus, they've been riding the wave.
Yeah, and I think even important too to note, Ashetti keeping his Rolling Thunder, not having to invest it in a lighter round, so you can use it in a gun round such as this, post plants, whatever it may be. Very interesting. Remember when last time we saw him have that, it was combined with the lockdown to take C, and now there's no lockdown this time around, but they are leaning that way.
Yeah. Zip on with the K ult could counter. Angel's gonna actually TP all the way in the corner. They're fighting.
Oh my
Zip
gosh, are they ever? But the kills get traded right back. Seeing it with the up, doesn't even get a chance to fire it. Clean shots up from Jen.
And there's nobody here from Navi, not even close. TP's gonna come in here shortly from Melzer. They'll plant the spike. He can even get off if he wants.
Note here how close Xiao and Sugetsu both are to having their ultimates online. One kill could be all the difference. But with that in mind, the spike down, Melzer with a narrow exit. Now the Prowler through, seeing if it's gonna tag anyone. No, nothing is free, nothing will be given. Sugetsu's fallen. And Xiao now left in a surely almost impossible situation.
Gave us a glimpse into the future too with that siege that he missed, but yeah, no way really back in, even if this is Xiao, even if this is the clutch master himself. And we're going up to 6 here for Crew. I mean, this is a reversal completely of what we saw in Ascent.
Yep. 1000%. I mean, Crew just looks so much more comfortable, right? Like Melzer is calling an exceptional game, and we talked about it a little bit now that we have some time, but I really feel like this format puts all light on IGLs, right? Because you can come in with a game plan, but it's not like you have a lower bracket to where you can commit to it and then adjust. No, you have to do it on the fly. And for Melzer to get punched in the mouth the way he did in map 1 and then adjust to call the game he's called so far is really impressive.
Yeah, and I think the way that Ascent went kind of helps him with that. Like I keep saying, I think if I'm in his shoes, I'm for sure telling myself, okay, yeah, they had gambles that worked, we had gambles that didn't work in a lot of calls, but
yeah.
Back to just Guardians and Vandal here. We're in round 9 right now. 4-round lead here for Crew. Angel left by himself. We've swapped Sugetsu all the way over towards the A side. We'll see if that continues into the next, and Davies leading the charge this time.
Oh, but I mean, his duo's right behind him. Shan dashing in as well. They have full control of the site. The thing is, they have Sugetsu's lockdown for a retake, but do you really want to invest that? I mean, I guess you have 3 rifles to work with.
Ulted to spawn. We have.
Oh my gosh, he stuck it!
No!
He stuck it! What a mad lad!
Sugetsu tried to play him, but no chance. They got a molly on the spike too.
And there goes the lockdown.
It's kind of off plant here. It's kind of off centered. Not all this post plant's gonna be perfect.
They're gonna have to try to take the fight to him. That's exactly what they're doing, but will they find success? The flash out, no challenge. Bait not taken, and another round for Crew.
After Ascent, there was no way anybody was expecting this type of turnaround.
No, not at all.
Just ridiculous. And I have to say, the difference here from Angel in comparison to some of the other Omens that I've been watching so far on Lotus, he's trying some of the same things, but then as well trying some other things, where a lot of times he's continuing that Angel-type play style.
Yeah.
He's been engaged in so many of the first duels in this map.
Yeah.
It's just not been working out. Have to try to lead and keep it with Zipan.
I mean, they're trying to dictate the pace, right? You see it even in the opening to that round. 4 members get the Orbe, establish a main control. So they're doing what they can to swing momentum back their way, but...
Angel's got trouble here.
Yes, he does. You were just mentioning how he's often in these first duels, and I mean, if things continue the way they seem...
He's delaying this one way for so long. I was really scared they pushed him through.
Double flash. Angel has to wait. Yeah, he's just going to ult out.
Some rarely seen discipline on the first engagement there from Angel, but he still might be the first duel.
Yeah, it's just delayed a bit. If nothing else, you see them, perhaps they're going to pivot towards B. I think they are, Paula. They hit the revolving door towards A to draw rotations back there as well, and they fully commit into B.
This is so well rehearsed from Crew.
They look so good.
KJ ult from Sugetsu is so deep into Waterfall, too, that they have so much space. Heaven here still.
They're just waiting for them to push. Look at how far off Shao is.
Shan's not cleared here. Shan's not cleared for sure.
Do they invest the Nightfall? 5v3 here?
Sugetsu gets it.
Surely at this point you've equalized numbers, and there it is. The ult used. Nax trying to keep them back. So far is able to. The flash in his face, and he hits both of them. Now Meltzer not able to hold the line either. A 2v1 here. Davies so weak. Can Shao do it? Oh my gosh! The shot from Davies and the Red Bull clutch from Crew. They clawed their way back into the round. They infested the ultimates they needed, and Crew did not care.
The newcomer to the team. The player we all thought was going to be the 6th man for this roster. The Colombian delivers.
What a stud.
8-2, this lead is starting to look insurmountable in much the same way that first map went for Navi. And the trouble here for EMEA is starting to continue, honestly. Angel again, TP deep mount, Sugetsu's there to cover later.
He's so far up, man.
It's only Sheriff's 1 stinger here for CNED.
One player spotted, and that's cute for Shan to go, but Zipan's able to hold them back with 2 clean shots out from the Guardian. The Paranoia invested as another one.
Good smoke, too. They recover weapons.
Yep.
That's 2 weapons. Zipan has been insane, and that call from Navi is really, really nice. Just stack up on B, get a lot of information towards C. You know they like to go for it, and they're just there in heaven, ready to receive.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, the fact we were just talking about Angel taking C main so far up so early, but if not for him taking that space, he can't help as easily into the B hit.
Did they walk through this smoke? Shao's here to receive. Can he get into tree?
But there's a flash set up. Yeah, there it is. Oh, he's surrounded. I mean, where do they go from here? They just go into the next round. Great round out from Navi, a thrifty one at that.
And that's the type of strat to come out that I was expecting on some of these ecos. Zipan with just the Guardian, he finds 2. They recover the weapons. The smoke through as well with that mount control to open up the door. They give themselves such good chances. A lot of times, even those eco rounds, even if you get 2 picks or so, it's still difficult if you can't recover the weapon. So understanding the win con and understanding how Crew is calling this map. But it's not even close to dug out here. This lead is still massive for Crew.
Early aggression towards C out from Navi, but the rest of Crew is A. You hear the ult used instantly as they're waiting for anyone to challenge. Anyone dare show their face. Gotta be careful here. You're gonna have the turret controlling flank, and once again, Angel creeping forward. They're gonna commit.
Oh, that's so difficult to deal with. Is it gonna be a swing? Here goes Cena with the ult.
Shao just has to fight, but the flashes are there. They can't see a dang thing. Kills going back and forth, 1-for-1 the entire way.
Can't get out.
And it's finally Crew who tips things back in their favor. A 1v3. What the heck does Angel do here? Can he be the savior that Navi needs in this round? Ashadi weak. Shand weak. Melser weak. Moving an angle. And now the fault line in his face. There's no way out. A 9-3 lead out from Crew and Bolo. What a response to map 1.
It's just so nice and prepared and abusing the things on this map that need to be abused. I love the awareness and preparation they had for that ult to come in. The counter flash and CNET has really no options there except the full send.
Yep.
And get out.
A very impressive first half out from Crew. But now it's Navi on the attacking side. We'll see if they're able to replicate some of that success and throw it down to the desk.
Thank you very much, Doug and Vala. Seth, you mentioned the Croupium after the first map, and I think you were right. Crew, they're showing up here.
You know what? I won't even accept the credit. It was Mimi. Mimi was the one who was saying there's some reasons to have that Croupium. And yeah, they're showing why right now. Answering back in this first half with a 9-3, just like they suffered on Ascent at the hands of Navi. And I'm starting to wonder, is this Lotus pick just another misfire in the brains here from the side of Navi? Because right now, it's not looking great. We'll take a look back at round number 6. And this was one of the moments where it felt like the mentality really got shattered. An initial fight coming through, an opening pick from Xiao. Shan's taken down. Davy's able to answer back 1, but things just continue to fall apart time and time again here for Crew. Nice little rocket coming through from CNET to find themselves a 3rd pick, but Melzer then pushes into this smoke, gets that snapshot onto Xiao, and then he just gets tucked against the rope wheel and Higatsu. It was a major turn there for the IGL.
Yeah, the IGL had a very strong start to that half, but so did Davies here. He had a fantastic first start of Lotus. After looking solid on map number 1, he came out here on Raze, which is probably his strongest role, and looked absolutely fantastic. A couple massive clutches, massive moments for this Crew team. But now as we look ahead towards the second half, my question still stands with, what are Navi's answers to this map? Because I feel like in that first half, they really struggled with dealing with these very fast C-long hits that Crew were going for, oftentimes abusing into that site, into B. Navi was unable to shut that down. Now they're on the side where I think they can show us a little bit more of what they have prepped. Is it enough, though? That's the question.
That is the question indeed. Mimi, Crew, they need to hang on here, or they're going to be eliminated out of this tournament. Doug and Bala, I can't wait even to see what's going to happen.
Honestly, Sue, I can't either. It's only been one half for Crew, but it seems like they have found a breath of fresh air. They seem like an entirely different team.
Yeah. This comp has looked really good for them. They just look incredibly comfortable. Now, they even have the breach as well to kind of solidify some of the double duelist gaps that you would have normally. So this A main push is still going to work out. And then on the other side too, Mimi was talking about how the C push, the C long push was so difficult for Navi to deal with. And now you don't even really have the same tools that Crew had to execute that themselves. It has to be CNET. And Zipan has been the guy on that defensive side who you really are like, okay, I think I can rely on him to continue to carry, but on this attack side, it's going to be hard for him to just full control the game.
See Shan just jump spotting, starting to feel some of the pressure.
Looks like a door split here. Similar to what Crew did in rounds very close to the end. Here's the door getting broken. Melzer's going to be almost by himself. You got Axetti here as well.
Yeah, and note it's not even just the door split. They hit the rotating door as well, but no rotations for now.
That stun is really early, but the nade combo might find some damage now.
How bold does Xiao stay here? Just playing on the other side of the smoke. Just playing on the other side of the wall.
Funny part is this flash from Melzer might actually let them
clear.
clear.
Oh my gosh! What discipline to clear that! But either way, Navi's able to maintain control of the side, or at least they were for a moment. A 2v2 here, you see the tap on the spike, instantly rethought. And now Melzer with 47 HP, tries to make a run at it and fails. Pistol goes in favor of Navi.
That's 1 HP for Angel there. That is absolutely crazy. Look at the score lines for this team right now. 20 and 10 for Zipan, nobody else in the double digits for Navi. Reflective of the overall game and how it's gone so far.
Oh, his back's hurt.
And a chance to see that again is nice. I like the reflank as well from Angel, just holding on to A main control, making sure nobody's flanking you through the breakable door. A lot of times the problem when you go for any mid presence on any map, honestly, in this game. And look at this trap setup here. On C long. It's going to be a flash and a push, maybe a fault line too, and a bunch of stuns.
Dude, crew just want to fight.
Yeah, but the door's opening now.
And the flash, too. They got paranoia. They can't see a dang thing. They try to find cover in the revolving door, and guess what? Angel's waiting on the other side.
I mean, I love this on both sides. I like the idea from crew. And that was kind of something that Navi did feint a little bit, that C-mount control early in the pistol round. So, hey, it's a good call. Potentially they'll go for the same thing. But then Angel as well, taking the risk to open the door. A lot of times that can backfire.
Yeah.
But he only has a ghost, so he's not really worried. He's not concerned. He can take all the fights he wants. If he dies, that's okay.
Yeah, nothing really lost there. Crew's still hanging on to a lead. They now have rifles to work with. Xiao's still using that Guardian.
I mean, we've already kind of erased a big portion of that lead. 4 rounds still here. This is a pivotal round. Similar to what I said for Crew on Ascent. I mean, it's the same scoreline, just reversed.
And Navi taking a very patient, methodical approach to this round. I know they pushed up a bit towards B main, but other than that, it's almost like they're expecting aggression out from Crew.
Bringing it back towards Ascent as well. This is where Navi on their attack side. Remember, they picked attack when they had the chance. They played very well with the adaptations and the mid-round calls and the rotations and the depth of the strat book. And this is the time to see if it's as prepared here on Lotus, the newest map addition to the game.
Shan takes a little bit of damage here on the jump spot. But the exchange was information garnered. That's far more important. The paranoia, the double satchel out from CNET onto the site. They're going to be able to get the spike down, but you've got to be careful. Crew has a lot of members very close by.
Yeah, but that stun was really early, so you don't have the same initiation power now from Xetti until deep into this post plant.
Playing so far off too, the paranoia, the flash. They've committed onto the site. The thing is, they're playing so far off, Navi, is that you can really afford to give some of this space up and still hang on to control. CNET has fallen. Melser on the tap. Another kill going in favor of Crew. Oh, but Navi trading it right back.
It's spammable for Link. It's spammable right here.
Oh, there it was. You were absolutely right. A 1v2. Xiao gets it into 1v1, but he's so weak.
4 bullets.
He's got a spam. The spam's going a bit wide. Davies is going to hold it, and the Classic does not deliver.
Just ridiculous. The idea from Navi, so good, but the weapons are not. And the crucial players who have the ammo in this case, the ammunition with the Vandals, are the ones taking the duels.
Yep.
So a little bit of a misplay there. But super crucially, Zippon gets that last kill as well, okay? So look at the money from Crew when we come back. He gets that last kill, and sure, they lose the round. But Crew are absolutely broke.
Oh my goodness. Pretty early fight for A main. You see Angel has already pushed his way up towards Rubble. Shan can be wise to it, yup. Stinger secures the kill.
And just the follow-up and patience there, smoking actually the cross there so that Shan can recross back. And the fight for Navi on this plot in defense, when there was actually an engagement in A main, was a lot more pushed up towards Root. Here it's a lot more controlled from Crew, more patient. Oh, Zippon, he is still working it.
Yes, he is.
And remember, low buy from Crew.
Look at how far up CNET is.
And that could cost them if he ends up giving up a Vandal. That knife might give a little bit of misinformation towards the players who were up close on A, so CNET might find a gap here. Why would you knife your teammate?
They're rotating all the way over to C.
Wow.
But the hits can end up B, and as you noted, CNET's positioning here can be really problematic late round.
I wonder if they thought that knife was thrown from really far away.
Yeah.
And that's
from
why
bound
they...
or something?
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to take the route in from the revolving door on C. And again, keep an eye on CNET. He's starting to creep forward.
This is a tough plant for everybody but CNET. Look at Xiao, he's actually rotating all the way through spawn. They're playing this really well. But he just has to find the timing. They just cleared this entire lane.
I mean, they're just starting to surround and suffocate the defenses.
That's a gun. That's a gun.
That's one down, but are they going to be expecting Xiao? I don't know that they are, Bala. Zipan falls, and yeah. Xiao probably should have gotten 2 there, but...
No time.
No, there's no time at all. Oh, no.
Shand was on for the ace there too, but it wouldn't have mattered. But it would have been a similar situation to what we just saw a round ago, where Navi lose the round and end up with no weapons whatsoever. And that would have been a massive snowball in the favor of Crew as well, even that their 2 ults are economically very favorable as well. That flank from Xiao, just perfectly timed. Again, not planted for them at all. Woo. Through the door. And they made the right call to fall off. They don't want to fight the revolving door, but okay, look at this. Fast push through B main from Crew, and it's the finger guns that get canceled.
Oh! That was the whole key to the early aggression, and nullified just like that.
Doors open as well. They clear out everything in B main. Looks like Crew might want to re-aggress. But so far, Zipan is playing out of his mind. Another first kill for him.
I think the guy's got to be flirting with 30 at this point, surely.
He's not that old, Doug.
Shan throwing a little shoulder across mid, and again, you see Navi, how patient and disciplined they are. They're going to end up C, and there's nobody there. Note they have CNID's ult, Angel's ult as well. Now the spike going down, and look at how far up they're pushing. They're pushing into spawn. Meltzer's in a world of hurt here.
Oh, that flash went way wide. Oh, no. That's a big punish from Angel.
I mean, just like that.
There's no control.
Yeah.
And the crowd goes silent. I mean, they were roaring a second ago.
I mean, just like a switch flipped. As soon as Meltzer dies, silence.
I could feel the vibrations on our stage. And now I feel safe again. We're going up to 3 rounds. Navi is working this lead, and again, remember on Ascent how they hunted the guns down. Yeah. They have got the pulse, and nobody's watching Angel on this side. If they can bait into him, there's no way he doesn't get both.
Oh, do we have a knife again? Nope, no knife, but 2 kills out for Angel. 4 on the round, 7 for Navi.
What an unbelievable turn of events here as well for this team. It's Angel who is kind of helping Zipan to get back into this. Not Sugetsu, not Xiao, not CNED.
Yep. Not the usual suspects, you're absolutely right.
Angel.
Clean out from Angel.
This is actually Crew's first time out. I mean, they've been in the lead for a significant portion. So let's see what they can come up with. I think Navi has been the guys who have been cooking in the last couple of rounds, definitely finding the read.
I mean, what a crowd, man. What a crowd.
It just hits different, guys,
yes,
when you're here. We've been at home watching these games, and the energy in here is ridiculous. And we've actually gotten quite packed out here for this game, too. Even though there was a number of Liquid fans in the first game. They're showing up for their countrymen, Shan.
If you're Crew here, you walked into half with a considerable lead.
Yep.
And you've seen it not entirely evaporate, but you can feel yourself losing control of the game. You're losing control of the half. Your buy, not great. So you're likely looking at 10-8 unless you cook up something real spicy. I mean, how do you maintain composure? How do you maintain control?
Yeah. And I think that's part of what Liazzo and the team probably talked about is composure down the line here. But I think more than anything, it has to be a strategic victory. Every single time they go for something kind of out of the box, it feels like Angel and Navi have the read.
Oh, they're going to spam that box, bro. Yeah, as soon as he got tagged by the knife, he was a dead man walking. Second one there, you see the fault line out to try to provide some cover, to try to provide some help. Uh-oh.
They're collapsing.
Uh-oh. If it wasn't the nade, it was going to be the ult. Either way, he dies.
Dude, he takes one in the grave. He is 6 feet under, and he's still killing people.
That's how we planned it. That was the intent all along.
Again, the re-aggro there. I really like how Angel played that, too. The knife goes in, and Crew are expecting that knife now. So one player's trying to cross and the other players are trying to stay away from the knife, but it gives them enough space to isolate that fight.
Yeah. That's just such a brutal spot, because once you cross, I mean, you're behind the box, you're going to get spammed through. It was an attempt at taking space, but it fails.
Big difference here that I'm seeing between some of the teams that have struggled so far, especially some of the teams that are restructuring a little bit. And you can see the experience of Navi and the fact that they have a core playing a big factor is the players who are playing well are definitely making hero plays, but they're not leaving their team out. Like when we were watching Team Liquid earlier, Yampi is just kind of full sending in some instances because he's the only guy who's fragging on the team at that current time. For Angel and Zipan, it's still well controlled, it's well thought out, it's still with the team. He's 33.
Seemingly insignificant, but he really needed to try to keep that rifle and bring it into the next round. That's all. That was his like sliver of hope at the end there. And
I mean, if you're Crew, like you're literally you don't feel anywhere safe, honestly.
Yeah.
You have to run to the farthest corner of the map to even try to find any safe haven.
Yeah.
All right, this is the round. We've got Shan with a neon op. A neon op. And I think this is okay given the fact that Navi hasn't really been sending it towards A. They've been controlling C mount and they've been controlling B main for the most part at the beginning of these rounds. Angel, quick TP. Oh, he might get caught. He's going to commit. Nax is right around the corner.
Oh my gosh, of course he commits! And Angel gets a kill anyway!
The side is wide open now. No KJ utility. And he's got more space.
My goodness, Angel.
Oh!
He's a man possessed! Oh, he's just looking to put him away, and he's already gotten 4. The ace, tuck and tail, running away. Trying so desperately not to give him the satisfaction of it, but Angel with 35 HP. The bait is there, the satchel's out. Melsa ruins the party. But the round goes their way nonetheless.
Oh my goodness.
Angel's a bad dude, bro.
That guy, I mean, yeah, he needs a different name. He's not an angel. That is just mean.
It's not just that he sticks it.
Doing horrible things. Look, the TP there, I mean, it's so well planned too. Like just around the corner. So if you're the player on site, you have to run all the way back. And now Crew, which probably have never thought of playing anti-Omen setup, Omen TP setups, is now thinking, okay, next time Angel has TP, we need to stay in spawn. Like that's just wild to think about. And Navi are now on tiebreaker point. Fast B push, and Angel's already TPing across Ace, who gets you just sitting in the fast lane. Gets the trade, but gives up a rifle for it. And I don't know if there's enough space here for Navi to continue to commit towards this A side. And as I say that, marking out spawn and re-clearing to continue to hold that gun.
Note here, Shao has his ult, and CNET does too.
There's two trains of thoughts when your IGL is fragging as hard as they are. On one side, you think, okay, the IGL shouldn't be doing this. Like, he doesn't need to be doing this.
Right.
And then the other side, if your IGL's fragging that hard, this is my train of thought, is all the time he has the read on the game. He knows exactly how the other team is thinking, and he knows how to position his pieces, and most particularly, he knows the timings as well.
Yeah.
And that's what I feel is happening with Navi and Angel right now. Dude, like, every time they go for a stack on the eco, they're just going to the other side. It's like, it's like he has the mini-map.
And I mean, any sort of momentum, as we talk about IGLs, any sort of momentum or read Melser may have had on the game was really lost at half.
And even further, I think the TP round sends you for another loop as well.
Yeah.
Because that's when you finally come up with the idea, okay, let's get this neon up. Let's try to just have that posted up on A. And it just gets punished immediately.
Ult invested.
Big ult from CNET. Yeah, they just can't get through.
Time bought. And round secured, really. I mean, Ashadi surely keeps his ult going into this next round, and a couple of kills go through.
It's a little inty.
Yeah, a little.
I think both these guns are going down, too.
Yeah, I don't think they get away. Yep. Oof. But we're tied up at 10. Navi have so much money.
Yeah.
Man, they can invest for days.
Yeah, they can. I mean, 4 rounds of investment, maybe not, but you're only looking at needing max 2 in a row type thing. Otherwise, you're losing or you're winning. So I don't think it's a big deal. I think their bank is enough to carry them all the way through. What I'm looking at here is the ults that are up. I mean, we've got bases loaded in a sense in terms of the prime ults. Breach ult for Ashetti. Nags with his KJ ult. Zippon has his KO ult. There's counters to counters here.
And I mean, if you're Crew, it kind of has to happen now. They've invested so much into this round.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to end up being retake here, surely. As the KO ult goes through, clears the site. Space is taken. And of course, it's Angel with the first duel again.
Not going in his favor this time. This KJ ult is keeping them well zoned, and that's really good because it allows Navi to stay spread against this breach ult that is for sure imminent.
Yeah.
And Nags is well watching the flank. He's good at KJ ult himself. That covers the spike.
Oh, but the counter Nightfall hits too. Shan falls. Ashetti trying to dash around the utility, and he can't find much. Shigetsu's shots are clean, and the ult at the utility's there as well. But he detained. Doesn't matter. Does not matter at all.
Oh, but CNET who was detained as well. Up in heaven. I was wondering who the second player was because it might have been both those players in heaven and there might have been a way in. But talk about no bank on the other side right now. Crew is struggling.
Bomb grenade out. I'll find you.
Oh my goodness, what a collapse.
I mean, the Nightfall paired with the
Nightfall.
The Nightfall paired with the Molly from KJ.
Yeah.
Is what got that. Oh my goodness.
That's adorable.
I mean, that's just.
That is adorable. May not be Crew fans feeling that way. But again, you see this investment of utility towards A. How do they choose to go about this one? The revolving door, the only thing keeping the two omens away.
Crew has been playing a lot of retake on C with just the turret of Nags. And it is the eco again, and you've seen they've been prone to stacking. Navi has to have that in their head. They know that's the case. So let's try to not only feel out the stack, but also try to force the stack towards one side.
Yeah, and then hit the other, absolutely.
Now, I think that this is not going to be that case because of how spread they are already. They have two players spotting on B and A, and they do want to play the post plan eventually.
They do have Shan's ult to work with as well. You imagine that will come into play this round. Davey smoked off, haunted. Everything before him, but the gang's all here, man. They've all rotated.
Flash from Zippon, maybe?
He's so close. In the smoke, when does he peek? There's the ult, and it's gone! That was what they needed to get into the round, and as quickly as it starts, it evaporates.
Angel is doing some silly things too, and
a Prime Gaming flawless as Navi gets to 12. Pearl seemed within reach. It seemed like the series was going to go the distance, and a late timeout comes through for Crew as they look for any Hail Mary they could possibly find.
Yeah, it's all falling down here for Crew. Only one round on this defensive side so far. It was a 9-3 half. I mean, talk about curses.
Blessings. It's a 3-9 blessing for
blessing.
Navi.
Yeah, for Navi. Okay, sure. I was listening to Sue because she said on the desk at halftime, she said, oh, let's see if Crew can hold on to this lead. And I'm like, oh, that's a weird way to put it. But she was right. I mean, she was right down the line. Let's see indeed.
Oh, my goodness.
And this is where these, I mean, not inexperienced at this point with so many of the players having played at international lands for Crew. But experience and freshness of the roster comes into play, right? Because this is composure that Navi has worked on for so long. That's why they're even in this game in the first place.
Yep.
Whereas Crew, they've only been working together for a couple of months. Outside of, I mean, even Nags is alone in a sense of all the players who played on Crew prior. I was expecting Klaus to be playing in this tournament, but instead he's subbing for the team.
Crew with one final hope. And the thing is, they're going to have to do it more than once.
And look at what the only ult online right now is, the one that caused so much chaos for them prior.
And the funny thing is, look at how far up Crew's playing. So he can easily ult into their spawn again, and they'd have no idea.
Absolutely right.
Does he do it, though?
No way.
Does he have the gusto to do it again? again, the crowd fully behind Crew. As they feel the intensity of the moment. All before them here.
It's a flash through mound. They're not going to find anything, but they're going to follow up on this. And Cena's alone in a sense. Oh!
Oh, there's got to be help there, surely.
They're really close to flanking here, though.
Melser has no paranoia.
Oh, Shand is close.
Oh, but he's going to get spotted. Yeah, the Prowler clears him out. He's got to give the space back up.
Oh, I was holding my breath there. Could have gotten spammed. They're going back towards C, re-clearing all that space.
Remember, Angel still has his ult, and he's the only one out towards A.
He's pulling so much. Still has a flash, too. Starting to call the final plays. The final touches, looking at the mini-map right now. They're hitting that C site. It's all up to Melzer for the final round to stay alive here for Crew at LOCKIN.
By himself, he's got to reposition. He's got to get away, and he manages to do so. Stays alive at least for a moment longer. How far up does CNED push? Look at Angel on the flank. It's not going to be an ult. He may just do it the long way. But it looks like he's going to commit to it. They're holding on to the site. Massive kill out from Melser so far. CNED dancing around the utility. The flash in his face has to give the space up. And it's all just delaying. It's all just buying time for the main character to do it again. It's Angel. Now the paranoia to buy some space. Crew have to give the space right back up. 4v4 here, and again, look at Angel. He's wrapped all the way around into spawn. They've got them stuck. There's no way out. The kills come through for Navi and Melser. Can you do it your own? No, you cannot. The lead gone. The series in favor of Navi.
The European hope that we were all waiting for finally shows up here at LOCKIN and take down Crew very quickly. Unfortunately, that's goodbye to Crew, but hello to the actual contenders for EMEA here. So far, Navi look excellent.
Man. And again, you see it. Shand as he walks towards the stage. A goodbye for Crew. And I think there were a lot of questions for Crew coming into this tournament, right? How are they going to fare against international competition, given the roster changes? How are they going to fare in the Americas when they get back home? And while it certainly wasn't the performance that they wanted, it certainly wasn't the outcome they wanted, I think there are plenty of bright spots.
Yeah. I think for sure. Hey, this is a new team. This is a new team. They're fighting to be the best in LATAM and the best in Americas. We're going to see them very soon.
Yeah, we are.
Not fighting against Navi, but some of their compatriots out in South America and the rest of America as well. This team, though, high expectations, very high expectations. Delivered, but still questions, I have to say.
Yeah,
I mean, performance from Angel and Zip on the side. The rest of the roster, you know they've got chops.
Yep.
Just wasn't quite there today. That doesn't mean it's going to stick that way.
Well, you know, the nice thing is it didn't need to be there, right? Like, if you have all the other pieces working as well as they were.
And we have seen this before as well, just Angel take over games, especially early stages of tournaments. And this is just that. A reminder to everybody who was watching LOCKIN with us last week. We're basically starting from scratch with the Omega bracket. This is round one for these guys. Our first taste of them, and unfortunately, no more for Crew. They're going to say goodbye, give their final wave as well. Not that we got to see much of them, but Navi will get a chance as well later on in the week.
My goodness, again, this round out from Angel, bro.
He should have aced.
He really should have. That close. You saw it in the replay. That freaking close to the ace. But I think, as you know, Ball, as you're mentioning, I want to continue this a bit. Like, if this is the baseline for Navi, there's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in comparison to some of the teams that started out in the Alpha bracket, I think I do hearken it too loud in that sense, right?
Yeah, sure.
They started out strong. Yes, Genji ended up coming back and causing some problems. But, hey, look at what Crew just did, right? It's the same sort of style.
Yeah, absolutely. MVP poll is up. The vote needs to be cast. Go ahead and do it right now. You see the QR.
Yo, they did Angel dirty right here. Come on, where's Angel at?
Can we get a write-in? We need to get a write-in.
Let's get a write-in.
For this guy. Zipan, CNED, or if you believe it's Angel, go ahead and reply. Reply to the tweet. Let them know who you think the MVP is. An outrageous performance up from Navi. Again, they weathered adversity, they took care of business, and they live on to fight another day. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, still got some more Valorant coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
hopes are riding on the shoulders of Navi, but Crew, they're going to want their revenge here. They faced this team before. I know there's some new players here, but let's not forget towards the end of last year, I think Crew managed to go up against FPX twice and lost both times.
It's just a question of what they're able to take into the next round, and the answer is nothing. Can you keep him back? Can you keep him at bay? The spike goes down. Chow in a 1v3. Clean shots out from Davies. CNED cleaning that out, and now he's got to go fast, and he does! What a shot out from CNED.
Nice.
He's able to get the kill on Shigetsu, the flash in his face, and Cena does not care.
What?
Navi, very clean, map 1.
An absolute statement right off rip, and that was Crew's map choice. We're going to Lotus next.
Melser trying to play a little bit of mind games. 13 seconds left, he drops down, and Melser's right beneath him. A 2v1 here. Davies so weak. Can Xiao do it? Oh my gosh! The shot from Davies and the Red Bull clutch from Crew!
Oh no! That's a big punish from Angel.
Oh, do we have a knife again? Nope, no knife. But 2 kills out for Angel. 4 on the round, 7 for Navi. Chetty trying to dash around the utility, and he can't find much. Shigetsu's shots are clean.
I don't know, guys. It was too easy.
The lead gone. The series in favor of Navi.
The European hope that we were all waiting for finally shows up here at LOCKIN and take down Crew very quickly.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. I'm Yingsu and I'm joined by Mimi and Achilles once again. What do you know? EMEA have a good team apparently, so let's go.
Yay, there's one that made it through. They look very, very good. And this was kind of the expected result. I mean, Crew putting up a hell of a performance, though, at the beginning of that map, but an equally terrifying, if not slightly more so, performance there from the side of Navi in the end.
Yeah, the second half from Navi was really good. I felt like they had some really great answers to Lotus. On the attacking side, always kind of taking early B pressure, getting Angel teleporting across to be able to open that door and split space into C. They were never fighting for A long. It just felt like they had a great understanding of how they wanted to form their identity on the attack side of that map. And on top of that, we gotta talk about Angel.
Yeah.
Because this guy, he looked like a 16-year-old's aim in like a 30-year-old man's body. It was wild.
Yeah. Nuts performance. I mean, Angel showing that you can be an IGL not playing a duelist and still put up solid figures. Who would have guessed it? Great performance from him. Absolutely crushing. Those TPs constantly just making Crew look absolutely frazzled. He didn't know which direction he was going to be coming from, and he was just shutting them down time and time again.
Yeah, and like the double entries as well. You have CNED satcheling in, you have Angel TPing in on top of it. It was kind of a through line that we saw in Ascent that continued to be even stronger on that attack side of Lotus. I was very impressed.
Well, before the break, we asked you guys to vote for the player of the match. Let's see the results now. You're going to be a little bit mad about this, but we did put Angel in here, but he TP'd out of there. He had something else to do on the Lotus.
He had some more entries to get.
Yeah, Lotus spawn. He had a date there. So Zipan has won this poll, who has also had a great performance as well.
I mean, it was half the duo of that entry, right? It was Zipan and it was Angel, always being able to get those early kills for their team, setting things up beautifully on that attacking side.
Yeah, it was just a monstrous performance. I mean, Angel really coming into his own. Like, in the back half of that first half, that's when we really started seeing him starting to put up some solid figures, and especially going into the attack side. But Zipan before that was the one who was really leading the charge from the side of Navi, so an excellent effort by those guys.
Well, Navi, they live to see another day, but sadly, we have to say goodbye to Crew, this team that's made so many international tournaments, that's made some changes as well. Mimi, again, one of those teams that just needs a little bit more time.
Yeah, we can put it back in the oven for a little bit ahead of Americas, but things I liked, I think Davies had a fantastic debut as an individual. I liked some of the calls from Melser as well. I think a little bit more time in that IGL seat, and this team has potential.
Yeah, I think, maybe go back to Ascent, revisit some of those fundamentals there because it didn't really come together, and it was a damn good effort. So clearly, their prep on Lotus looking overall decent until they get over to the defending side. So there's definitely some things, some bright spots here for them. Just need a little bit more polish.
Absolutely, and I still want to see more from Navi as well. They come out and win this series, but I was a little worried about the first half of Lotus, and also still about CNED. He didn't have the greatest of performances on that Raze. Obviously, was fantastic on the Jet, but I'm still interested to see how flexible he'll be on this roster.
I think the people that believe that Navi were going to make a deep run in this bracket might believe that a little bit more now. Golden Boy is actually standing by with the in-game leader of Navi, the man of the hour, in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Angel, always a pleasure to have the time to talk to you, one of my favorite people in the entirety of in Valorant. So it's always a joy when I get a chance to have a conversation with you about the game. And you guys looked fantastic out there. First and foremost, how does it feel to, come out here, really put on a strong performance, especially for the EMEA region, given that the region has had some rocky starts, especially in the alpha bracket?
Actually, I missed LAN so much.
Yeah.
Like, I missed competitive, I can't even describe. I really loved the place, I really loved the people who's cheering. I really like teams who we're competing against. I don't like format, but it's different topic, yeah. But I really like to be back, basically.
Yeah, no, and it's good to have you back here. It's always a pleasure to have, you know, you boys roll up on here and crush it every single time you step onto the stage. And now you have a new addition to the team. I know you've been asked this question a million times, but obviously for, you know, CNED, he's a different type of player than Artis was. Were you guys looking to replace a player like Artis, or were you just trying to really, I guess, amplify and make the whole team better with the addition of him on the team?
Like my philosophy, like towards any player we get at any point of time, I prefer to give a guy freedom to do what he wants, and then start fixing the things which he do wrong, or which he can do better in terms of team play, you know, or like strategy-wise.
Yeah.
So I prefer the guy to show me how he liked to play, and then I'm trying to evolve it into like the best gameplay for him possible.
Interesting. So, well, I guess then that kind of leads into Lotus because, you know, you guys went bold, you picked Lotus, we've been seeing it played a little bit here, but on the other side of the stage, they had a different philosophy than you guys. They busted out the neon. I want to get your thoughts on like your philosophy for Lotus in general, and also what you thought about Crew's approach in that game.
Like, I'll be honest with you, it's very, very, very hard to understand which philosophy on Lotus is good now.
That's fair.
I have no idea. Maybe we're gonna play against Viper next time, they're gonna be stomped, you know? To be honest, we lost the side 9-3, right, on defense, so...
That's true.
It's very, very hard. I can't judge, but I don't like Neon in general, not only on Lotus, you know? Like, it's just an agent which I don't really like.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not gonna explain why.
You know what? I like that because we were talking about it off camera, and then now he's just changing his answer. Just son of a, okay. Well, look, brother, you guys are obviously a very heavy favorite for this tournament, especially with how you play.
Heavy favorite?
I mean, I would say as much. You guys look great. You played great.
Just like me too much. It's
but you're out here fragging like a pro, man. What were you doing during the off season?
Like a pro? So
like a pro.
Okay.
Like a pro.
I got paid, bro, please.
What were you doing in the off season, though? Because it really does feel like, though, you yourself have stepped up your game.
Like, I'll be honest, I just worked on my game much more. With addition, like, of Latex, who will become, like, assistant coach, and with me trusting Eric much more than at the start of last year, I'm doing much less work in terms of, like, strategies, preparation, anti-strats, and I have time finally to focus on my game. Let's be honest, this game doesn't mean that much, right? One good game is not like, oh, Angel, now you're good.
That's fair.
Let's see how the tournament will end, and then we'll see. Is there a progress or not?
I'm just saying, as your friend, can I just gas you up from time to time, make you feel good?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, there you go. All right, brother, it was a pleasure. Congratulations. Always a joy to talk to you. But coming up next, guys, we got our last match of the day. It's going to be Zeta facing off against Leviatán. An awesome battle, and I can't wait to watch it. We'll see you guys on the other side.
like you were never really here in the first place. Never really here in the first place. Like you were never really here. If anything goes, then why won't you come to me? Wrote you in prose, but you never seem to read. Guns in my heart, a monster in the streets. I let you on the
I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. W. Hey, I never care what the others do. I'm in the penthouse enjoying the upper view. Don't ever think that your lady is stuck with you. She pull up on me and tell me I'm lovable. Don't do the cap, never been gullible. I've been a plug and I'm unpluggable. Been undefeated, feel like a mother too. Call me.com, that's www. Really feeling myself. This ain't the place to approach me. I ain't never been on a shelf. I save that space for the trophies. I'm running to it, we get it and laugh. We catch a dub and we running it back. I'm like a boxer that's training to fight, cause I wake up and punching to get to the bag. I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. W. World. Yeah, prices keep on going, world. Y'all still need to get your word. Nothing left to say, I'm well. Hey, look at the drip, I'm looking colorful. I took a chick, kiss her in front of you. We got the win.
Hola, amigos. Welcome back to day 7 of Lock-In. Of course, we got the Omega bracket in the building. I am Golden Boy, your maybe not so favorite bald person. And alongside, yeah, it's like Sideshow, Saucy,
Paper
Thin, Tom, Paper Thin. Yeah. And we also have Mimi as well as Achilleos here, who's working triple duty today. How you feeling, buddy? You good?
Oh, I'm just energized. I mean, the day's actually kind of been flying by for the most part, but it's been fun to be able to go from, the casting desk over here to the analyst desk, and now we get to strap in for some more Pacific action.
Whew, that's right. I mean, look, we have 2 teams here that had some pretty solid showings in 2022, and it's going to be, of course, Zeta Division and Leviatán. And let's actually jump into this one. And Mimi, before we, dive into the rosters real fast, I mean, this is going to be an exciting matchup.
It's going to be a good one. I think it's especially interesting because Zeta has stuck by their roster. They have not made any changes during the offseason. This is the same squad that people learned to know and love through 2022. But now I think the question coming into this year is, are we going to see them improve? Because they had a fantastic high and then kind of fell off towards the latter part of 2022. And I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, the big question is just how are they going to perform? Because like you said, that high was phenomenal. When they were able to achieve that run, it was looking masterful from them. But it has been inconsistent. They're sticking with the same 5-man core, though. They've had a lot more time to really go through their parameters, go over their protocols, and hopefully that's going to translate into a stronger performance because it needs to be one if they want to take down Leviatán.
And I mean, I guess to kind of chew through your question, GP, we can take a look at some of their placements from last year, because they had that moment where we saw the potential of this roster fully realized. That was, of course, Reykjavik. They make it top 3 at that event and then fall flat at Istanbul, didn't have the best performance at Berlin,
they eliminated
didn't even
by
qualify
Loud?
to Copenhagen. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what I was actually going to bring up, right? Like, they played some close matches in that one. They took some maps off of some solid teams, but unfortunately they kind of fell flat in the elimination games, and now it puts me in this spot where I don't know quite what to think about Zeta.
Yeah, it really is tough because, as you pointed out, JP, the last time we saw them, they did have to play against Cloud, and that is a really tough draw for them because obviously they went on to just win the whole damn event, but they did make it fairly competitive throughout those matches that they did have to play. But it just wasn't what we wanted to see after that miracle, that Cinderella story, where they went over to Reykjavik and then completely missed out on the next event. We wanted them to come back into international competition and put up some really solid performances, but unfortunately, we kind of got it, but it wasn't the wins that we were looking for.
Yeah, I think one of the big things for me is I want to see this team's emotion in check, because I felt like at Champions, when they showed us good things and the game started kind of slipping away from them, they almost spiraled in a way. You have that famous moment where Lads was like just sitting on stage staring at his monitor after they choked a match to Boom. Like, this team is very emotional, but they need to harness that to improve and to be the best that they can possibly be in these matches.
Well, it seems as if, though, that they're going to make some adjustments, some changes. I don't know how I feel about it, but apparently Depp is going to be taking over the op role from Laz, which honestly, Mimi, was kind of news to me because, I mean, Laz, that guy is gifted with the operator.
It's shocking to me because the games that they played so close at Champions were in large part due to Laz's performance on the op role. Now they're switching it back, Seth.
Yeah, I mean, Depp does come into this in his own right as an absolute legend of Japanese FPS. He has, he's been performing at a very high level across multiple esports, and he does know how to use an op quite well. But he needs to be the tip of the spear for Zeta if they want to be able to break through this one. We have seen some inconsistencies from Depp in particular. Mimi, you're talking about Laz. He was one of the ones that was always consistent for them when they were putting up solid performances. Now we need to see that from Depp as well as the rest of the team.
And consistency is exactly the same. The thing that I'm looking for in this squad, because they've been together for a long time. They think that they have the best 5 players that are available to them in Japan. Now they need to show me why. They need to show me that experience actually paying off in this match.
Yeah, and we've come to really know and love this Zeta lineup. They've been to so many events, but let's actually go ahead and meet the team in this video featuring Laz and Depp.
ラズです、日本のゼタディビジョンに所属しております。チームではリーダーをやっていて、主にセンチネルを担当しています。チームでフレックスでいろんなエージェントを使いながら、非常にアグレッシブなプレイを得意としています。で、めちゃくちゃパワフルで打ち合いも強くて頼りになる選手です。シュガーゼロは非常に頭の切れるプレイヤーで、チームではコントローラーを担当しています。クローはうちで一番のサポート選手で、年長組、僕と同じ年長組でチームを支える、チームの柱になっている選手です。デップは非常に爆発力のあるプレイヤーで、チームではデュエリストを担当していて、で、今回の大会では非常にキーパーソンとなる選手だと思います。
名前はデップです。チーム名はゼータディビジョンです。うまくいけばできると思います。チーム全体で強いことが条件じゃないですかね。
そうですね。自分たちが去年かなり盛り上がったっていうのは、プレッシャーにはなっていない かなとは思います。ちょっと感じてるプレイヤーもいるかもしれないですけど、ただそれよりも、去年のレイキャビクの結果にとどまらず、次の結果を出さないとっていう気持ちが大きいですね。
そうですね、本当にいつも通りうまくいけばめちゃめちゃいい試合はできると思います。
はい、ロックインが始まります。で、今までになかった規模、今まで過去最大規模のね、本当に世界中からたくさんのチームが集まってめちゃくちゃ楽しい試合が、毎日行われているので、よかったら見てみてください。楽しんでください。頑張ります。
Well, I think it's safe to say that whenever Zeta's playing, we do enjoy watching Zeta play because they are such a talented team. And something I thought was really fascinating in that one, Mimi, was, you know, them looking for that next achievement, that next goal that they're trying to find. They hit the high in Reykjavik, but they're looking for it again here in Sao Paulo.
I think the fan expectation has always been for this team that they don't want them to be one-hit wonders. They don't want them to have that one tournament where they pop off. They don't want it to be seen as a fluke. And I'm glad to see that that's the same expectation for the team. This team still has that desire to grind and to try and come through with another tournament.
Yeah, well, we'll, of course, see them in a moment here. But let's go ahead and move on, though, to their opponents. It's Leviatán, by the way. Just want to make sure everyone remembers. And, of course, a team that shocked everyone and made one hell of a run at Champs last year, Seth. And this Leviatán lineup, you know, man, they're cashing in the scrim bucks. I've been hearing a lot of talk about it.
I mean, it's just terrifying kind of top to bottom here with this squad. Many known quantities. A couple new flips through, you know, as far as the roster is concerned. But one of the best performing IGLs that we've seen at international events in King. Guy has just been absolutely incredible throughout his run. Some of the plays that he's gotten away with in his career are just absolutely bonkers. And I'm expecting to see some really great stuff out of him still here.
Yeah, we talked earlier about the trajectory of Crew, where they were at the top of LATAM and at the end of last year kind of fell down. Leviatán was the team who was taking that spot that came out and impressed. And in the offseason, they've made changes that I think will make them look even better. They brought in the star duo of Kesnet and Mizzino, and while Kesnet won't be playing on that main roster, we get to see Mizzino slotting into this team along with the core that was already so strong last year.
Yeah, there's been so much talk about this team coming into this event. I mean, heck, we even have a tweet from the coach of Leviatán on their routines. Of course, we're talking about owner here. He said, a few days ago, we started the boot camp prior to Brazil. We're testing a comprehensive routine where we are accompanied by professionals in psychology, nutrition, mindfulness, and physical training. So basically, the team is getting all the resources that they need, Mimi, in order to be a successful roster in this sport.
I think your wife's going to be really happy that you're finally fluent in Spanish enough to translate that tweet.
What can I say?
Fantastically done.
The Duolingo has been crushing it for me.
I'm impressed by that one, but I'm also kind of impressed by like the Sigma grind set that this team has been on during the off season. They put out a video about this routine. Everyone is living together, playing together in this boot camp, and basically dedicating every moment to become the best players in the server, but also just the best people mentally who can really focus up when they get out on that stage and win tournaments. This Leviatán team is very serious about winning.
I don't have what it takes to be on Leviatán, I tell you that much. Get up early, go to the gym, eat healthy food. Hell no, I'll go play on a different roster.
My guy's living on Tato's and soda.
Pizza, Red Bull.
Gamer lifestyle.
Yeah, go to bed at 4 in the morning.
But you know what, though? Here's the thing. When you look at the best sports teams, you know, in the world, right? It is the staff, the people that support the systems that are in place that allow these teams, Mimi, to find that success. And I think that's partly the reason why, you know, this team is going to have a pretty decent run in this year.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see them. And the guy who was making that tweet, owner, their coach, probably the most or one of the most storied coaches in Valorant, was in charge of the rise of Crew, came on board with Leviatán. They had their meteoric rise. And now the question is, when does that upward trajectory stop? Where's the final destination for Leviatán?
Oof. Yep. Well, hopefully it's not like the movie. But that being said, though, for more on Leviatán's prep coming into LOCKIN, let's go ahead and meet the team.
Hola, buenas. Aquí Tacolilla, jugador para Leviatán y soy el duelista de Leviatán.
Mi nombre es Francisco Aravena, también conocido como King. Juego para Leviatán y soy el IGL y Flex del equipo.
Bueno, Leviatán, el nuevo roster, bueno, está muy fuerte, los jugadores que los componen. Tenemos a Masino, tenemos a King, tenemos a Chai y tenemos a Noswer. Y Noswer juega el iniciador, Masino controlador, Chai centinela y King es el IGL Flex del equipo. Hay que ver qué pasa en el torneo, pero ha funcionado todo súper bien de momento.
Bueno, los cambios fueron principalmente decisión del staff técnico del equipo. Creo que lo que se buscaba era como tener de lo mejor, por así decirlo. Y creo que Masino y Noswer eran las piezas claves para eso. Lo han demostrado, se nota, se siente lo que han aportado al equipo.
El piso de nuestro equipo este mes subió mucho y nuestro techo también, entonces es como un crecimiento constante. Y aparte de cada uno también mete horas de entrenamiento individual, por lo que el equipo está en constante desarrollo y en mejora.
Bueno, obviamente el año pasado mi meta personal era llegar a Champions, pero una vez que ya lo logré, creo que mis ambiciones son mucho más grandes y ahora lo que quiero es ser campeón del mundo. Puede que sea un poco ambicioso, pero creo que la manera que estamos trabajando, que estamos dejando todo, estamos sacrificando mucho, es para lograr ese objetivo. Puede que el LOCKIN sea como el primer puntapié, pero obviamente lo que queremos es ser el equipo número 1 en franquicias y después demostrarlo en Master y en Champions.
Always great to hear from Leviatán and the players as they get ready for their matchup, and there's just so much excitement, around this team, Seth. But I think, we were watching and brought up an interesting point. We have seen this implemented before. This is not new in esports, where teams come in and they throw in a bunch of resources to try and elevate the team to the next level outside of the server. So sometimes, that could backfire potentially.
Yeah, it doesn't always necessarily work out, but it seems like just given the performances we've been seeing from Lev, given the way that Honor has been just a dominant coach in his career so far here in Valorant, it seems like the systems that are put in place are working. We'll have to obviously see. If they walk away with a win here, I think it's saying, you know what? Everything's looking good for them ahead of the Americas start, but we'll have to just wait and see how it all pans out.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and highlight, though, some of the in-game leaders that we're going to be checking out here in a moment. Obviously, for Leviatán, we're going to talk about King, and this guy outputs so much for his team, Mimi. It's absurd what he manages to get done, especially in comparison to the rest of the field.
Yeah, after that, last game, Angel might be the top on this one, but last year at Champions, it was King who was looking absolutely incredible, putting up really good mid-round calls and also finding a fantastic performance as an individual. I wanted to rewind the clock to one of their games from Champions against Paper Rex and show you one of his calls. It started off with this 4-1 setup, Taco lurking towards long. He gets an opening pick, and initially the team just wants to group, play this mid-round together. King makes the decision to pivot this one back towards a C setup as Paper Rex is going through with this triple flank, and it almost goes wrong at this point because these players are rotating quite slowly, just want to cut noise in the mid-round and not give anything away. And they nearly get caught on this edge, but when they get to that C site finally, the reaction is incredibly quick and well done. This execute is well set up. You have the breach ult heading in. You have double satchels from King diving in as Mel's or TP's backside off a flash. It's all really well executed, and King is the forefront of that. He's kind of the rarity in IGLs, almost kind of similar to Angel, where he's always leading from the front, playing on this duelist role, and setting his team up for success with both the calls and the performance.
Yeah, it was just a really good one. Great to rewind back to this. Just getting that catch, the flash, all the timings just put in place there with the util for the side of Leviatán, making sure that they can safely get that TP into the back site, and then immediately King is there as well, just diving in to go ahead and save his teammate from Benkai.
And that could have backfired, right? There's a potential it could have backfired. You saw, but it's about mitigating what those errors could potentially be. And I think that was something that we did take away from Leviatán. It was man, really feels like what they're implementing here, they're what is it, crossing their T's and dotting their I's, and that's what you want.
Yeah, compare the team that we just watched there at Champions to the team we saw at Copenhagen, who was choking away, teleporting the spike into heaven, falling out and dying, really, really not looking fantastic, and the team that we're about to see here at LOCKIN, and I imagine we are going to see that upward trajectory continue.
I disagree. I think that blast pack up into heaven to recover the spike.
It was
from
pretty
King,
sick.
It was amazing that he was able to get that shot across, and he only died on the way down because they were spamming him out, and he got wall banged a little bit. So, but it was a wild moment. But those are the kinds of plays that you can expect from King, and he's still able to IGL incredibly well.
Well, okay. We got some time, by the way. We're waiting for players to get ready to go, keeping it $150 where everyone at home. So let's talk about the scrim bucks. Everyone's been going nuts about it. Every person I've talked to here, every coach, everyone's been saying, oh man, Leviatán, they might be the best team in the world right now. There is hype around this team, even amongst their peers.
Yeah, Sam, I think, already back home in NA, he hops on a stream for the first time, and people ask him about the scrims, and he said the toughest scrim opponent that they faced was Leviatán, and that he thinks this team might win the tournament.
Damn. I mean, that's a bold prediction, Seth.
It's high praise, but at the same time, I don't think it is that shocking. The moves that they have made look like some nice little upgrades there to the roster, and the base roster was already so very scary. They've already put up great performances, so I don't think it's actually that bold of a call.
Here's the thing, though. We know some of this about Leviatán, but it's scrimbucks. That means absolutely nothing. I have not heard anything about what Zeta looks like in the offseason. This core has been together for so long. They're in a new meta again, and I'm just really excited to see what they have cooked up. What we know probably a little bit more about Leviatán. Both these teams are question marks, but both have extremely high expectations.
Yeah, well, look, I'm just going to say I'm excited. I'm amped up. Everyone at home is amped up as well, because really, there's a lot that could happen here. On the one end, Leviatán could very well invest their stonks into the scrimbucks, or Zeta could very well shock the world. And if they manage to do that, I will be absolutely blown away. But either way, it is going to be an incredible game. So let's go ahead and send it over to the stage and meet our two teams. We have Leviatán and Zeta Division. And here we go. We have a battle of the Americas versus the Pacific regions. It's going to be Leviatán versus Zeta Division, two teams that we honestly, Mimi, are unsure what to expect in this one, especially for the boys in Zeta, given that this is the same roster with some slight tweaks.
Yeah, this matchup, it's the question of whether we can get another miracle run from Zeta Division. If they can start another Cinderella story here like Reykjavik, find that next achievement, or if they're going to be another victim to Leviatán's continual upswing that we've seen over the last year.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of Zeta in the offseason at some events. Didn't look too great, but the same could be said for the likes of Talon. The same could be said for the likes of Team Secret.
That's fair.
Can they have that same Pacific magic that has been infecting this tournament for the most part? Hey, for the most part.
It's a blessing. I love it. I'm all about it, man.
If you lose the DRX in the offseason, you crush it, LOCKIN.
Everyone online was just down on the Pacific region in the alpha bracket. It's like, wake up, people. It's game time.
This is already a major blow. Split was the magic-making map for Zeta in the past, and Lev have taken it away from the outset. We are once again actually going to get a scent. We were talking about it ahead of that last series. We haven't seen it too much here in this tournament yet, but Lev, they go back to it, and this was one of their strongest maps in the past.
Yeah, good to ban away the Icebox for Zeta Division. That's a very, very strong map for Leviatán in the past. They'll go ahead and pick into Perm here, which is going to be interesting, because in the offseason, Leviatán was perma-banning that map when they played in that LATAM Gods event. But here they've left it open, so I imagine they have something cooked up.
Yeah, potentially. Or it was just a matter of they just probably didn't want to have to deal with Zeta Division on split and was willing to take a, like kind of a pick your poison type of situation,
Sure.
maybe.
Fracture and Lotus going to be banned away here, so the cider left open is going to be Haven. So some more bread and butter. If we can get all the way to that map 3, we should expect that both teams are going to be feeling incredibly comfortable there.
Yeah, I want to kind of take this with a grain of salt, but from what I saw of Zeta in the offseason, it looked like they really struggled on Ascent. They were playing some pretty solid teams. It wasn't a show match. There's some caveats here, but I wasn't super impressed with what I saw there. So I'm wondering, in these last few months, what they've done to improve that map and head back into it here.
Yeah, and we know, right, that they are the type of team, especially with, Coach XQQ, like putting in the work and trying to level up the squad. But here's the Prime Gaming Age to select for map 1. The battleground's going to be Ascent. We'll see what we end up getting here, and we do have the hovers, and good to see Taco Leo right back on the jet. And look at that.
You like to see Taco on the jet there. He was kind of the chamber guy for this team last year, now unleashed on the jet, and Depp as well picking into that. He's a guy with a lot to prove, now leaving Laz onto that more passive Sentinel role.
King just going to be going for the KO. I mean, we were already able to see just a little bit earlier what you can get done as a duelist player, flipping over onto that role from the side of Envy and what he was able to achieve. So I'm expecting still very strong things out of King. But again, the jet duel, that's got to be a big part of this. Step needs to level up.
All right, well, we're all set for this showdown. So let's go ahead and send it over to my fellow foreheads. And Sideshow never wants to do the show again. It's Brennan Sideshow.
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah, looking forward to this battle here between Zeta Division and Leviatán. This round of 1 match that we've got in the Omega bracket, Josh, it's setting up to be quite a nice one, honestly, because Leviatán team, they've got a hell of a lot of hype going behind them right now. You talk to any of these teams at this event. I've been at breakfast bothering all sorts of people in the elevators, I'm telling you, and they've been telling me Leviatán are the real deal heading into this event.
And it's strange, isn't it? Because Zeta have actually accomplished more than Leviatán have in terms of getting deep in tournaments. But I think it's all about the trajectory that these teams are on and the trajectory that they've taken in the off-season. Those massive improvements for Leviatán. Could this be another Zeta tragedy where they run into a top team right at the beginning of a tournament? Ascent would be a great place to start things out with a blow against Leviatán. It was a great map for the LATAM team in previous tournaments. They're already starting quick.
Yep, no time wasted. Tacklia all the way up into heaven, and he's just caught them unaware, Sugar Zero. Okay, that was a bit of miscoordination, miscommunication.
I love it, though. That pistol round strat is gorgeous. First saw DRX doing it a couple of tournaments ago, but it coordinates perfectly with Takalia's smoke and King being there to put down the nade. You pinch the players in in A main. It's just a gorgeous pistol round idea.
We see Crow and Laz on this retake. They do have the dart available to them, but right now I think the knife went off there, so unable to use too many abilities, just waiting, seeing if they're going to be gifted a kill or two. But this Leviatán squad, they have a lot of discipline on them. Not going to be willing to give away too many freebies, too many easy kills. Laz just claiming a 1, but it is him against the world, and that 1v4, and as soon as the door breaks, he's met with the firing squad.
So you want to talk about trajectories, Brent? Leviatán, they finished like 5th, 6th, Copenhagen, top 8 at champs. It's not that impressive on paper, but they did get some big scalps. They looked scary. And in the offseason, adding Nozwa, Mizzino, Kesnit, who's actually been benched at the moment for Taco. The firepower upgrade has been insane. I had a chance to talk to the team, and King, their IGL, was saying that they just believe that if you get the best players, you don't have to worry too much about roles, because people like Mizzino, for example, are just so good at learning new roles that you don't have to find a smokes player specifically. You just find incredible players that understand the game and how it's supposed to be played.
It's a battle I'm going to be taking a close look at as well. Mizzino versus Sugar Zero on the controllers. I think watching Mizzino in the offseason was a treat, honestly, the way that guy was able to just react and anchor effectively.
And Mizzino's been amazing in the flex role in previous tournaments too for Crew. But we've also seen Sugar Zero turn up at a lot of the events and put in some heavy work. I think Sugar Zero is going to be asked to do a lot here because Laz is now on less of an impactful role, or at least that's what we would expect from Killjoy instead of Chamber.
Yeah. Chamber hitting this team particularly hard, it feels like, in the roles, but...
And that just means that Depp and Sugar Zero have to step up. There's no two ways around it.
It's a heavy fight now. Well, go down without any issues, just wading into the smoke. Enough that they open themselves up to these angles, but currently, Leviatán just looking to farm up these eco kills, and that's Zeta hoping that they could get an easy death there to the spike, making sure that they deny any and all ult points, but now Leviatán not letting anything get away from them.
Isn't it wild how aggressive Leviatán are playing in these post-plant situations?
That has to be intentional.
I think it's to try and scare Zeta for when the rifle rounds come up. I actually don't think, here's my pred. I don't think Taco and Nozwa and King, I don't think they're going to be doing that in the rifle v rifle rounds. I think they're trying to make Zeta scared of it so that they're slower on the retakes later on. But we'll have to see. I think it's just a prime piece of conditioning. But now rifles in the hands of Zeta Division. Crow with his Odin over in B main. And you can see how they're playing Depp in mid here. Depp should be pressured fairly heavily by the Sova utility, but if you're good enough on Jet, you can still find the openings.
He's pretty far back right now using that Phantom. A huge amount of util, and he has to dash back, actually, just taking that early fight. And all that space afforded to Leviatán. Look at them already just making sure that they work their way forwards. There was a knife to clear through market a little bit prior. Now just backing away. That early pressure they've applied, making sure that they strike fear into Zeta Division with their defensive setup. They don't know where they could be currently.
Zeta need to go and retake mid. Okay, the recon dart in B main gives Crow a little bit of safety, but they need to go and actually find out whether these players are still in mid. They don't have any good info.
Lamba will slow down the pincer play, trying to come through into two different avenues. Nozwa sets up that dart over the top as well. Players just trying to anchor right into the back. Behind Dice, close. That turret causing all sorts of problems. And reinforcements have arrived. Dead. Right from the back, all the way on Heaven. Swings wide, collecting 2 kills. All down to Shy. Puts his way forwards, but yeah, has to break the glass and immediately alerts Crow of where exactly that guy was playing.
It looked like a great setup from Leviatán, but you're right, Brent. Depp is the playmaker there. He was really passive in mid, and I didn't think he was going to get to the fight in time. But those anchors held on for long enough that Depp could swing out into Heaven and help Laz reinforce his position before he got overwhelmed. Solid anchoring from Laz, from Sugar Zero, and then Depp swooping back in, playing that rotate role.
Yeah.
That's what you need to see.
Bit of a weird dart from Nozwa in that round as well. It only landed and cleared the front section of the site, so none of the players that are anchoring behind Jenny or the Dice were caught out by it, but a new round now. And so Zeta do get that one on the board.
Leviatán starting to get up to some of the ultimates, but nothing that you can really craft a game plan around just yet. Crow hasn't been spotted in this position. They obviously know that there's a chance of a Sova with an Odin being right here, but it's not like Leviatán have been playing for B main control just yet.
No, in fact, that's a play, I think, off the turret contact main.
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, so as soon as that turret ended up firing at somebody, they will be spammed down a common angle.
That is big damage onto Sugar Zero over towards Catwalk too, and look at how fast Leviatán are moving around the map. They prod in one direction, pivot down another. They're very quick into mid, and it's only this alarm bot.
How they were holding for each other. Now they're going to look to try and explode into the site. There was a dart to push them away through main, and still, look at this. In mid, there was a fight taking place, but Crow still biding his time, waiting it out.
They're going to cancel.
They cancel the hit. He doesn't win the fight.
Oh, look at this, though. What a beautiful call from King. He calls the cancel on the B hit, and they go straight through to A. What a mistake by 10 to push Solo out of Cat like that and give away a free entry.
Turret spotting the positioning here. Sugar Zero, a risky peek by him, just trying to pre-fire that corner, but again, angle being watched for. Takalea just crouched into the corner. Depp just trying to at least turn the fight any which way he possibly can, but Zeta Division forced to save the 2 rifles that they've managed to get. Backing away from this one, and the way Leviatán are working this map is just sublime right now. Poking, prodding, making sure that they open up the map, force rotations, but very fast to react to any sort of information that goes their way.
Absolutely. And if you want to talk about another head-to-head to take a look at, King and then Crow on the other side. The 2 IGLs for the team, and King has been I would say probably the hardest hitting. You heard the Des talk about it, but the hardest hitting IGL that we've seen come up to these events. But he's also pairing it with some gorgeous mid-round calling, as you're seeing here on Ascent. I was really impressed with what he was able to put together at Champs. And again, if you want to talk about Scrimbucks, Bren, people have been high up on King. Yeah. Calling him the best player on Leviatán in scrims. We'll have to see whether that translates, of course.
So many layers to the way Leviatán were ready to play that one. You saw right at the beginning, you know, Shy catching that kill from that deep push into mid. And that discipline's there for Leviatán. Discipline for them to be able to cancel that hit into B when they noticed that there was a big opening for them on the other side of the map. Well, now Zeta Division managing to scramble together a slight buy. Dep's going to be onto that Sheriff purchase, and the util being used just to try and fight over A main pretty heavily now.
And Sugar Zero's using one of his smokes as a one-way here, but Leviatán are investing a lot to get past it instantly. And that means Sugar Zero only has one smoke in the round. It's something Leviatán can potentially abuse just by going for A hits. They know that they've seen the alarm bot around there before, but that shock dart does not connect from Nozwa.
No, it misses. Does not break that alarm bot.
But it's not like they were really committing to mid. A group up very quickly. Zeta Division choosing to re-clear A main. I like that call, but it keeps those players a long way away from the B hit.
And now just contacting through. There wasn't a turret to watch through main, but now there's a smoke. Comes through and a dart, even a fragment nade as well, just in CT, and there's a lot of pressure now on the two Zeta Division players. Crow just anchoring to the side, but he's being lit up all over the place, and of course, the walls just absolutely paper thin, able to spam him through at the back of the site. It's all down to Laz, but he's going to be dealt with. A quick play by Depp, but he's only with the Sheriff. One quick shot rattled off, does manage to remove King away from the fight, but on to 10 in that 1v4, and he's just not able to withstand it. That kind of pressure that's being applied.
I gotta say, Brent, that B hit looked immaculate from Leviatán.
I mean, there just wasn't a misstep.
No, every piece of utility landed exactly where they wanted it to. Right from the nano swarm in CT, Crow getting lit up, Paranoia caught onto Laz at the back, everything working exactly as they want. I think Zeta Division, they're gonna take a timeout here. And if I'm XQQ, I think I'm calling for much more disruption. You've got to challenge Leviatán as they set up, as they take map control, as they set up for site hits, because if you just allow them to execute onto you, oh my word, it's looking clean.
Yeah, you can't make it easy for them.
So I think I'd like to see 10 playing with Depp or Crow playing with Depp and trying to push your Jet player onto aggressive angles, whether that's trying to take a fight in mid as they take mid control, trying to push him deep onto a B sight line in B main, something to try and disrupt the hits before they come through. So at the moment, Zeta are just hanging back, and they're getting bullied.
Yeah, playing incredibly passive. Possibly playing a part as well, what we were talking about, you know, on that eco round where the fights are being taken so aggressively. Some of that conditioning, you know, just trying to put the fear into Zeta Division.
Yeah, it is super possible, but it feels like it's everywhere on the map, not just in A. Zeta can't do too much this round as well. Their economy is not in a fit state to fight. Although Depp is going to have knives, so listen, if you want to try out some kind of aggressive play, I don't see why not.
Could potentially try and cook something up. It looks like he's looking around the A section of the map. What sort of play does he want to go for? Knives are going to be popped off. 10, getting a lot of information that there are players there, but again, it's that prior presence that Leviatán are putting in, and there's a Paranoia. Glides his way across. Deb's already ready. A dash and an updraft play all the way in, but the Blade Storm, he just can't quite land the knives onto his target. Takalia gets away with that one. A lot of damage being pumped into the Zeta players.
And the idea is nice for fighting over A main. It was the first time they did it, but where's the nade from 10? Why not clear out the right side? You know, it's so close to being a great set play from Zeta, but they just missed some pieces out of it and only go 1 for 1. That might not be enough on the eco.
Cut noise. 10 lurking into wine, but it seems like Leviatán might just be aware of it. Look, they're using utility to clear through a wider smoke. There's no way he gets out of here alive. 55 health, and the spam just doesn't quite catch him.
45 seconds left, and this is where King might be calling a pivot. Obviously, the player's leaving, but in this round, it's different. They don't actually control anywhere else on the map. They just have to hope that Zeta were 5-stacking A, and as it turns out, they were.
So no real player's going to be matching them, but they do hold the rifles. Watching that crossfire. 10 rewarded with just the 1 kill, but that's about it. Now still looking to see if they can catch these timings.
Can Sugar Zero be the playmaker we need him to be?
He really needs to be. Now trying to push through the smoke, but it's being watched for. Fast reactions. Yes, time is running low into this round. Just hard clearing the back of the site, but 4 seconds more than they really need there to try and get that spike down.
And it's a decent attempt from Zeta Division, despite the fact that they didn't have the weaponry in this round. I think the timeout from XQQ is probably focusing on the right stuff. They are trying to fight Leviatán, but Crow's not quite able to pull off a 1v3.
No, I mean, that setup was just...
too difficult.
There was no gaps in that. Mazzino takes the contact, and there was 2 players ready to double swing him at different timings.
Yeah, that... When you watch Leviatán, the first time we saw them on the big stage, they looked like they thrived in the chaos. And now when you watch them, they are hyper-disciplined.
Yeah.
It's all those cold 5 a.m. showers.
Yeah, that Sigma lifestyle that's just being pushed on them, it feels like, by Owner, but...
Yeah. Okay, so can Zeta make something happen here? There's 3 players towards mid, and it looks like Depp wants to take a fight here.
Just trying to make sure that he can take some risks. There's a main pressure. You can feel 10 just wanted to try and take this fight as well. Tip-tap goes through. That was a paranoia gliding through, but well, King was just way out of the way of it. Swinging back to cover his teammate, and he rips off the head of 10.
Definitely still missing some utility there. I like the idea, it makes sense for their macro plan, but the execution, Leviatán are outplaying them. And meanwhile, I thought Depp would be trying to get aggressive, but they're just holding a trap. They're hoping desperately that Leviatán walk into it and cross that line in mid.
Leviatán have been exploring mid quite a bit.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, is it?
Yeah, the early rounds had a ton of conditioning where they were just trying to get rid of the alarm bot, fake that kind of presence towards market, but look at how aware Leviatán are. I mean, they're using the drone now to re-clear, even the jump peek, just in case there was potentially an operator in the hands of one of the players.
That's not getting spot.
But will it pay off? That's the question. No one from Leviatán playing towards mid at all. All 5 players towards A main, and now to dash through into the smoke. That is beautiful by Depp. Manages to punish that one. That needs to be taken care of. Very, very punishable. Mazzino, he was isolated for about a moment, but he does manage to wade his way through all of this. And that is a good tag. Forces him off a bit. No, just spamming into heaven. Still the plant. Needs to go down without too much trouble. Now there's going to be the Hunter's Fury. That's to take care of that lockdown. Nosro was holding on to this one, but still. Plant down. Zeta not wasting any time with this one, but the lockdown not dealt with. Detained onto the high ground. Crow will be removed, and it's all down to Laz in that 1v2. Difficult task ahead. Not many bullets left in the clip. Has to reload. Bit of a jump peek. Seems to know where one of the players is. Shy, just waiting it out. Doesn't take too much damage from that. And the close-up position by Nosra at the off angle. Crosshair placement just not there for Laz to take him out.
Even when it looks good for Zeta, Leviatán is still 2 steps ahead. The flank from Laz, he gets behind them so quickly to put a lockdown, and it does apply a lot of pressure. I mean, take a look at that as well. Knowing that Depp was going to push him and just get a bit too aggressive on him, Mazzino, the player lit up, still finding the kill. Painful for Crow as well, caught in that lockdown as both teams used them. But this is brutal so far. It feels like Zeta cannot catch a break.
No.
Outplayed at every twist and turn.
The kind of pace that is being played in this map. The level of diligence that Leviatán as well are making sure that they clear out A main, making sure to fight over it, breaking the utility that Zeta might have towards mid or whatever, but this is a risky play now. Opting into this one on the half buy, and guess what? More than aware, Leviatán. I mean, it's an absolute ADS moment. Still 10, holding down the tree area, making sure that he can have that crossfire into the site. There was a dash play that was trying to be cooked up there by Takalia, but there's a minute left in this round, still plenty of time, and Leviatán are no strangers to just making sure that they cut noise.
Yeah.
Wait it out.
Look at the discipline to cancel
Super
this.
patient.
To cancel this as soon as Taco found some space. The idea of the call to push into A is really good because you know that there's 2 players on B fighting aggressive. You don't expect there to be that many players on A. So I like the call initially, but the idea to cancel is also such a great read, but I love this defensive stack. They're reading the re-hits now. Leviatán have gone for it a couple of times. Can Zeta hold on?
That's going to be the question. There's no command to rip through there, but nothing to help them clear. Right as the smoke, just walking through.
No way!
You've got to be joking.
No way!
How does Mazzino even get into that position?
I mean, how do they allow him to just ult on top of their heads?
There's no way.
How?
There's no way.
The sheer
Look at
cojones
this.
of it.
Just look at this. TP up top. They're too preoccupied with the players that are pushing through the smoke, and they're just none the wiser. I mean, why would you ever expect Mazzino to stick his ultimate there?
I mean, also, even if he doesn't stick, the play of pinging out those player locations so that the Leviatán guys can spam them through the smoke, even if he doesn't stick,
yeah, I mean, that's
is
just
still like 5-head gigabrain
I
stuff.
didn't even catch that.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
But then he just sticks it because he realizes they're not paying attention to him anyway.
Yeah. In a moment, decision being making, and Zeta, you need more than risks. You need a miracle at this point. Got to get around on the board somehow. Still, this mid-aggression slightly being punished. Takulia playing close to the wall. Needs somebody to bail him out. Needs a team to help him out, and that is Shy from Tiles. As far as teammates go, layering down that covering fire, even removing a player from the fight. Laz is very pushed up into mid, even getting a decent amount of spam damage once more onto Nosra, but has to back away.
You can just feel it. Watching from Laz's point of view, how much he wants to get active in these rounds. He knows his team needs him, but this Killjoy shackle around his ankle is stopping him from getting involved.
Can't risk it with his util getting deactivated. And again, Leviatán. Similar play to what we've seen in many of these rounds now, just cutting the noise, cutting their time, and now starting hitting through. It's a nice paranoia to punish. Sugar Zero finally getting a lot more active in this one, and the timing is just immaculate. Depp pushing right through the smoke. Spike going to be dropped down at his feet, and it's all down to Nosra with 23 health remaining. Not a lot of time, only 12 seconds to dash from Depp to survive, and he does nail the shot.
Very solid round from Depp. At this point, by round 9, they're finally being able to break the Leviatán A execute. When Leviatán are going into A, Takulia smokes, and he either dashes into it or Mazzino teleports into it. And they're being able to understand now where on the map they can play in order to get around these timings and punish the players that are going in. But Bren, that might just be too late. 7 rounds on the attack side of Ascent is nasty good. So even if Zeta win everything from here on out, Leviatán would still be favored. And I don't think Leviatán are done quite yet.
Trying to get a bit of a read on this play, though. It's a brawl that's taking place towards B main. Depp wanted to take the fight there. He was hoping, I suppose, that Crow could just spam down with that Odin fire. And the all has to get cancelled by Sugar Zero. They're wondering, okay, did he actually TP into our spawn? But it gets pinged out, and they know that it's been cancelled. Or at least broken.
Yeah, the Odin spam and your Jet pushing out B main is a pretty classic combo, actually, but the Odin spam just off a little, and Leviatán don't take a single point of damage, and they're able to isolate that kill and destroy Depp. And how many times have we seen this? A minute on the clock, 5v4, 5v3 situations, and Leviatán is still so cautious, so disciplined on their attack side. This is going to be a tough team to punish.
Just waiting it out, making their opponents sweat a little.
But I do think that Zeta are the kind of team that are unlikely to get scattered and overreact. They've still got 2 players here and a chance to anchor.
Oh my goodness, that paranoia is excellent. It catches onto both the players. It somehow 10 still claims a kill. Holding down onto lane. It's going to be down to these 2 players to see if they can anchor because time is running low. Leviatán have to commit to this one with 28 seconds left. What is the call that's going to be made? Another paranoia swings through. They just can't quite find it. That's a spam angle where 10 was holding, but they do not account for Crow. Tries to swing around the Odin fire, but the swing timings, again, of Leviatán, just too damn clean.
Yeah, that one might look weird from the angles we were watching, but it was actually, again, super disciplined. It looks like Taco just runs through his smoke on his own, right? But actually what's happening is Mazzino's waiting for the CT player to react off it, and so he's holding this smoke, which is a great idea. And on the other side of things, you've got Shy swinging with Taco in lane. But Shy doesn't push far enough so that Crow can kill him. Shy only pushes far enough to punish the player that kills Taco. It is, like, inch perfect. Really good stuff.
Never overextending. For a team like Zeta Division, this poor team just feels like the most recent global events they've been going to. They are always getting tested in these opening round games. Champs, the desk was talking about it. They unfortunately had to run into Loud, the eventual winners of the entirety of the tournament. Twice, man, twice in their group.
And so it really does feel impossible to tell how good this team is. You can obviously watch them and notice that there's holes in their game, but if they were in a different side of the bracket, you know, would they have a better chance? I think it's very possible.
Player getting a red here, Zeta Division. Did push down into mid. Mazzino, Paranoia, not going to be even taking the fight actually, just TP's the safety because he does have the spike in his hands. They did read that they had been able to get this site pretty much for free now.
Yeah, and they're just holding all of the space. Only one player needs to get into sight. Everybody else making sure that they can't be pressured. Oof. A good shot from Crow.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to find that one, but the double swing just not ready for that. Oh. Swinging all the way through and...
Oh, my word.
Yeah. Takalia making the Vandal look like a phantom.
And Bren, we haven't even talked particularly about the role swaps that Leviatán have gone through. Shy was hyped up a lot in previous tournaments and ended up actually underperforming a little bit, I would say, on the initiator role. Nicknamed the Rhino for how he would just stomp through areas and kill everyone while playing Fade. We didn't really see too much of that at the global events, but he's a really young player, and they've swapped him now over to the Sentinel role and added Noswood to the team, a player with a bit more experience. So I'm expecting Shy to flourish in this new position, and so far so good.
One more round waiting for us in this first half.
Depp finally opping. I think this is the first round he's got an op.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Golden Boy was talking about him picking up the operator now instead of Laz, but they haven't had a chance.
No, have not had a chance at all, and I was thinking about it being a potential difference maker in these games, maybe try and push him into those deeper positions, but again, just look at that. I mean, how many times are we going to use the word discipline, but it just feels so apt when you're talking about Leviatán. Shy's position there, just ready to swing and punish any sort of player that was pushing with the drone.
And it feels desperate from Zeta Division.
Yeah.
They're trying to create opportunities at the minute 10 mark, which is always where Leviatán are waiting for something to happen. And this Paranoia is off the turret contact. Could maybe something happen here? I imagine Leviatán are going to leave someone anti-flash, though.
I mean, it would have to be a hero play, wouldn't it? Yeah, they are playing enough players just slightly out of position. Paranoia rips through, beaming him down! Sugar Zero. He does collect the two, but there's already players ready and waiting just to punish that position. And now into the site. The lockdown being used, the Hunter's Fury on top of it in response to that. I believe that's Crow. Yep, just trying to make sure he deals with that one there. But again, Leviatán not wasting any time still. Depp finally nailing the shot, taking care of his opposition. All down to Mazzino in a 1v2 scenario. Zeta Division desperate to win this round. They need it. We've seen Mazzino in this position before. A very intelligent player. How's he going to try and use his utility? A TP across. And it's just complete uncertainty in the Zeta camp. But now down to that 1v1. Crow knows the positioning. He knows it's in hell, but how do you win it against this guy? Mazzino just so damn clean.
And Leviatán make it to double digits by the halftime. This team looks unreal. You don't always see the scrim results translate into match performance. But apart from these very small and disconnected moments of heroics by Zeta, it has just been the bold buff all day long.
Yeah, that guy, I mean, Owner, is Vamison and maybe a little bit too hard there, but that's going to do it for the first half of this map. Send it down to the decks to break it all down.
Man, that was an aggressive vamos. I thought Owner was going to pop a vein at one point there.
Owner has fantastic reason to vamos because that half of Valorant was so incredibly impressive from Leviatán. I wanted to start by looking back at just some of the mid-round calls that King was making. We were highlighting him coming into this as a really strong individual and a strong IGL, and I think he proved it here. We start this round with them setting up, providing pressure towards B, and then initially execute on in, and then you see here in the late round, Shy is just holding in mid. He punishes on the lurk, doing great on that new role, and despite the fact that they got so much space in B, they completely reset, slow down in the mid-round, re-execute onto a free A site, and set up a really strong post plant to win. That entire half, King felt absolutely on top of the game with the mid-rounding.
Yeah, I mean, the calling looks absolutely phenomenal, and that's why they find themselves in this position with a 10-2 lead right now. That and just Zeta have been struggling to respond to this mid-rounding, so it's just been really rough ride for them. And some crazy run backs in the past and even today, but this one looks very challenging. We'll take a look though at the two Jets in the lobby. And I mean, it's unsurprising just given the scoreline that we see right now. Dev has been struggling 9 and 10 at the moment compared to the 12 and 6, the 2.0 KD for the side of Takulia, who's been looking well at home with Jet.
And the biggest issue for me, Josh was mentioning this on the cast, but Zeta was really struggling to find early aggression to disrupt Leviatán's game plan.
Yeah.
Lev was not really leaving them any gaps to push through, and when they went for the early round gambits, they were always being shut down. And 10-2, I mean, Ascent is an extremely defensive-sided map. This is brutal for Zeta.
And also, it doesn't help too that when you're in these situations, you have these set pieces. You're gonna, play contact off of the turret and then toss a flash with your Omen. You get 2, but then you get turn around and then the Killjoy picks up 2 kills of his own.
The trading has just been so good from Leviatán.
It has, and that I think has been the difference maker here. Incredible sights that we've been seeing from Leviatán. Let's send it back over to the casters to see if they can close this out.
Yeah, see what ends up happening here, but so far, the tail of this one has to be Mazzino. This guy right at the tippity top of the scoreboard, and we spoke about that head-to-head comparison as well with Mazzino versus Sugar Zero, 2 players that have performed at LAN in the past, and so far, I mean, Mazzino on a new role as well.
Yeah,
just getting the better of it.
That is what's so impressive to me, is that Mazzino's picked up smokes incredibly quickly and already looks amazing. He might end up getting challenged early here as the spike is over towards A, and A split looks like it's on the cards for Zeta. How's Mazzino's anchoring? Oh, Shy's got a shorty.
One. Yep, Shy does have a shorty right up close and dashes to the side right where he wants him. Perfect range for the shorty kill. Still need to deal with him, but Zeta, they do manage to hold their ground. And well enough indeed. A bit of a jump peak there by Nozra. He does survive into this one, but only down now to 52 health. Spike gonna get planted for Zeta Division, and a good start, a good beginning to this one. 10. Getting a little bit aggressive there up onto Heaven. Now backs away. Wants to try and play with the rest of his team. Jump peek again, a bit of information, but no. Good from Zeta Division again, not giving anything away there.
Yeah, really nice A split actually from Zeta. That is a pistol round that they desperately, desperately need. I can't really recall the last time I've seen an Ascent game be so attack-sided. If Zeta managed to pull off a comeback, it would be miraculous in my opinion. It would be
insane.
But the pistol round would be the first step, and I think that they did a great job there.
Zeta Division were a team, there was some focus being placed on them, I think, in the offseason, heading into this 2023 season, because like some teams, chose to make no changes. The core of this roster has remained relatively intact.
Yeah, completely intact. And I think that that's going to hurt them in the long term. We'll see, obviously, very early days in the 2023 season, but a lot of these other squads, even in the Pacific region, right, have made sizable upgrades.
Yeah. Many changes happening across the board.
I'm looking at Team Secret, as we saw earlier today. Really big upgrades have come through massively for them. Talon as well. Maybe we didn't think those would be upgrades, but they actually ended up performing very well, Gun and Jitboy.
Yeah.
So for Zeta, you really, these players have to prove that they deserve that spot for 2023, right? And that the Reykjavik run was not a flash in the pan, not a one-trick wonder. And that's going to be their goal for this year.
Has to be their goal, doesn't it?
It doesn't help, though, when you keep running into these God squads early in tournaments.
No, and that's, it's the big question that we keep wondering every time we watch Zeta Division playing tournaments like this is, where is the peak of this team? Where does it actually lie? Because forever being chased, honestly, by that third place finish at Reykjavik that they managed to get. Okay, well.
There's so many players on Leviatán with shorties in this round. There's no need.
Ooh. Brutal.
I thought it would be Sugar Zero and Laz pulling out the shorties in this game.
Yeah. Well, honestly, there's been a bit of a resurgence. The renaissance of the shorty in this event.
Oh, yeah.
We've been seeing people in ranked games, they buy 2 of them. They fire 2 shots off, and then you try and swing to punish, and they just pick up the second one at their feet.
People in ranked are thinking on a different level.
Yeah. But it's going to be 1 round at a time for Zeta Division.
Yeah, and here's the bonus. Leviatán and owners teams in general are normally incredibly good at bonus rounds. So now the shoe's on the other foot. Can Zeta pull off something incredible of their own? Another A split. It looks very similar to the pistol round.
A slight angle being held by King. Almost pixel angle. Still, Fragment Nade's going to be dropped down at the feet, and he does evacuate. He gets out of there, skipping a hop. Bounds his way to the back of Jenny, just needs to anchor down his position, but still, the Cloudburst in his face. Zep doesn't want to be pushing too deep now. There's a flash up play. Oh my words. One after the other. Zeta Division just cannot withstand it.
Wow. Leviatán picking up. I mean, King's spray control there to get a second in that situation is unbelievable. But what you don't also see, watching from King's POV, is Tacolia picking up 2 in A main as well. Softened up, of course. But still, the combination of players ready and waiting for that sight hit. Read to perfection by Leviatán.
Yeah. And unless you are pixel perfect in terms of the execution, the utility that's being used to clear out these players, attacking on Ascent can be so damn hard.
Oh, it feels horrible. Leviatán have made it look so easy, so much easier than it should have been. But this map is normally defender-sided. Is Shy going to try and swing off an alarm bot here? This would be crazy aggressive. I doubt it.
Looks like he's playing a slight anti-flash position maybe, but no swings to the side.
Yeah, I think he's just playing anti-flash.
Yeah, just in case they bounce the KO nade, or KO flash, I suppose.
And so many protocols on Ascent defense are about buying time for rotators to come through. That's why you saw in the previous round, King put a heavy emphasis on using his nade. It allows Tacolia to get into that A heaven position and stack the A site for the defenders. And that's going to be Shy's job too. If there is somebody gallivanting down mid, he's designed to delay them and wait so that they can still have 2 players behind.
And the timing on that was almost perfect.
The spike, though, is still over by A.
Wondering what the goal is. Dart lighting up 10. Has to get his way out of main.
But this B pressure is good, Brent. It's kept 3 players over at the B area, although Taco is now drifting back into a more central position.
Even still, 30 seconds remaining. And this A main control has been held on to. The question is, when is King going to be able to get that knife online? But no, pressure starting to be applied now. There's a Paranoid ripped across the site, knife into the back, and the dart as well. All that utility that's just being comboed up. Depp moving forwards now inside of his own Cloudburst up top, holding that one angle onto heaven, yet still King at the back of Jenny. This guy is just an absolute menace. And sure, Laz claims a kill into mid, but too little too late.
I'm watching from Laz's POV as this game slips away is the saddest thing. In a lurk position, unable to have any impact in the round. A top 5 player by stats, by the way, when it came to champs, I believe. Because his chamber was electric. And now he's just sat at the bottom of the scoreboard, slowly watching his team lose. King is unreal.
This guy is ridiculous.
More people need to be talking about how good he is. At Champions, I was gassing him up so high on him coming into this event because it's crazy rare that you see somebody with this level of skill who also is such a competent IGL.
Yeah.
I think the only one that's comparable at the moment in the game is Sadak, probably.
Yeah, that's what I would, yeah.
And I think King frags harder than Sadak, too. And the calling on both of these guys is extremely good.
Movement, the aim, the decision-making is a complete package.
And the flexibility.
Yeah, just plays so many different roles.
Well, last chance for Zeta Division on this first map. It is, of course, Leviatán's pick, so it's not disaster zone just yet for Zeta. Even if they lose here 13-4, they'll have their chances to respond, but oh, it hasn't looked good.
No.
They'd like a couple more here at the end just to get their heads back in the game a little.
The drone is used in response there with the alarm bot being broken. But in terms of that mid-round information, look at that. Even a deep smoke being planted by Zeta Division into mid, just trying to hide what they're doing, but they're going to be walking right into this play, surely. Tacolia moves forwards, saving the dash for a rainy day, and guess what? That's right now.
And meanwhile, Mazzino is in wine. Yep. He looks like the playmaker.
There's just too many angles, too many layers to this one. How will Zeta deal with it? Trying to set the way up now. You can see the darts being placed into it. Players just sitting in main, no one none the wiser. And again, once more, King just back and forth around Generator, and that will seal the deal. Map number 1 goes the way of Leviatán in a dominant fashion.
People, you have just witnessed a masterclass. That was an utter deconstruction of Zeta. This Leviatán team living up to the hype in map 1. And we've seen teams do this before. In the alpha bracket, we saw many a series where map 1 went way in one team's favor. And then map 2 was a different story, but wow, just in a microcosm, that Ascent gameplay was beautiful from Leviatán.
Yeah, you can break that down frame by frame, I think, constantly as well. But that's going to do it for map number 1. Going to go to a short break, and on the other side of things, map number 2 will be coming up.
The Vamos intensifies as Leviatán picks up a dominant win on Ascent. They'll lead the series 1-0 as we head into Pro. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy along with Mimi and Achilleos here. And there really is just so much to be excited about for this Leviatán team because you can hear it when Brennan Sideshow were in the cast, just gushing over what we were watching because it was just such solid gameplay. It was just locking out their opponent completely.
That's just Valorant that just makes you feel like happy on the inside. It's like every call they make felt like it was going perfectly. Every round it felt like they had the absolute perfect read on the game. And for Zeta Division, that was brutal. Josh said it was a dismantlement. I think that's a perfect way to put it.
Yeah, they just really struggled. I mean, able to get 2 rounds on that attacking side, but then just falling flat from there. The damage was done in the first half, unfortunately, here. As you can see, I mean, Deb, just a bit brutal to look at with 0 first kills, playing that Jet. wasn't really able to put up too many numbers here.
And it's
Wasn't the rest
also
of the team.
weird to see Laz sitting at 6 and 12, man. Like, it's just not what you would expect from one of the best players coming out of the region.
Yeah, I think this was one of the big issues that we saw. And I mean, as we look even further back into that game in the first half, I think the issues were cropping up there, where they were really struggling to find effect in some of these early fights for the side of Zeta. They were never able to get space in the early round, get depth those opening kills to shut down the plan for Leviatán. And Laz as well, it felt like he was almost kind of like chained to that Killjoy role. He was always stuck, anchoring backside on the attack. He was stuck on the lurks. He was not able to provide the same value that we've come to expect from this guy at international events.
Yeah, I mean, it's just brutally done there by the side of Leviatán.
Yeah.
I mean, unsurprising that they continue to look excellent on Ascent. I believe they're 5-1 now at international events on that map. The only loss that they've suffered was to DRX. But they add another one. They add another one to the tally. But that is just clearly their stomping ground. They feel so comfortable there that I'm not that surprised that it was so one-sided. Now it's all about hoping that this Pearl coming up here for the side of Zeta has a completely different look.
Well, let's go ahead, though, and fast forward to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and I think we all know what this is going to. It's going to go to Mazzino, who did the thing that I did all the time when the game first came out, but I keep trying to do it, and boy, oh boy,
Guys,
I
for the
keep
record,
failing.
you are not Mazzino. Don't do this in my ranked games, please. I do not want to see this one happening. But this was really, really ridiculous, frankly, that this guy just had the gall to stick that teleport.
But it also shows the lack of coordination, Seth, in this situation. It's like there's a high-pressure situation. Obviously, a lot is going on. Leviatán threw a lot at Zeta, and then for him to just be able to just plop right there, that's rough, man.
Yeah, I think it's just really indicative of what the game state was in that moment. You're just kind of getting, beaten very badly so far up into that point. Because what, 1-8 the round score, so only able to find a singular round win in the bonus. So it kind of makes sense that you're starting to get frazzled. You're not really paying attention to everything that's happening around you. And unfortunately, it's just things getting exacerbated. Nothing goes correctly here, and it just gets worse and worse and worse.
And for Zeta, they're really going to have to keep that mental in check, because in the past, it's been an issue for them. They lose that map. It feels like they start to spiral and are never really able to get back into a game. Here, they're going to have to hit that reset switch. So in the next few minutes, I'm looking for this team to be talking with XQQ, finding that full reset, and going into Pearl, because I think this is a map that they have a better chance on.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and get that reset going ourselves here, because we do have our aim lab shoot around in just a moment. We'll check out on the player who's going to be. I believe is, I think it's Depp. So we, look, can we talk about this for a moment? Because I think that, Depp has, it was a tough game for Depp. Especially playing into that jet role. Taco Leo was just dominating. King was hitting every single shot. Even shots he wasn't shooting, he was still hitting them. I wonder, it's like, at what point are you leaving out one of your best players, and then when you slot him into the front line as well, right? Because I feel like you're wasting what Laz is capable of doing in the back lines, but then on top of that too, Depp, I feel like he just needs to have a little bit more support out there.
It does, but I also think he just needs to play with a little bit more confidence. Obviously, you're going up
true.
against Leviatán, and that's a very challenging opponent. We saw what Taco Leo was able to do, but we're seeing a lot less impact kills coming out there from Depp in that first map, and he needs to have the confidence to be able to go out there, push himself to the limit, get a pick off of somebody, make that exit if he's going to be playing this jet.
Yeah, but I think this one is going to be difficult, because for Pearl, this is a map where we have not seen Leviatán's composition into this new meta.
True.
Last time we were able to get a look, it was with Taco playing on Chamber still, and in the offseason, they were permabanning this map. So there's a lot of questions around what answer they have. For Zeta, I think a lot of this is just coming in with their own game plan, with confidence, with a reset mental, and really playing to that. You need to focus on yourself here between these two maps.
Yeah, I mean, same could be said for both of these teams. We saw in the offseason a little bit from the side of Zeta Division. They were able to take down Gen Chi in the Guangzhou tournament. They were able to beat Boom as well over at Champions, but it was that chamber meta. So what do things look like now going into this? Do we have the Harbor coming through? Are they going to be playing a different smoke? Is it going to be that Viper? It's going to be double controller. Does Depp try to play something else? I personally feel it's probably just going to be the Jet, because that's where he feels most comfortable. But what do they build around him?
Yeah, that's a great question. And how is the coordination? Because if Depp is diving in, as they will be starting on that attacking side, and does not have the supportive utility to thrive, this game could just be over and done with right here. They need to take inspiration from their Pacific brethren in DRX, who played a fantastic game, setting up Buzz excellently on the jet when they played this map.
Oh, it is, and I'm like a Zeta super fan. I've been following this team, you know, when they were absolute Jupiter, and I just have always enjoyed this squad. And I want to see them. I want to see them have that Reykjavik moment again, have that achievement that they're looking for. Here's our Prime Gaming Agent Select. We're getting at least, you know, nothing too out of the box here from what we've seen so far.
I mean, this is basically just their Ascent composition, but you flip the Omen for the Astra, and that's about it. So it's just widely going to be the same style, but we'll have to see how they decide to pilot on this map. Leviatán on the other side, Takolia still sticks with the jet, but they have that double controller in the Astra and the Viper.
Yeah, I'm looking for Laz. How much can he find? He really struggled with the Killjoy roll on map number 1.
Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and dive into map number 2. Let's see if we can get a map 3. Could Pearl be the catalyst for huge change? Let's send it back over to Brent and Sideshow.
Yeah, hopefully that is the case here as we head into Pearl, map number 2 in our series between Zeta Division and Leviatán. If they can bring it, you know, listen, it's a map that Leviatán have not actually had much play time at all on.
Yep, never played it before. Leviatán have never played Pearl, so this is the first time that we're seeing their composition. And actually, Seth said that there's no changes really on Zeta's side. But weirdly, Crow and 10 have swapped agents.
Yeah, they swapped around their roles.
So that's bizarre.
It's unusual, isn't it? It is unusual.
I'm not exactly sure why they would do that. I really have no answers for you.
Yeah.
But Zeta Division looked somewhat coordinated with their composition. They definitely had pieces missing. The questions are going to be asked about how well they're going to execute this
they
attack
are
side.
not messing around, are they? A fast take here of the arc control. Takolia tried to activate that dash in time, but just wasn't able to get out of there alive. Smoke's going to be using their pace. There's no way you're re-pushing this! Wow. The Trailblazer stunned up, and one of those left clicks. The coverage is there, and an immediate response once more. Leviatán are so good at just making those decisions.
I mean, the re-clearing of areas is absolutely pivotal.
And Shy, well, locking it down. Okay, tip-tap of the Ghost, all down to 10, and he just opens himself up a little bit too wide. And, you know, what was such a good opening for Zeta Division is immediately answered in kind.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, that's what we were asking Zeta Division to do the whole of Ascent. If you lose map control, retaking it with utility is like core. It's fundamental how Valorant works, right? It's the push and pull of map control. You lure them in, and then you retake it with your utility so that you have an advantage in the fight. And Leviatán playing it masterfully there. Both pistol rounds to start these maps have been pretty gorgeously executed. And it puts Zeta immediately onto a back foot. And I do think it's fair, Bren, to start comparing Depp and Takolia in this game. They've both got interesting stories heading into Lock-In. We won't talk about that one. It's just an eco round, don't worry about it. But Depp is now the focal point of this team.
Yeah.
We've talked to the team, and they've said, listen, we've restructured the roles, and now we're playing around Depp instead of playing around Laz and Sugar Zero. And that puts a lot of pressure on a player that hasn't actually been that great when he's turned up to LAN events before.
Yeah,
he's been
all the
much better
focus.
online.
Well, a lot of the focus of Zeta Division, their success, you know, we've talked about players like Sugar Zero and Laz in particular, honestly, when we were playing in that chamber meta.
Yeah.
And so, you know, Zeta Division, we look at this team, they haven't made too many changes coming into this 2023 season, but they've changed up the roles to put their focus on different players.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure on Depp to just get stuff done.
And on the other side of things, for Takolia, they clearly have a lot of faith in him to be benching Kesnet.
Yeah, because Kesnet, I mean, is just an absolutely crazy player, but an approach into the site, but just waiting right into the gunfire of Leviatán. No angles, left unwatched. And it's more than clean. Mazzino now 2 away from his own ultimate, from just collecting a couple of those kills.
And the Cosmic Divide can be really useful. There's no need to show replay of it. I mean, they're already down. You don't have to kick them while they're on the floor. All right, bonus round for Leviatán here. And this is normally where they're on the attack side. I would expect Ona to have cooked up some crazy strat. But on the defense side of Pearl, I'm not sure there's as much you can do. Maybe they're going to surprise me with something interesting. Killjoy utility gives a lot of information at the middle of the map. That's going to allow Leviatán, once things get down to like minute 10, to start spreading out and covering A main, B main.
Yeah.
but at the moment, still playing 3 in mid.
Holding it down, just with their players. Push. Oh my goodness, tackle here.
He tagged Laz.
Yep, tried to take the fight. Actually, an exchange of fire between both of them.
And Taco coming out on top.
He does, yeah. He gets out with his life, which is the important element here. Still locking down this B-long angle. Zeta. Patient play by them. You can see them just using that util, the Nano Swarm to clear just in case there is a player pushed up behind that box. It's a common enough play. But it does orchestrate where a lot of these players are now playing towards, because Taco's going to have seen a lot of that util coming through. He can hear that fire, and he knows now that the time to strike is nigh for Zeta Division. What can they do in answer to it? Trailblazer spotting out a few of them. The Viper Ward to go up. This is going to be a really difficult obstacle for Zeta Division to try and get through.
And Zeta are so slow with this. There's only 30 seconds left. There's going to be 4 players defending. What are they waiting for?
Yeah. I'm not too sure, to be honest. Maybe the Viper will go down now, but this is the time to strike. And okay, 22 seconds remaining. Depp claims the 1 kill. Doesn't have a dash available to him. A flash. Oh my word, that's labored. Dropping down off to the high ground. King claiming the 1 kill. A bit of running gun in action, but time is running low still. 10 seconds. More than enough for them to get that plant down. And the players did survive, but still Mazzino has managed to catch this timing.
Oh, this is crazy.
Doubled up. No way in hell is he able to win that one, and he does eventually get taken out, but not before doing a significant amount of damage to the Zeta economy.
Oh, wow, I was worried about that round, but Zeta come out on top in the end. A lot of economic damage, though, done by the bonus of Leviatán. And for Zeta, I know that they're a very slow team and they like to be methodical about it, but I was so concerned they were going to lose to time.
Yeah, running down the clock in that fashion.
And Mazzino still had a star. If they had planted in a weird spot, maybe he gets pulled off the plant or something and everything goes awry. But all right, Zeta, they managed to stay in control of that round. 1 away from the null command or the lockdown too. So Zeta have a chance here at establishing some momentum for the first time in the series.
Yeah, big ultimates for them. Who do they want to prioritize it on? It looks like Crow, so they want to get that null command online. There's nothing too new that they've been throwing into this one. The same utility just to take control of A main. And now looking back into mid. This is where Leviatán have been playing pretty heavily. This King just jiggling the angle. Knife out, making sure that he spots them, and there you go. Respect being shown, backs away. It's a split approach. You can see util being used now to null command as well. Depp up top on top of the box, hiding inside of his own. Cloudburst, and that's 10 taking that first fight. Eventually is traded. High ground angle spots where Mazzino might be playing just inside of Secret, and now the plant going down. It's slightly ajar that he can't be spammed out of that position, and a lovely fight to be taken once more, but an instant response. It's a cosmic divide. Quick thinking by Depp. He's going to be moving into his own Cloudburst with that dash across, and a fight to be taken. Mazzino didn't have anybody backing him up, and he will fall once more. Depp on an absolute tear.
It's another fantastic round from Depp. And he was one of the rare bright spots on Ascent. He was able to find his moments, not a ton of them, but moments where he was able to get these big rounds off, and he's just picked another one out for Zeta Division. Thanks to Crow getting his ult online too, because that opened up a ton of space, but Depp with a nice entry through art, being able to take a bunch of fights on the site too. Isolating his ones and winning them. Impressive.
Yeah, nice play. And a good game plan from Zeta Division overall as well, making sure that they were conscious of what ultimates they were getting online.
That actually does damage. Nulls were going down there means that it's another rifle that could have been dangerous, taken out of the hands of Leviatán. Now Taco's in a spot where he's just got an operator and everyone around him is on an eco. He might lose the off here, and that would be really bad.
How is this going to be taken? And that frustration on the face of Ona. The slow play that Zeta Division are opting into. The thing that found them so much success when they went on that 3rd place run at Reykjavik.
Absolutely.
Slowing down their own gameplay. Now a play towards the top of B main. Just a recalled star. Being used to clear it, and on the high ground position, that was Taco. Could have been so dangerous there for Zeta Division.
That's a lot of respect, using the lockdown in a straight-up anti-eco. The only dangerous player is Taco, and at some point in this round, he's probably just going to have to play his life to keep the off. Don't count Leviatán out, though. The skill on this roster is unreal, and wait, they've passed.
There's no way.
Each other.
There's no way. They've just passed each other, but also Spike planter going down out in the open. Depp. Oh my goodness, the discipline! Don't fail me now, Depp, come on. We've been singing your praises, but he does claim the kill, but he instantly gets just answered.
That's a charitable donation. You can write that one off your taxes because a Vandal's gone straight
boy.
into the hands of King.
Not ideal at all. Zeta left scrambling. They slow it down. Do still have the spike just waiting here at B main, but Leviatán happy to just, okay, sit. Now giving up a bit more space though. Players should be able to hear them running back and forth. There's an opening here now for Zeta Division to actually capitalize off of, but the wall's going to be going up straight away. It's going to be putting a stop to this. There's 20 seconds in the round left. They're really just waiting for Laz, and that flank did not pay off. Just trying to play off the back of this one. 12 seconds remaining. Sugar Zero pushing forward. Doesn't even know where the spike is, man. And inside the smoke, Shy, ready and waiting.
What a tragedy. What a tragedy that round is. Depp looked like he could have been set up in a position to get 2 or 3 had his team created some level of distraction. Even if he doesn't miss the player in the smoke up top, he's probably just getting one and getting away.
Yeah.
But it just all fell to pieces.
Boy.
And I think partly too, when Zeta Division are cutting noise and slowing the game down, they're not creating any pressure on the opposite side of the map. So the defenders are just staying where they are, waiting for the re-hit, and Zeta end up pushing in with 20 seconds into 4 players on the site.
Yeah, very readable.
If you're gonna play that slowly, you still need to create threats elsewhere.
I gotta say as well, I think 10 ended up planting just out in the open. He was able to be spammed from CT, from lower CT, I think, when he was trying to get that plant down. He just went down to Sheriff spam in the middle of that round.
There's an operator standoff on B, but neither look too aggressive. Instead, the fight happening where King is surely gets spotted by the drone. Did he timing that, really?
Yep, complete timing. Just working his way around the box. Zeta Division none the wiser. You can see Sugar Zero just running with his knife out. Thought it was completely clear.
That must have been like a magic trick for Sugar Zero. He just summoned a Viper out of thin air.
I mean, the crazy thing is as well, King manages to get out of his life. Doesn't overplay it, gets the kill, gets back.
I mean, not even a single point of damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so returning back to where Depp is. And Depp has not spotted a single person. Not a hair on anyone's head for the whole round. And Taco's just been holding the same spot the whole time. These operators have just been holding completely opposite angles.
Does this get clear? The answer is no. Cloudburst to the side. A prediction was there from Depp with the shot rattled off, fired away, but didn't find his target.
There's 20 seconds and they're trying to run to A.
You just have no space in A main.
This round is over already.
Yeah, it's done.
And Crow's going to have to save.
They realize it. It looked like they were putting a bit of pace behind it to try and pivot in that way, but no. Just have to save this one.
And it's really unfortunate. I think the composition that Zeta has doesn't really lend itself to explosive executes, which is part of what you need when you're playing this slowly. We actually saw one of the teams, Carmine Core. I'm going to throw a rare W in the way of Carmine Core. Their Pearl composition played really slowly, but I actually liked how they played the clock on that map.
Yeah.
Because their comp, once it got to a site, was exploding out and overwhelming Loud, the team that they were playing against, I think, when Carmine Core had their best game. But Zeta Division, when Depp is opping and when you don't have, you know, a Fade or a Sky or something like that that can really burst into the site and empower your duelist, or empower any of your players, actually, it feels like it's lacking some get up and go.
Timeout now for Zeta Division. Had a reasonable beginning to this map here, but remember, in this kind of tournament, single elimination all the way through. They're currently sitting a map down, so this is the time to turn it around if there was ever a moment to stay in this tournament, to stay in this series.
It is a long, long ride home from Brazil to Japan, if this is all that Zeta's turned up for. It is a brutal tournament bracket. Every match is everything. And Depp still oh, okay, so the operator getting passed around, and I think that that could be crucial. I actually love that. Normally attacking Killjoy operator, I'd be asking what the hell teams are doing, but I think when you put it in Laz's hand, he's such a good op player, and Depp needs to be more mobile around the map and actually use the initiator utility to take space. So I think this is a good call from XQQ after the timeout.
So the decision could pay off. We'll see. full smoke, flash as well.
Bit of anti-synergy though, the flash landed inside the smoke, so that hasn't created any pressure. All good though, Laz gets another pullback smoke to
That was
cross.
a second one. Just to set him up in this angle.
I think that's going to be fine though. Oh, great shot from Laz.
And you're finally starting to see it. It pays off. Laz, we were singing this guy's praises at prior events, prior tournaments, but his fight has taken place, and guess what? Leviatán happy to wade into them. That is a really interesting decision to use the drone up close there, but...
And Noswa swings as well.
He swings.
I mean, that might be a tad greedy. Zeta Division in a 4v1 this round, all but sealed up. Laz empowered. Depp able to get aggressive, and instant rewards.
Starting to see it pay off.
I'm liking these timeouts from XQQ. Not a coach that we talk about too much, but thinking all the way back to their run at Reykjavik, how quickly they improved. Because Zeta were not looking great online prior to that, and during the scrims and during the tournament, they leveled up massively. And I think even in this match, there's not been a huge amount of success from Zeta Division, but a lot of the success has come after the timeouts that they've called. XQQ clearly has a good idea about what they should be doing inside the game, but then maybe the player's just not quite able to adapt as the flow goes on as quickly as the Leviatán guys.
Yeah. So the adaptations, the changes, they do work out. I like that, you know, a little bit of B main pressure to get a pick. Just holding, waiting for the re-push, the exploration from Leviatán. See here, this moment. Good from Def, honestly, as well. Just making sure to watch all those angles.
Yep.
Not only does he get the kill and the player pushing out, but he immediately trades out as well.
Yeah, it's great stuff. Depp has got the op back in his hands, though. So, despite the fact that giving Laz the operator worked so well for that round, maybe that was only because Depp had knives.
Yeah, it seems like that was the sole purpose of it.
Again, anti-synergy as the
dart lands in the smoke.
Yeah, the dart's landing inside the smoke. The flash nearly is as well. But it doesn't make too much difference. They're still able to set up their operator on the line. The recon dart would still be, you know, if anything, more difficult to break when it lands inside the smoke.
Yeah, and this setup is looking very familiar, honestly. Set your operator player up on towards that B-long angle.
But Taco isn't playing there anymore. They've shifted Shy. So Shy was using his Killjoy utility in the middle of the map. And now he's put it firmly on B.
What is going to be the goal for Zeta Division? Approaching that minute mark. The drone through into A, so they do have a bit of that control, and they force Leviatán to use that Trailblazer just to get that extra bit of information.
An A split here would be really tough for Leviatán to hold on to. They grab some good information. But Laz denies it. Killing all three of the Seekers there could be important.
Really
the reason
nice.
I say an A split could be dangerous, Taco needs a smoke to get out from this position.
Lovely. Reaction time's just ever so slightly off.
Mazzino had to use both of them there. He was pushed up himself.
Yeah, now we see that Cosmic Divide. It's going to split up this side, and it has to be the hit now coming through from Zeta Division.
Could be a pull in backside. That would be difficult.
My goodness! On top of the box, flick of the wrist. Mazzino dealt with. And it's just jumping through the wall to try and clear that angle. Eventually Spike goes down, but that's going to be a lockdown in response. Now to Hunter's Fury. This is what they were waiting for. Should be able to take care of this one easily enough, and there you go, destroyed still. Leviatán making sure that they capitalize off the space that they gained ever so temporarily now. Quick tap there onto the Spike just to try and bait a bit of that util out, try and force the positionings of these players. Dash to the side there, kill being found still. How do they win this one out? Leviatán just trying to bait out these swings, but the fight's still being won in the turret. Watching Laz almost breaks his wrist with that one, swinging it wide and around, and time running so low, but just unlosable for 10. Waits for the perfect moment with that one.
The post plants are looking solid on the A side for Zeta. I was worried as soon as Depp went down, because if you remember, the other round that they won in an A post plant was Depp finding his isolated 1v1s and winning them. So when Depp got overwhelmed, then questions started to be asked of the rest of the squad. But their positioning was good, the way that they didn't overpeak into Leviatán. I think Leviatán could have done with being a bit more aggressive there, following the flash, fighting A main, getting up in the face, because they were stuck in a situation at the end where the time was against them. And 10, as you say, Brent, was in an unlosable spot. He literally just had to wiggle his face in front of the player.
Yeah.
King popping Viper ult here that extends really deep into mid, and he has a judge inside of it. But I feel like this round could be decided by the operator battle on B. if that goes in favor of Depp, I've got to think the Zeta guys return back for a B hit. Taco can't give them anything.
The way Zeta have been playing this, though, they are just perfectly happy to sit and wait. There's no real aggression or urgency, it feels like, behind the player, whoever's holding the operator, either Laz or Depp. It's always just been waiting pretty far back. And so the attack side setup is very similar to the last 2 rounds that we've seen. And Taco also, the way he's playing these angles, making sure that you can watch down for any sort of player that might just contact up.
This is going to be a lockdown fake over on A. You can see that Laz has got it. Astra utility put towards A as well. Probably pull back smokes. Does Taco leave this angle? Does he bite?
That's the opener that they're hunting for. Zeta might not even know it. Still, no, he gets aggressive and he sees them. At least the Sova. Oh my goodness, opens himself up to that angle, but doesn't pay for it with his life. A dash forwards from Depp all the way into the back of the site, and he gets dealt with. Just spam down out in the open 10, just trying to plant, but they don't have any control of the back of the site. And time again running low.
What a shot!
SugarZero. What a flick to hit, and still they will get that plant down, but isolated into the corner. Tackle, he takes the shot out wide. Crow wins it out, and still SugarZero needs to be the hero. Him and Laz, they step up. Down to King now. He's found himself a rifle, but he's left in that 1v2. The alarm bot's going to be at least showcasing one of his positions, but he doesn't know where the second player is, and SugarZero, primed and ready for it, punishes once more. Beautiful plays, but honestly, he got so scrappy in a moment there for Zeta Division. They had to get bailed out by just pure heroics, it felt like, by SugarZero and Laz.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, you pointed it out before, but 10 trying to plant in the open is a disastrous decision when his team isn't set up.
It's the second time he's tried to do it.
But that is also a prime SugarZero round. I mean, winning every duel, always there to trade his teammates. Maybe not there necessarily to hold the space for the plant to go down, but as soon as things got sticky, it's the old names, SugarZero and Laz, stepping up and finding the kills, playing immaculately. And that is the magic that Zeta need to find. I don't think they've demonstrated a great macro game or utility game at the moment, but what they have demonstrated is Depp's had some pop-off rounds. Laz is clearly still skilled when he can get into position to have impact, and SugarZero, as you just saw, can still be the SugarZero of all.
Yeah, guy can be a monster, can't
So if they can sync up the individual moments, maybe they have still got a good chance of making this a series.
It's forced Leviatán to take this time out. See Owner writing a novel with his mouth. An audiobook, I think they call them these days, but guy's just popping off right now. So how do they adjust to this one? Because Zeta Division, like you said, Josh, you know, the macro game from this team, it hasn't been nuanced, it hasn't been too varied. It's been very similar. Set up the op player on B long, the rest of us explore the rest of the map, but
I think that can often bait the Leviatán players into going a bit too aggressive. To be honest, they've been pretty disciplined, but the Zeta post-plant situations have been the biggest strength for them. If you can call that prior round a post-plant. It was more getting the plant into position, but there was some post.
So holding for an aggressive play.
And I think this is an attempt at anti-stratting how Zeta are taking B control, looking to try and fight inside that smoke, get aggressive on the people that are taking B. But Depp was really safely positioned.
I mean, they were very ready for that.
Very ready.
Anticipating this one, and so Zeta might opt to try and re-clear up to the top of B here. Leviatán are still waiting around. Look at these forward positions. This is a bit of an issue for Zeta Division. They're going to be using their drone and their dart to try and clear close here. Okay, no, now they're going to be backing away. So when you use your util like that, your heavy recon util, that early on at the top of B, they could have really got punished by the players playing deep there on the pillar, but no, just going to be opting to run all the way now over towards A.
And this retake, this rotate makes a lot of sense. Zeta have realized that Leviatán's game plan was to play up aggressive towards the B site. They know that there's 2 or 3 players still over there. And for Mazzino with a stinger, can he make some magic happen playing inside the smokes?
The smokes have popped off though. He's got some room to work with, some room to play with, and feels like a bit of run and gun in action. Depp does clear his head right off. Still, there's another player lurking, and guess what? It's Shy. Oh my goodness, waiting all the way around, and it gets so dangerous, man. It gets so tense in these rounds. It feels like Zeta Division, perfectly happy to make me sweat when they're playing down with just 10 seconds left to plant.
Yeah, I think Zeta are actually really comfortable there. They've got great crossfires and a good setup. But when the time gets so close, they only need to make one mistake and things can go wrong. But overall, it is pretty solid from Zeta. What I'd like to see an adjustment from Leviatán, and maybe Owner's already called this in the timeout, is I would like to see Shy play in the middle of the map with his alarm bot in the B-link, his turret over towards Art, and I want to see them fight aggressive, the rest of the team, on the extremity, so a 2-1-2 defense. And actually instead, you can see there's still 3 players towards the middle for Leviatán. This feels unnecessary to me when Zeta haven't been exploring too much on split attacks. They've been mostly going heavy A or heavy B just through one of the choke points. And you already have Shy's utility giving you info in mid anyway, so it feels to me like Leviatán are playing too centrally on the map and opening avenues on the outside for Zeta to punish.
Yeah.
We'll see whether that hurts them though. Owner's clearly called something.
It has been a core game plan of Zeta Division to be farming up these ultimates. That's just put Sugar Zero's ult online from that A main control. Swap it to guns, swap it to weapons. He's got a rifle in a hand of depth so that he can actually play off of this drone and try and take some space, but he doesn't push forward enough. He doesn't break the alarm bot.
And this is why I'm saying Leviatán don't have to be worried about mid, because Zeta are like, they're not actually creating any pressure. They drone, but Leviatán immediately realize it's a fake because the alarm bot doesn't die.
So peace of mind there. Now the Cosmic Divide though. Another Astral that's going to be used to try and split up this A side. And guess what? It's the exact same play that was being used prior. Dep on the high ground position. But another Cosmic Divide just intersects with it almost perfectly. And that's going to be putting a dampener on this push attempt. Still Zeta Division trying to stay one step ahead with the fast pivot right through mid now. Already taking that space into the B link. And guess what? It's going to be onto Mazzino to be a bit of a difference maker once more. They've already got the 1 kill, but the plan going down. And this is the danger. When you just bide your time and wait it out, still Crow rips forward with the ultimate, and there's only 8 seconds left. That is going to be the round. No time to work with, no space gained. And wow, 1 shot, 1 kill, it seems like for Shy there. Beautiful stuff towards the end, but Zeta finally getting punished there for burning down the clock a little bit too much.
And that's the double-edged sword that you play with when you do these attacks where you're really using every piece of the clock. And also, Zeta getting punished for not breaking the alarm bot early, because the call that Zeta made was to cancel the A hit and pivot through B link. But Leviatán were able to get players in position early because they realized the alarm bot was broken.
Yep.
Why would the alarm bot be getting broken so late in the round if they're committing to A? It doesn't make sense. It gave Leviatán the read.
Final round and a half now. An attempt by Dep. Tries to hit that jump peak. This time the Jet players hopping for both their sides as well, completely avoiding each other, but Taco on this angle, oh boy, do some serious damage.
He hasn't actually found too much success in this map so far. He's 1 and 6.
Good clearance.
He just hasn't been in a position to get kills early in the round. Zeta are always holding for it.
And this is quite interesting, quite new, honestly, a different development. See, Def was actually quite willing to push all the way up there and to be and take that aggressive angle. Doesn't get a kill out of it, but a flash over the top is nice. Is there going to be an extra element to it, though? And, well, Shy, okay, that's a wide swing. I mean...
That's the Rhino.
Any
That's
sort
the
of
Rhino!
help whatsoever. There's no one from Zeta Division to back him up.
You mess with the Rhino, you get the horn.
Shy claims 1 kill. Looks like he's not done just yet. Still a slight off angle there that he's holding.
And earlier on in this round, Bren, Nozwa used his dog in order to re-clear A main. So they've got Taco set back up on this A angle. I don't know what Zeta can do here. With 20 seconds left, they've just got to run into A and hope that Taco doesn't hit a shot.
This is so weird. They're going for the A split. And yet
Time's
Taco,
ticking.
it's going to be on him to try and at least break this as they're already approaching onto the side. 11 seconds remaining. Again, clock just being whittled down, and anything could really disrupt this one now. Flash and a pull. I believe that's a pull to just try and disrupt this one. No spam. Just landing a couple of those shots, but no kills going to be found. Crow solo. And a quick scope attempt. Taco right up in the air. The double updraft just to try and survive. Zeta Division gonna need a miracle right now. Gonna need a play to be made. And it just feels so awkward, so all over the place. Swarming, converging on the positions. But Laz, the last man standing just at that hard approach. But Leviatán, they were not dealt with. They weren't cleared out.
However, overall, That was a good half from Zeta.
Yeah.
That was definitely more towards their style of getting those late round hits off, getting into good post-plant positions, and we saw big things from the important three on this team, Depp, Laz, Sugar Zero, all up at the top of the scoreboard. Yes, Leviatán obviously have punished them at various points in those 12 rounds, but to get 50% is way better than what they were pulling through on Ascent.
Yeah, great first half of Zeta Division in comparison to that first map, but that's going to do it for this first half. Let's send it down to the desk to break it down just far.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, I will agree with Sideshow. The players that need to perform on this Zeta Division roster have most definitely showed up here. But every single time they wait till 20 seconds left in the round to go and execute, my pacemaker can't handle it.
Yeah, it feels like Zeta Division were flipping so many of these rounds into the late round, and the mid-rounding was kind of the crux of this half. And as we take a look back here, this is one I wanted to take a look at, because this was a fake attempt from Zeta that I felt like was not particularly fantastic, right? The dog sees it, it's just the Killjoy there, they pop down an alarm bot, try and execute into this B site, and it's a stacked site. There's great utility to shut down the initial player who dives in. Shy gets a second, but the thing is, Zeta Division turned around and won this one anyway. The reason that Zeta Division was coming back more and more in this map versus map number 1 was even when the call wasn't perfect, these individuals were really, really stepping up in the late round, and Laz was one of those examples.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Might not be at the top of the scoreboard here for the side of Zeta, but the impact from this guy has been felt. We're talking about, the opping, moving back over to Depp. We got to see it in the hands of Laz a couple of times, and some of the flicks that he was able to pull off to get that punish on Takulia were looking fantastic. That being said, though, 6-6, still pretty tight-knit. It's significantly better than what we saw on that first map. The copium here for Zeta is that this was side selection for the side of Leviatán. So we'll have to just wait and see how this looks now that we shift over, and whether or not Laz can have an excellent performance, level up even more as the defending Killjoy.
Thus far in this tournament, though, this has been a very attack-sided map, particularly with those B-long executes.
Right.
Most teams have struggled to shut them down, and with how coordinated Leviatán looked on Ascent, this could get rough for Zeta.
Yeah, the coordination has been absolutely absurd from Lev, but let's not forget that Zeta still very much in the fight. Let's send it back to Brennan Sideshow.
Still in the fight, and this next pistol round is going to be such an important one. I mean, we say this every single time, don't we? The pistol rounds typically tend to hold that kind of importance, but for Leviatán, they're a team that they do like to cook up some bespoke strategies, some custom stuff, and we'll see what they do now on this attack side round. Heavy play into mid.
Yeah, this is really deep, very unusual pathing. It reminds me of what we saw from Ascent when they were attacking and they went all the way through Heaven.
Yeah.
I mean, they've just instantly taken Zeta Division's portion of the map in mid. And Zeta, normally you would want them to respond by taking something different. Going and pushing A main as well as B main and flipping the map, maybe. But instead now from Zeta's position, I mean, these guys that are pushed up on B are worried about them coming through the B link and wrapping them.
Yeah, it's quite unusual, isn't it? The price you pay, I think, with a bit of a gamble that Zeta opted into with this triple push, but it looks like that gamble, well, it might be about to pay off. Depp's just waiting, holding behind the blocks. He still takes the peek, though, and now he's been spotted. Do they clear this corner? The bait and switch, yes, they do. The discipline is still there. Mazzino, how do you claim 2 there?
That's ridiculous.
And it's up to Sugar Zero. Takes the swing timing right into them still. He's just being swarmed every single angle, every single direction, and there's that Sheriff purchase. Absolute Chad-like maneuvers by Shy.
Without any utility as well. They just broke that setup completely.
Still, what can Laz do now at the back of halls? Not too much util being used, obviously, on this pistol round to try and clear it, but angle watched for. And that CT push. Also, a couple of eyes, a couple of guns, just watching that one avenue, that one direction. So the pistol round goes the way of Leviatán, but I gotta say, the way Zeta ended up playing that, I'm a little bit annoyed, I think. Depp giving away his position just by peeking that. I feel like you want to be playing off the contact of Crow, if anyone.
Yeah, I would generally agree with you. I think when Depp goes for a jump peek like that, though, it's so much less likely they clear Crow's position.
Sure.
And so maybe Crow ends up getting away with 2 and Depp can escape or something. It's just really diligent stuff, again, from Mazzino clearing that corner. And more so than that, recognizing that that's a common setup. That if you see a jet there, there's probably someone to the left.
Yeah.
It's just good game sense.
Very aware that they left open just the entirety of B main, that they could have been those players in that position.
And you see Taco now charging down with Nozwa's dog, the Trailblazer. Mazino's going to get a good plant off here, sorry. But I want to put a bit of a focus on Taco because he's down at the bottom of the scoreboard. The score's 6-6 in the first half. You want to do a Jet comparison? Taco is way hurting compared to what Dep's been able to produce. Just by not being able to get aggressive on the defense.
Yeah.
But now that they're on the attack side, hell, you think about how Aspas is playing this sometimes with Loud in a similar comp, where he's just got the Sky to set him up.
Yeah, hyper-aggressive, making sure to play off the util.
Yeah, you could see Taco having a resurgence in this half.
Might end up taking over. Certainly still got the confidence, obviously, with that rifle purchase. In fact, that's Leviatán actually going for same buy that FPX kind of popularized, now Navi, where you end up leaving 2 of your players on the pistol buys. And so you buy those 3 rifles in. If everybody survives, now the next 2 players can end up buying rifles as well as you head into your bonus.
Yeah, and Leviatán are such a good bonus team.
And look at this.
Ever since Owner has joined this squad, their pistol round strats, their bonus round strats, and their discipline. Those are the big 3 things that I think Owner has added to this team. Along with just the mental game being a lot better, a lot more resilient, because this team, you know, a long time ago before Owner joined, used to be known as the Chokers. I mean, you couldn't possibly call them that now, not even slightly. So what they got cooked up on the bonus round, incredible rifles to work with, compared to where you might expect the weaponry to be.
Yeah, for a bonus round like this, almost on even footing with Zeta Division. And important for Zeta Division to not let this slip. Got an even half, you lost the pistol round, but got to try and answer back in kind. This is the round to do so. Still, Dep, angle pushed up, and timing is everything right now. Crosshair placement is just off. And he just didn't feel confident taking that fight, did he? Crouching in the middle of the spray down.
No, that was not a great fight for Dep. Interesting hold from Zeta. Now, that entire exploration towards mid, too, was just so that Shy could get a deep alarm bot in Art. And look how deep that attacking alarm bot is. So, I don't know whether they're planning to pivot back to B or commit to A here, but they've taken and retained a lot of space and information in the middle of the map. Over on B, Laz has been playing off his turret contact. He had a nanoswarm at the back, and he's just chilling over there. And it looks like he's not actually going to be impactful in this round, perhaps for the retake. Instead, the pressure on 10. Both teams are playing these rounds so slowly.
Surely Zeta, though, should be aware that it's not going to be towards B when you have a player this far pushed up. And with them giving up art control, it does give Leviatán that perfect entryway. Stun, doubled up there with the Trailblazer as well. 10, nowhere to run, nowhere to move. And the spam through as he tries to play deep there into the dugout. An attempt by Sugar Zero as well to try and punish this plan when time was running that low. Doesn't really pay off in the slightest.
And yeah, Leviatán just squeezing the life out of Zeta Division in this round. It's going to be brutal. Zeta knocked down onto an eco unless they can keep these guns alive. And even then, it's going to be a mixed buy.
Yeah, really weird buy, isn't it?
It is a great time to try and chase. I respect this from Shy. Go and take the ego duels. Uh-oh.
One of the players, yep, just corralling them right into the rest of the team. Making sure to pick them apart one at a time, hunt down these rifles. Don't let them save them into the next round. It's all, well, Laz, he's got a lot to play for here. Flick of the wrist, knows he's being pushed and almost gets the third, but ultimately will lose that rifle in the end. And the damage he was done isn't even that much. If you think about it, what we were talking about prior with the economy, the way that Leviatán ended up playing that one, they have enough money to buy rifles back onto the 2 players that ended up falling.
You just saw the opening fight again there with Dep wide swinging off a timing that he had, and that one really hurt Zeta. Playing the rest of the round 4v5, so difficult. The only thing that Laz's kills have done there is push him a bit closer to a lockdown. He's 2 away from that, but it's not going to help him now.
Yeah, I mean, how do you even get usage out of that one?
Yeah.
Zeta being dropped down to the half bite. And attempts now, you can see. Okay, risks being taken. There was a star to punish that one as the orb was being picked up without a care in the world. And just from that presence, now the Trailblazer. Taco's also going to be pushed up onto this deep angle. The rest of Zeta opting to just stack onto the one section of the map, but it looks like now that they're going to be flooding back to try and contest towards B.
The spike's a long way away. So by the time the plant gets down, Zeta are going to be in a position to contest it.
Ooh, the double peek, but okay, backed up.
Yeah, they don't hide and wait for the tap.
Yeah.
And coordinate that. Just kind of run in, two of them.
Sugar just playing off of pure instinct with the swing timing like that, but
it's more like an aim labs tutorial than anything, isn't it?
Just offering themselves up to Leviatán there, just making sure that they can. Yeah, not even going to be trying to play to die to the spike, just looking to see if they can get a couple of kills, I suppose. But
I mean, that was actually just a King aim labs shoot around. He's just practicing on the B site of Pearl.
Yeah.
Okay, though, it's an eco. It's not that worrying for Zeta, but now they need rounds on the board. 10-6 down after a really good first half.
Sad to slip, isn't it?
It definitely is.
Remaining.
That one is absolutely a prime game of flawless. Yeah. So what is the game plan for Zeta to get them back into this map?
Got to see something different.
Def with an operator.
Now. This could be it. He's playing a deeper angle. Leviatán. I saw a flash there to try and cross them through. Trailblazer up close as well. That's going to be clearing a close pillar. Still on that high ground position. And look at it. I mean, they're just so diligent. Instant Cosmic Divide going to be used to split up this site. So will there be a repeat? Looks like Def might be opting into this one at the back of Halls as a smoke just to try and push them away.
This wall execute is so good.
And the Nano Swarms at their feet as well. There's just so many layers to it. And now the lockdown.
I mean, the lockdown might be a bit much, but it does push people away and buy a lot of time.
I mean, I think it just puts that time pressure down again onto Zeta Division. One Nano Swarm going to be popped off. Shock dart.
That's got.
It's close.
Yeah.
I believe
must have got rid of the other one.
Yeah, must have removed the other one. But now the smoke's going to be dropped down here, so he's going to be trying to take that fight straight up. And again, it's 10 who just opts to try and play around that spike to try and defuse this one.
This is silly.
Blind firing into this, and so okay, Sugar Zero. Going for the flank attempt, and it needs to be more than a difference maker. It needs to make the play, but time again was just too damn low. With the lockdown pushing them all back, Zeta lose another round and a losing grip of this map and series, Josh.
That was the round that Zeta needed to win, and the retake just wasn't there. The cacophony of smokes just all over the place, like
sheer chaos,
like a mushroom growth
Yeah.
that had descended upon Pearl. But normally, when we've seen successful retakes on B, you put those smokes much deeper, and you try and push up aggressively towards Pillar as the retaking team. And instead, they just set up a firing line again for Noswa this time. Leviatán running away with the attack side, and I think the desk are right. This map is trending attack-sided, and Leviatán showcasing that, you know, 6 rounds is actually not that bad for them on defense.
Yeah. So timeout taken for Zeta Division. Do or die for them. As we said prior, 11-6 is the scoreline, and they need to convert this map if they want any chance of staying alive in the tournament, in the series. Can't be going down early, but again, got to think back to those storylines that we were setting up, that we were thinking about, you know, the tragedy that is Zeta Division, reaching those peaks at Reykjavik, getting 3rd place, and just unable to really match that kind of form and placement, always running into these incredibly strong teams. They did so at Champs, and they're doing so now against another team from South America.
And then in the middle of that, failing even to qualify for Copenhagen. So it really hasn't been a good run since Reykjavik for Zeta Division. And it looks like their backs are up against the wall again. Leviatán 2 points away from sending the Japanese team home. And with Tokyo on the horizon, Bren, the Japanese fans will have been hoping to see glimmers of light from Zeta in this tournament, even going up against a top-level team. And I think that they did in the first half of Pearl, but where's it gone?
Just a little bit missing. Flash round the side there. Noswa catching himself in the moment. There's a Nano Swarm just to punish that one, and it's a faster play. This is a little bit more different. Taco's in a lot of trouble. Nano Swarm's chunking him down, even the shock darts. Bit of random spam will do it from the bullets, and he is making it easy for them with these traces, but it's a pop flash play. An instant response, instant action, and as the smoke dissipates, Zeta Division respond beautifully, answering back, finally getting that round on the board on their defense side of Pearl.
Really good defense side from Zeta there. And that's one of the first rounds where Leviatán have done something quick. There's still so much time on the clock when they commit to A, but a few things go really well. Laz's Killjoy setup, perfect for countering that classic dash onto site. And then also a flash through a smoke from Crow sets that double push up. Both 10 and Crow have been really struggling in this map, but they got a couple of good kills there and a really nice collapse onto that attempt. I don't think Leviatán are going to be doing fast hits onto A anymore.
No, sticking to probably what's been working for them. The slower siege play style. Again, same Trailblazer. You're just disrespecting this dog. Okay, fully stunned up.
Oh, but this
Not
is
able to scope.
This is so rough. As soon as Depp gives up his positioning here, Leviatán are going to be able to get close to B and use a Viper's Pit. And they forgot the spike, perhaps, or are they pivoting elsewhere? Looks like they're leaving B completely.
Yeah, wanting to go in a different direction.
I am surprised with this, though. I feel like a Viper's Pit exec onto B would have been a great idea, especially with how consistent and successful those B hits have been.
Yeah.
Not just for Leviatán, but across the tournament.
Maybe
Instead, they're going for an A split. Maybe they ult from Art? No,
Yeah,
the
could have been
Viper's
worried
going
as
A
well, I think, about a lockdown potentially. From Laz. Very good tool to try and clear through any sort of Viper's Pit, but...
Is it not just as good where he stood right now in Secret?
It is, yeah, it is. Let's see what kind of value he gets there. The Seekers clear all the way through, catching onto the one target. Laz, seems like they were relatively unaware, and there's that lockdown. Looks like he was thinking about it, but second guessing himself now. 30 seconds. Spike getting planted, has to be opting into this one, but there's a Hunter's Fury layered on top of this one now. On top of it, 10. Any sort of damage to be found? He's just firing at the floor. King skipping and hopping all the way around them right now, but his lockdown will push them back and out of position.
They can't. I mean,
there's no spike being planted. One player detained out in the open. Double up draft play, the Blade Storm. Takolia is going to go absolutely huge, but 11 seconds left and they do disrupt this plant once more. Shorty up close, right in the cloud burst. Swinging it around, there is not enough time. The spike once more denied.
What a round from Crow and Sugar Zero.
Still trying to stay alive as he is being pressured there, but they've ultimately won the round and a bit more breathing room gained for them. That was just so messy, so scrappy.
I feel like we've seen the exact same thing on the other half. Both of these teams running the clock down super late. And I think that that's a big fumble from Leviatán. They've got to know that the lockdown's coming through there. And when they... It's not just the lockdown, though. Mazzino took so much damage from the same nanoswarms that burnt Takolia in the round before. And they just ran straight into the same setup from Laz without trying to clear it. And then got caught in the lockdown and can't do anything.
Got to put some respect as well on Ten's name because he offloaded that Hunter's Fury and I thought, well, okay, well, what kind of value is that getting? But he did disrupt the plant.
Yeah, and
he was
he
in a common
delayed.
spot. He delayed with enough time there using that ultimate. But the question is, can Zeta do it again now that they don't have those big tools to work with? It'll be much harder for them, obviously.
But I think Leviatán also might have overcomplicated things just a tad there. And that could be a win condition for Zeta. Oh,
No way, not again.
Not again.
Not again. You have to be aware, surely. Oh, wow.
Mazzino's going to be calling that to the rest of his team. Like, I've got a timing, guys. I've got a timing.
And what do they want to set up off? Util broken. To A main, now a flash play. That was anti-flash position by Crow. You got to get a little bit more than that. Bounces it off the wall. Trying to get that full duration. And Takolia just playing inside of his smoke. Anti-flash position. Beautiful stuff. And the question is, what sort of timing can be taken? Flicking around, you got to be joking. A certified Sugar Zero moment. What more can the guy really do? 30 health, skipping, hopping away to safety. And time once more running so low.
Can Shy discover Depp's position before Depp destroys his teammates? A stun to stop them scaling through the ult.
No way. No way. Just a spam and a common angle with the Guardian. Connecting onto that one kill. Spike's got to go down at some point. Shy
10 seconds.
Pushed up. 10 seconds again. Time just running so low. Shy moves into it. Wades right in and now swapping around the weaponry. It's pure chaos. But the Spike has got to be stuck. And the positioning is known. 10 just playing off of his teammates. Pulling rounds out of seemingly thin air, man. But the time, the biggest enemy so far, it feels like, for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, the time is definitely an enemy. Leviatán overcooking it, but also, look at how badly Taco beefs this trade.
Oh,
I mean, Taco's having a rough map here. And I think he's also, you know, cost his team that moment because when Sugar Zero stays alive, he still has a stun to stop King getting into his ultimate, slows everybody down, then the time becomes an issue. That's a big whiff.
Beautiful play by Sugar Zero. Defining moment in that round to be able to keep them in it still, and Zeta are clawing their way back. Bit by bit, round by round. Leviatán not messing around though. Now you're going to see that Cosmic Divide.
They've already seen this exec, right?
Yep.
Zeta know this execute. They know what's going to happen. Do they have any idea of how to counter it?
Crow has used his own no command this time, and Laz does want to try and hold on to that back halls control. Is there anything to try and stop this? Yes!
Perfect!
Util, and they are counteracting it this time. Fragment nade, the shock darts. Mazzino dropped down so low there. He's going to force out this lockdown as a response, but just a peek straight into Laz. Waiting into his sightline with the operator. Nothing to try and disrupt this one though, so the lockdown will buy them that additional space. The pump flash play working through, no one quite holding it. Crow needs to go down. Another flash play, but the angle was correct. Also going to be guessing. And still a faster play, even still by Zeta Division. They want to try and fight this one. Laz, what a shot to hit, but they have not dealt with Nosra. They know where he is though. Players low. The double swing timing is there, and wonderful once more with that coordination. Clawing their way back.
Excellent adaptation from Zeta Division in this series, in this map. Being able to neutralize Leviathan's strats after they've seen them once. Like the first time they're working from Leviathan, and then the second time, Zeta's there with the answer. This layered nade shock dart cascade to destroy Mazzino going for the plant is beautiful. And then on top of that, Noswa beefed his flash so that Taco had a bad swing into back halls. And Owner does not look pleased about what's happening. Calls the Leviathan timeout in round 22, when Zeta are 1 round away from drawing things level. What was the score here? Leviathan were up by so much.
Yeah.
Was it 11-7 or something? 11-8?
We were setting it up like, listen, Zeta were going to go home unless they answered back, and answer, they did.
Absolutely.
11-10 right now being that scoreline. Forcing out this timeout from Leviathan.
Yeah, look at that, 4 rounds in a row. It was 11-6. Leviathan absolutely running away with this game, and now 4 rounds in a row. One of which was lost to time. The other lost to time pressure. And then you get a great retake there, or, you know, a lot of pressure on the plant itself in round 21. So Leviathan just not able to get free plants down. I think Leviathan could try to run a cool fake in one of these rounds, but they really need a big ult to work with, I think. But like a good lockdown fake or a good Cosmic Divide fake would have been fantastic, but now they've used those tools.
Yeah. Now what is going to be this game plan? In terms of the ults, Nosra is 1 away from his Seekers. Not too much off the back of that. I mean, I suppose they could take the back side control of one of the areas of the map, but...
If I was Laz, I'd almost be saving these nanoswarms to try and deny the plant when they go through. Like, just allow yourself to get smoked off and then throw them in. But he's trying to hold on to back halls, and that also is going to apply a lot of pressure to anybody trying to get the plant down. So I think the win condition here for Zeta is pretty clear. Allow Leviathan to burn the clock down and then try to deny the plant.
So they will get those Seekers online that we were talking about earlier. It's a slow spread attack side default from Leviathan. 3-1-1 setup.
The other thing too, from King's point of view as the IGL for Leviathan, if you find out that Laz is playing B, you can just hit A. Because Laz's utility has been the big thing stopping your A exec.
Yeah.
But they can't hit the turret, I don't think, in B link. But if they do get that read, an A split would make sense.
And they're just contacting. Through now into Art. Entering that mid-round now with only about 40 seconds remaining in this. Still holding on to a bit of semblance of A main control. You can see Mazzino's in a pretty
really
deep angle,
passive,
but
though.
oh my goodness, it's passive and needs to be some value here. There you go. An answer once more. So the 1-for-1, Depp now taking an aggressive play, pushing through. Smoke's fading and he just can't quite hit the flick. Down to Sugar Zero now with only 20 seconds remaining. There is a spike. Oh, there you go. The Astro Star lay it down, but not enough to disrupt this one. And up close in his face, there is Shy. Is this going to be cleared? Timing, so important. It's absolutely everything in this. As the smoke goes up, Sugar Zero claims the kill. And now the wall. Cosmic Divide to split this one up. It's going to be forcing Leviathan to try and play a little bit closer. They have to try and push through this wall. Snake Bite, Util being used to try and at least buy them a bit of time. Fragment Nade as well, but the wall needs to be watched for now. What is the play? What is the response? What is the answer? All this Util being used on one side to the other. The spike not being diffused just yet. Laz just takes the fight.
The pull is good though.
Pull is good, and now time. Solo needs to be someone on it. And a flick, the spray down. Mazzino rips across. 12-10. And Leviathan now sitting themselves at series point.
Great post-plant play from Leviathan. I think there was a lot of challenges that they had to deal with there. Zeta Division, if they had been able to pull out that suck earlier, if they could have tapped the plant, but they were just waiting for the Viper utility. So I think you've got to give massive credit to King for delaying for so long, and then lay it in with Mazzino's suck, And then you've got the post-plant flank that Mazzino did. And another full-body Famos there coming out from Owner.
And this is aggressive. The triple play. Anything to break this Trailblazer. It's a swing timing, surely no. Oh my word. Listen, when your back's against the wall in this kind of fashion, risks do need to be taken, but to this level,
there's the dash.
Are they going to clear this? They seem to be aware of it. Look, Taco. He's holding it. Dash enabled. Surely he's favored here. Yeah, there's the shot. Didn't even need to use the dash, even facing the wall just in case there was a counter flash play. And this could just be crumbling before our very eyes.
The rest of Zeta was so
Crow!
timid. What a shot from Crow.
Needed to find it. And now they back away. Don't want to be playing this one quite too aggressively. It's a shame they couldn't quite get those rifles in their hands, but at least salvaging that and going 1-for-1 might just be good enough for them.
Throughout this entire map as well, Leviatán have really been lacking A main control, so I think this is just going to have to be a commit into B, and that puts you into the loving arms of Sugar Zero with his Vandal.
He does have that rifle. That is an important thing to note because the buy from Zeta Division is not that good from a couple of them. The flash play! Absolutely magical! Zeta Division collapsing on the players, and still the swing comes through. A forward position by King is punished, and the absolute confidence from Sugar Zero to take that fight. They're not out of this tournament just yet, Josh.
What a phenomenal comeback from Zeta. Being down 11-6 and pulling things back so that now we head into round 24, their economy's recovered, and if they win this, we go to OT. They've put so much pressure on Leviatán, and I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that Leviatán are just not taking A main early. I'm not sure why. But you know, if you compare the comp to Louds, they don't have that cascade. Okay, now the fight for A main early.
It's
Really early.
An absolute beef, flashed up, dashed into the wall, and Depp was taken out.
That's the playmaker gone for Zeta Division, or at least one of them.
And this could be heartbreak for Zeta Division. Oh my goodness.
Surely that was supposed to be a bounce
It
shot
was,
as well
yeah.
from 10.
Deactivated the bounces at the last second. And you can feel Zeta Division, they're just getting flustered.
Yeah, the nerves, they start to play in moments like this.
So a rifle is acquired. This was a weaker buy by Leviatán. They weren't working with much, and it's a contact re-clear right into the Mazzino. So calm. Another day in the office for this guy. And I said it once, but I'll say it again. Heartbreak for Zeta Division. To bring it all the way back to this. So many rounds in a row. But it's these rounds that'll get you. And it's up to Crow and Sugar Zero to perform a miracle, to drag their team into OT.
And they looked lost for a moment there, just milling around in their own spawn. But I think they've got the read. 2v5. It would have to be pure magic for Zeta Division to get this into OT. Leviatán are so favored.
You need something really special. It's a pop flash play. Crow, he's right up close. There's the one kill found. What more can he do? Timing once more. He gets the second. In a punishable position, though, to spam into the angle, and he's fully blinded up. The swing will finalize it. And Zeta Division have been sent home.
An excellent performance from Leviatán, but they were pushed almost to their limit, almost to their breaking point on Pearl. A very different story, the two maps that we've just watched. A phenomenal masterclass on Ascent, and then the time, pressure, the crazy rounds, the mega plays coming out from Mazzino, King, Laz, Sugar Zero, so many players turned up on Pearl there. Into, I think, a fitting exit for Zeta. I don't think they can be too upset about what they showcased there on Pearl. It was, finally, a good performance from them and something to make the Japanese fans have a bit of confidence that maybe they can make it to Tokyo. But in this series, Leviatán was just too much. And that's what we were worried about. Zeta just running into an extremely scary squad in the first round.
Unfortunately, again, it is that early exit for Zeta Division. Coming into, at times, a team that looked like they were just performing that masterclass. You know, we've been singing the praises of Leviatán all series long. But this team making waves I mean, striking fear into the hearts of the competitors at the event as well. Speaking to them about their performances in scrims and practice. People saying that in some cases they might be favorites to win the entire event.
And I think that's a bit too early to call from our position, right? Sometimes scrims can be very different than matches, but I think this is definitely a team to keep your eye on. The role swaps have all worked. Mazzino looked fantastic on smokes. And I would say that Shy also stepping into his role as a Sentinel player beautifully. You know, one dodgy map there from Taco, and he's going to be a player with a lot of focus on him because he's put Kesnit onto the bench. But overall, a very good opening series from Leviatán.
Winning it out in 2 maps. I won't say the most clean of fashion, obviously, that final map. Plenty of moments where it could have gone awry, could have gone one way or the other, but
it gave us some highlight
moments,
didn't it?
I mean, it delivered.
It delivered. And I do want to give a shout out to Depp too, because he was a player that they were building around, and I know I wasn't confident about it. When I heard that Zeta Division were building around Depp, I thought, that's a mistake, because Depp has not performed very well at previous LAN events, and you have Sugar Zero and Laz on the team. But at this tournament, in the few glimmers that we saw, honestly, as they very quickly exited, Depp looked good.
Yeah.
Depp was being empowered, Depp was finding his moments, he was getting good value.
Yeah. Good ideas being placed behind him on the jet, but...
And so maybe Zeta getting some justification despite the early exit for sticking with the same core of 5, but they're certainly not going to go on a Cinderella run this time.
Owner just delivering the Vamos that traveled around the world, I think, as well, at multiple points of this series. Man, that guy, he needs to listen. Heart's probably racing.
Yeah.
Careful about the blood pressure, man.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Well, the blood pressure is only going to go up as the tournament goes on. Leviatán's bracket is stacked. We saw Navi absolutely crush their opponents earlier on today, and Navi looked crazy good. So, I mean, even assuming that match would happen, which is a long way off at this point.
Well, we have our match MVP as well that you guys can vote for here. Mazzino, King, Shy. 3 very good options as well.
Crazy good options.
I think, yeah, I mean, I'd be struggling, I think. Actually, I was about to lie to you. I was saying I would struggle to pick an MVP.
Who's your MVP?
I would say Mazzino, I think, quite confidently. I think this guy's changed his role. He's playing a new role as well, quite intelligently. I mean, the guy was just a difference maker in so many rounds that, for me personally, listen, I'm going to be biased. I'm going to be swinging the votes because people are going to be listening and be like, oh, yeah, no, I agree with Brent. He's a smart guy. We'll go with Mazzino. But,
yeah.
I think you could go for the other options as well. King and Shy definitely put up some unreal performances as well.
Yeah, I agree, though. I think Mazzino was the shining light here. And also, one question that's been answered. Is he going to be good at a completely different role? We haven't seen Mazzino play smokes before, but I think he just picked it up and looked immediately great.
Yeah, performed so damn well. That's going to do it for the series of the day, but we're not done just yet. Going to go to a short break, and on the other side of things, the desk going to be breaking down the action for the day. So we'll see you in a bit.
Autonauta y amenaza, necesita volar. Las estrellas que están lejos y les gusta gozar, que les gusta brillar, me ayuda a olvidar que este mundo tiene mierda y no saben vacilar. Me dijeron que tú sabes qué hacer, que tú tienes el cerebro y tú sabes mantener, que tú no tienes miedo de tener todo poder. Me das que necesito para llegar a otro nivel. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cojete, vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces prende tu cojete, las estrellas quiero ver. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cojete, vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces prende tu cojete, better rock it like I said. Better rock it like I said.
And here we go. We have a battle of the Americas versus the Pacific regions. It's going to be Leviatán versus Zeta Division, two teams that we are unsure what to expect in this one, especially for the boys in Zeta, given that this is the same roster with some slight tweaks.
Right as the smoke, just walking through. No way! You've got to be joking. There's no way. How? There's no way. A lot more active in this one, and the timing is just immaculate. Depp, 12 seconds of dash from Depp to survive, and he does nail the shot.
Very solid round from Depp.
Players just sitting in main, no one none the wiser. And again, once more, King just back and forth around Generator, and that will seal the deal. Map number 1 goes the way of Leviatán in a dominant fashion. Double tap, no way in hell is he able to win that one, and he does. Oh, the double peek, but okay, backs up. Yeah, not even going to be trying to play to die to the spike, just looking to see if they can get a couple of kills, I suppose. But
I mean, that was actually just a King aim lamp shoot around.
And he is making it easy for them with these traces, but it's a pop flash play. An instant response, instant action. Now time, solo, needs to be someone on it, and it flicks the spray down. Massino rips across, and Zeta Division have been sent home.
An excellent performance from Leviatán, but they were pushed almost to their limit, almost to their breaking point on Pearl.
And those are your Prime Gaming post-match highlights there as Leviatán managed to vamos their way to victory with a 2-0 win, taking down Zeta Division on their map pick on Pearl. Welcome back, everyone, as I'm Golden Boy along with Mimi, as well as Achilleos and Seth. I mean, you know, I think we went into this matchup, we were a little worried for Zeta Division because they didn't make a lot of changes. Into Josh's point, we didn't quite know how they were going to build around depth. But I will say that coming at the end of that game, I felt like, hey, there was an opportunity for that Zeta magic to pop up.
Yeah, I mean, we started seeing it in the first half. It did end as a 6-6, so not nearly as dominant as you would like to see, given it was their map pick. But they were able to run it back. They did not let the stomp of that first map, a 13-4 to Lev, really get to their heads, and they nearly ran this into overtime. Honestly, we did see those glimmers of Zeta that we've seen in the past. It was great to see them be able to make this a challenging series in the end. Unfortunately, it does mean that they are going to be going home.
Yeah, I think what was interesting about this this match was the second half was one about both teams kind of struggling on their attacking side. But as we pull back to the series more holistically, I think what Leviatán proved fantastic at was these post-plant situations. Well, they didn't always get into them on Pearl, once they got into these spots, this team's coordination was impeccable. I thought they did a really good job of setting up in crossfires, really kind of timing out their utility so they know exactly this is happening first, this is happening second. It is clear that they are very well drilled, and I think they lived up to a lot of my expectations that we've heard from some of these Wild Scrimbucks.
Yeah, and also just great reads. Every time Zeta was trying to go for a lurk play, particularly around that B-long area just up against the wall, they just knew that there was going to be somebody there. They were constantly checking that angle and being able to get that punish time and time again. So whether it was a full buy or it was one of those, thrifty attempts coming through from the side of Zeta, they weren't able to find value because they were just getting read and shut down.
Yeah, and I think as well for Leviatán, well, overall, this is a very exciting debut for the new changes to this roster. I do still have some questions surrounding them, particularly with that Pearl attack side. I felt like they were very slow to adapt to once Zeta Division started coming out with those fast pre-takes and stuff. They were still playing very slow rounds, sometimes letting that clock click down a little bit too far.
Yeah.
But these are all things that they can work on. They have a very solid base, and I think they're going to be a very strong team into the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, if that's the foundation that they have, I'm excited to see the house they build. But before the break, though, we asked you guys to vote for the player of the match, and the results are in. So let's go ahead and see what y'all decided was the MVP.
Oh,
And you know what? Wow, by a landslide, Mazzino. You know what, Seth? Not mad about that.
No, I don't think you really can be, just given how he was able to play across both of those maps. I mean, still the boldness of that TP play up into heaven to just go
I
ahead
think it was
and
all
shut
the
them
Roman
down.
mains that they were the ones that voted for him.
Yeah,
there.
88.4% of his Omen mains just yeah. I was going to say something that I'm not allowed to say, but they were going crazy over it, and I don't blame them.
Anyways,
doing me dirty, production. Doing me dirty.
Mazzino came into this one, and this was a fairly new role for him, being the dedicated controller for this team. And like you said, he looked fantastic on it. Really great game out of him. I think a big upgrade for Leviatán.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to him, but unfortunately that means we have to say goodbye to Zeta Division. The hopefuls from Japan who came into this one knowing that it was going to be an uphill battle, but we have seen this team persevere through very difficult circumstances in the past. This is a team that fell to the champions winners in Istanbul. They always seem to run into these brick walls, Mimi, and I'm excited, though, nonetheless, to see what this team can do as we head into the Pacific Division.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more out of Zeta Division. I think that second map showed some big positive moments for this team. I think they did a good job of adapting to how Leviatán was playing that attacking side, had some good coordination and ideas with those pre-takes. Overall, I think they showed some potential, but again, want to see more from them in the future. This was a tough match.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, folks, for more on that match, let's go ahead and send it over to Sideshow because he's standing by with Your Highness. It's King for the Verizon post-match interview.
Wow, that's a fantastic way to intro it. Yeah, I'm down here on the stage with King, the IGL from Leviatán. Those were two very different maps, King. I feel like the first one was over immediately. What was the feeling in the camp for Leviatán after you come off the back of that win on Ascent?
Yeah, I mean, it was normal for us, meaning like, okay, we win the first map really easy, and we're not overexcited like saying, okay, let's win again like 13-1 or 13-2. We were, okay, focused on the next map. We don't know anything about them.
Right.
And yeah, we're just focusing on our stuff. Actually, we were talking about, we had a scrim today on Pearl, and we went to our room and we started saying, okay, what we did wrong. And we started immediately speaking about the map we played today, so yeah.
Right. I mean, I want to talk about Pearl, though, because that was the first time I think that we've seen you guys play on that map.
Yeah.
And it was getting a bit shaky there towards the end. Did you feel like you were getting pushed and pressured? It felt like the time in particular was a problem for both teams.
Yeah, I think Zeta started to play really... They stopped to have contact on us. Like, they started to fall back, and every thing we did, there was no one. Like when we started to play on Art, we just had a Killjoy turret. On B, we always had a Jet doing his operator pick, and I think we never died against him on B. So yeah, I think our problem was that we still played like they were going to be like on the first chokes, you know?
Right.
So then Honor paused and he said, okay, they're not playing on the first chokes, so let's be more aggressive and then make the contact like way back, you know. So that's why then we start to do our stuff and it went okay, I think.
Yes, yeah, I mean, you come out with the win in the end.
Yeah.
But you mentioned earlier that you just had a scrim on Pearl and you were talking about that coming into this game. Now, I've heard more than I probably should have about your scrims. And it seems like the word has been getting around that you've been destroying people and that, you know, a lot of people are hyped up, like Som from NRG was bigging you guys up, for example, too. So is this putting extra pressure on you? Is this all, you know, have you just been destroying everybody and now you're got more pressure to actually perform in the matches?
Yeah, I think not everybody, but yeah, we've been having some good results. And I heard about the energy guys saying some things about our scrims. But yeah, when I first heard it, it was on the press conference, so I was like, whoa, well, I didn't know. And it meant a lot to me because I have a huge respect to every player on that team. I know everyone since the CSGO era, so yeah, and no, I think we're doing good, and we hope to show what we're doing on scrims to do it again on official. So yeah, I'm really hyped up, but no pressure on us, just doing our stuff.
Okay, just doing your stuff. Well, I think we're all very excited to watch your progression throughout the tournament and see whether some of that hype can actually get realized. Appreciate you taking the time to do the interview with me, King. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll send it back down to Golden Boy in order to close us out for the day.
Thank you so much, Sideshow, for that one. And yeah, you know, great to hear from King on that one. Obviously, for them, it's just play your game, do your thing, you'll be all right. And I've talked to those guys a few times. They have good heads on their shoulders when it comes to like just game theory and just like having like a calm, cool mentality. I mean, seriously, like hang out with Takaleo one time and you'll feel like the coolest person in the world.
Yeah, they're good guys, and they played very well today, but I'm happy to see that they're continuing the grind set now that they're here. Immediately off the game, you're talking about what you did wrong, you're talking about the next match, you're working on improvement. These guys are very, very serious about making a deep run.
Yeah, well, of course, we can't forget about our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, and we're going to toss this one over to Depp from Zeta Division because we want to give the man some flowers for this play. I mean, there were some obviously big moments across the board, every single player here, and actually we have Sugar Zero there on screen. So
it was a last-second change-up. We ended up going with Sugar Zero because the man did so many smoke pushes. He was just walking through the nebulas, and a lot of times it wasn't working, but this was the time that it mattered the most, and he managed to make the most of it. Pushes in, immediately has that first kill, manages to transition over. Takulia cannot get that elimination on him, and then that unfurls the entire round from there. So it was a really great play from Sugar Zero. Unfortunately, he wasn't getting away with it nearly as much as he did in that clip. Otherwise, we would probably be looking at a map 3 right now.
Yeah, I mean, GB, you said it earlier, but we saw a little bit of that Zeta magic, and that was in some of those wild individual plays that this team managed to pull off.
Yeah, like, you know, Depp had one, Sugar Zero had one, Laz had
Too many
many.
to count.
Like, everyone on Zeta had a moment, but the thing is we're excited to see what they could be doing moving forward into the Pacific League. But that is our first day of the Omega bracket coming to a close, and here is the bracket as it stands right now. I know you all at home miss the dartboard so much, so we just decided to run it back again. But look, Team Secret just trouncing Liquid was my that was my HyperX Reflex moment of the day because my neck just spun around when I found the results.
Yeah, it was a nasty performance from Secret, and Liquid just couldn't hold a candle to him. I was praising them during the cast. Secret just time and time again. They were going for things that didn't necessarily have payoff, but I love the ideas that they were having, like that setup on B on Icebox. They're just firing off util into Garage because if they do catch anybody, that snake bite, that shock dart, is just going to tear them to shreds. I love the ways that they were playing that map, and I can't wait to see them moving forward as well.
Yeah, and I love the rest of the teams that we got to see debut here that are moving on. Navi looked fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Leviatán looked fantastic. Well, I think there's been some teams who have maybe let down a little bit from expectations. Those two definitely performed today.
Yeah, I already told Angel. I was like, I got you guys going all the way. And Angel looks at me and goes, Really? All right, folks. Well, coming up tomorrow, we got 6 more teams that are going to be debuting right here on the world stage. It's going to be the debut of Global Esports.
Hello,
versus
India.
Vitality.
Hello, India. GE Fighting.
GE Fighting. We also have RRQ taking on FUT, and we have 100 Thieves taking the stage against Edward Gaming.
Have we figured out who Edward is yet, or do we still not know?
He's going
Because I still
to
don't
do
know.
a face reveal if they win this tournament.
All right, I'm excited for tomorrow then. You
Jury's
guys got
still
it
out
too.
on that one. Well, folks, that is going to do it for us here today. We hope you enjoyed the show. We thank you so much for tuning in. A big shout out to our production crew and everyone who works their butt off to make this show a reality. And we'll catch you next time. There's going to be more games, and we can't wait to see you. Later.
We saw the Alpha bracket deliver last week, but this week it's all about the Omega bracket. 16 more teams will take the stage at the biggest VCT event ever. The Pacifics have already proven themselves to be a strong region here, whereas EMEA, they've been a bit of a disappointment, but that could all change right here, right now.
Nats has meant to find one. If he can cut down Yappy on the entry, he continues finding a third.
What? Hot start, to say the least.
No way. Certainly not. Jesse Bash, you cannot do this to the man. Unbelievable.
Not again. But that Viper's pin keeps Secret safe, and Liquid evaporating under the pressure. Secret, that first half gave them everything going forward. Now the positioning's decent though for Liquid. Good spot to be in Nats, a little precarious but still good for it. Gorgeous round from Nats. That positioning in tower was second to none.
This is not going to surprise them whatsoever. They've got the covering fire. Jesse Bash has the headshot, and Team Secret have the firm lead.
Yappy has to come alive. Finds 2. Tower is the last bastion of hope, and Yappy holds on for Liquid. There's so many players on the other side. It could be a tragedy. And what? Oh, come on! I can't believe they've broken Liquid like this. Map 1 we wrote off. We doubted the capability, and we were wrong. It carried into map 2, and they ran through Team Liquid.
A lot of EMEA's hopes are riding on the shoulders of Navi, but Crew, they're going to want their revenge here. They faced this team before. I know there's some new players here, but let's not forget towards the end of last year, I think Crew managed to go up against FPX twice and lost both times.
It's just a question of what they're able to take into the next round, and the answer is nothing. Can you keep them back? Can you keep them at bay? The spike goes down. Chow in a 1v3. Clean shots out from Davies. C-Ned cleaning that out, and now he's got to go fast, and he does! What a shot out from C-Ned. Nice. He's able to get the kill on Shigetsu, the flash in his face, and C-Ned does not care.
What?
Navi, very clean, map 1.
An absolute statement right off rip, and that was Crew's map choice. We're going to Lotus next.
Melser trying to play a little bit of mind games. 13 seconds left, he drops down, and Melser's right beneath him. A 2v1 here. Davies so weak. Can Xiao do it? Oh my gosh! The shot from Davies and the Red Bull clutch from Crew!
Oh no! That's a big punish from Angel.
Oh, do we have a knife again? Nope, no knife. But 2 kills out for Angel, 4 on the round, 7 for Navi. Chetty trying to dash around the utility, and he can't find much. Shigetsu's shots are clean.
I don't know, guys. It was too easy.
The lead gone. The series in favor of Navi.
The European hope that we were all waiting for finally shows up here at LOCKIN and take down Crew very quickly.
Once again, my submarine.
And here we go. We have a battle of the Americas versus the Pacific regions. It's going to be Leviatán versus Zeta Division. 2 teams that we are unsure what to expect in this one, especially for the boys in Zeta, given that this is the same roster with some slight tweaks.
Right as a smoke, just walking through. No way! You've got to be joking. There's no way. How? There's no way. A lot more active in this one, and the timing is just immaculate. Depp, 12 seconds of dash from Depp to survive, and he does nail the shot.
Very solid round from Depp.
Players just sitting in main, no one none the wiser. And again, once more, King just back and forth around Generator, and that will seal the deal. Map number 1 goes the way of Leviatán in a dominant fashion. Double tap, no way in hell is he able to win that one, and he does. Oh, the double peek, but okay, backed up. Yeah, not even going to be trying to play to die to the spike, just looking to see if they can get a couple of kills, I suppose.
I mean, that was actually just a King aim lab shoot around.
And he is making it easy for them with these tracers, but it's a pop flash play. An instant response, instant action. Now time, solo, needs to be someone on it, and a flick to spray down. Mazzino rips across, and Zeta Division have been sent home.
An excellent performance from Leviatán, but they were pushed almost to their limit, almost to their breaking point on Pearl.
Dead. Stay alive, stay alive. Calma. Stay alive, staying alive, staying alive. Stay alive. 5 seconds time.
Brightness fills the atmosphere with love.
submarine.